Okay, it is 9:32 a.m. and I'll call this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors to order and ask our clerk to call the roll to establish quorum and read the statements.
Okay, good morning, Supervisors Cerna.
Here.
Kennedy.
Here.
Frost. Here. Hume.
Here.
Desmond.
Here.
And you have a quorum. This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel, on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and is webcast at metro14live.saccounty.gov. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, July 14th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. The Board of Supervisors fosters public engagement during the meeting and encourages public participation, civility, and use of courteous language. The Board does not condone the use of profanity, vulgar language, gestures, or other inappropriate behavior, including personal attacks or threats directed towards any meeting participant. Seating is limited and available on a first-come, first-served basis. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes to make a public comment and are limited to making one comment per agenda or off-agenda item. Please be mindful of the public comment procedures to avoid being interrupted or disconnected while making your comment. To make a comment in person, please fill out a speaker request form and hand it to clerk staff. The chairperson will open public comments for each agenda or off-agenda item and direct the clerk to call the name of each speaker. When the speaker calls your name, please come to the podium and make your comments. If a speaker is unavailable to make a comment prior to the closing of the public comments, the speaker waives their request to speak, and the clerk will file the speaker request form in the record. The clerk will manage the timer and allow each speaker 2 minutes to make their comment. To make a comment by phone, dial 916-875-2500 and follow the prompts to be placed in queue for a specific agenda or off-agenda item. Clerk staff will transfer each caller into the meeting, and you may be on hold for an extended period of time, and your patience is appreciated. You may also send written comments to boardclerk@saccounty.gov, and your comment will be routed to the board and filed in the record. If you need an accommodation pursuant to the Americans with Disabilities Act or for medical or other reasons, please see clerk staff for assistance or contact the clerk's office at 916-874-5451 or by email at boardclerk@saccounty.gov. And thank you in advance for your courtesy and understanding of the meeting procedures.
Okay, thank you, Flo. Supervisor Kennedy, can you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you, and good morning, everybody, and welcome. It's good to see everybody back here after our short board break, and thank you for navigating some of our changes and some of our procedures in the security procedures in the building as well. We have a very full agenda today, and we're going to start with our off-agenda public comment. And for those of you who haven't been here in a while, we changed things up a little bit because we have to try to stick to our schedule with all our agendized items and the presenters we have throughout the day. So what we've started doing is allocating 30 minutes at the beginning of the calendar for off-agenda public comment. And if we're not able to get to everybody who has signed up, we will hold the remainder till after the timed items in the afternoon. So we're going to start with that. If we don't get to all the off-agenda public comments in 30 minutes, and you're signed up, you're certainly welcome to stay or come back at 3 o'clock this afternoon, where you will definitely be first in line to come provide additional off-agenda public comment. So with that, I will turn it over to our clerk to start with off-agenda public comment.
Okay, so right now I have the off-agenda commenters listed, and the first person is Mr. Ryan Harris.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, okay, hang on. Okay.
I can't catch the bottom half, no, clear now. Good morning. I usually come here to talk to you guys about my problems that I got experience from you guys, but the more I see how you guys doing these people is wrong. If you look at this overhead right here, you'll see that you guys gave yourself $46,000 of extra money, a raise, like an increase to the $127,000 that you were already getting. I think you're at like $170-something thousand now. But they're over here asking for $20 an hour, which only equates to $41,000. You guys gave yourself more extra money than you're even willing to give them, like, to live off of. That's wild to me. Another thing that's wild is this lady over here, Ann Edwards. She's the one that proposed the idea. I think Ann Edwards actually signs their checks. If they look on their checks, it's signed by Ann Edwards. So I don't get how she had time to look into getting you guys extra money before she had time to look into getting them a fair amount of money. I don't understand how that works. I really don't. But I do have an idea, and I mentioned this idea to you guys last time. Ann Edwards partook in some activities that brought death threats upon me and my family. And when I brought it to your guys' attention, you guys didn't do nothing. And I'm sitting here thinking, like, if I were to do something this heinous to somebody and I didn't want to get fired, what would I do? Maybe figure out how to get my bosses more money. Then they might not fire me, Ann Edwards. I'm glad you're sitting out here now so I can look at you when I talk. Anyway, you guys should really look into getting these people the right amount of money that they deserve before you guys continue to spend your guys' extra money.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, next we have Barbara Thoman.
Good morning. I would like to read a letter from one of the residents of Mobile Country Club. We're here to thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me get my glasses. This is from Michelle, and she uses the Citrus Road Trail every day. I'm writing this letter on behalf of the Country Club Mobile Home Park residences. We want to thank you and your staff and all the agencies that got this project rolling. I know it took a lot of work, and it's done. Took 2.5 years. It's nice when all the agencies work together. Thanks for walking the Citrus Road bike path with some of the residents back in August 22. It's so pleasant to go out the back gate on the back path and not see camping, yelling, loud music, fireworks, trees catching on fire, thrash and smell. Last month, more and more residents are coming out of their homes, not being afraid, but able to walk, ride bikes, use their scooters more often. The theft rate has gone down since they were removed. The residents living here have worked all of their lives, and they just want to retire in peace. We are just a little community of 480 mobile homes. What a relief that it's been lifted off of our shoulders. That's a really nice fence that got built. Thank you also for listening to our concerns. Thank you once again, Michelle Forrest. That was from her. She couldn't be here today. She had a doctor's appointment. But to each one of you, thank you so much. You don't know, we had a lot of non-believers that it would ever be done, that we'd ever have peace. And I have faith in what you guys are doing. And I had to come here personally and thank you. I know Rich, I've thanked you many times. We went to the city council, thanked them, the effort that you guys put. And I know it took a long time, but we didn't expect it to be any quick thing. I don't know how else to say thank you.
Thank you, Barbara.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. Supervisor Turner.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say that, while I think we all certainly are glad that the issue that you reference has been addressed, and appreciate the thanks, but it really is your supervisor, Rich Desmond, that really took it very seriously and took the time with he and his staff to go out and see the circumstance for themselves and problem solve the way he's supposed to, the way we're all supposed to. So, again, while you're thanking all of us, it is our chair that really deserves the greatest thanks here.
Well, I was pretty diligent about keeping an eye on the progress of making sure it was done. I wasn't going to let it go. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. It certainly was a group effort. So it looks like, Madam Clerk, I think what we'll do is we have 20 folks signed up, which will take us obviously a little over 30 minutes, but let's get through everybody who's here in chambers. Let's close the queue.
Yeah.
For in-person public comment. And then if there are, I'll announce it now so everybody can hear, if you're on the phone for off-agenda public comment, we will take the phone comments at the end of the day, after the timed items at the end of the afternoon. Is that okay?
Sir, we have one person in the phone queue, and I would ask, could we please just take the one caller?
Then let's take
and then
that
I'll
too.
close the queue.
Great.
Yeah,
We'll
okay,
do that
thank
then.
you.
We'll finish them all. Okay, then
Thank you.
let's close the phone queue then too.
Yes, I certainly did. Thank you so much. Okay, our next speaker is Sharon Coates. Did I say that right?
Good morning.
Ms. Coates, can you stand in the middle?
Oh, just stand between the two main microphones there.
There you go. Hi, I'm Sharon Coates, a little nervous here. As a senior in her mid-70s, I also live in Rancho Cordova Mobile Home Park, and I wanted to thank each and every one of you with a special thanks to Rich, because I now feel safe. For the first time in a couple of years, I feel safe. I'm not worried that my home is going to go up in flames because of the fires, the noise, the destruction, the banging on doors, the screaming and yelling, and the drugs. So I'm just here to thank you. I live by the rules. You say what you mean, and you mean what you say. And you did just that. And I can't thank you enough. I feel very confident that I have a nice place, safe to live. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Sharon. And I certainly didn't do anything that any of my colleagues wouldn't have done to come to the assistance of their constituents. So thank you for being here.
Okay, April Jean. Miss April.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
All right. My name is April Jean, Policy Director for the California COVID Justice Campaign with Public Health Advocates. And I just want to say that you have people here who believe that racism is a public health crisis. Racism is a public health crisis. Racism is a public health crisis. Sacramento County took a key step to acknowledge the harm of racism and what it inflicts on the health and well-being of people of color when you declared racism a public health crisis in 2020. When Sacramento declared this, you clearly stated that racism is the cause of significant disparities in the health and well-being of BIPOC Sacramentans. Systemic racism is a primary actor for perpetuating race-based inequities for BIPOC individuals and communities in Sacramento. And so if we believe this, if systemic racism is a problem, then we need to pursue approaches that explicitly name race as the root cause and aim to heal that problem specifically. However, in our examination of the work that's been done recently, we see that the county has taken a key misstep by centering diversity, equity, and inclusion instead of naming and centering racism as a key and primary issue. You might be thinking, what's wrong with this, right? Diversity, equity, and inclusion is something that incorporates and encompasses addressing people of different ages, races, ethnicities, abilities, disabilities, genders, so on and so forth. Well, there's nothing particularly wrong with that per se. However, the problem is in the description that I just described, where do you hear me say anything about race and racism? So what we're hoping is that the reality of our systems is that people have used diversity, equity, and inclusion to decenter race and racism. And this, my friends, is the fundamental issue with Sac County's approach to addressing this critical issue. DEI is not the appropriate framework to use when attempting to address this problem, and here's why. The reality is that We really need something that is specific, that names race as the issue, and centers racial equity as a primary strategy of addressing racism as a public health crisis. In addition to that, we need to do that in partnership with community. And if we aren't doing that, then we're taking key missteps in addressing this collectively. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Okay. Adriana Lucero.
Good morning, County Supervisors. First, I want to appreciate what you did in 2020, which is you issued a diagnosis. You said that racism is a public health crisis. We have continued racial disparities in our county that we continue to see persisting. And why I decided to take a day off work and come to speak to you today is that I'm disappointed with what came after. What I think has happened so far with the county is what happens with a lot of people after they hear a disturbing diagnosis, which is they don't take the steps to actually change the situation that are necessary to put us on a path of health. And what I'm noticing so far is that you've really been focused on internal DEI work, creating an internal council, but that doesn't make the changes that are necessary for our community to actually address the public health disparities that are impacting people who live here in Sacramento. It's like after hearing you had a health crisis, you said, all right, thank you, doctor, I will do some crunches. That is not going to address what we really need to do to make sure that people aren't dying because of racism in our county. What I would like to see you do is first, it means fundamentally changing the behaviors of the county. It means when you're making decisions about where resources go, like budgeting or contracting, race and racial equity should be a key part of your decision making. Secondly, I think you need to open up a new RFP for a local consultant who understands public health and racism, because I'm not impressed with the way that your current consultant is leading you, which is really more of an internal focus and not actually addressing our Sacramento County and what we need. Secondly, I think you need to engage the community. If we're saying that racism is impacting the health of people who live here in Sacramento, then we should be engaging people who live here in Sacramento who are impacted by these things to tell you these are the remedies that I want to see. And I don't see in what you've done after this proclamation in 2020 to really be engaging the community. Finally, what I just want to say is that what I'm hoping you're going to do is you're actually going to take action on what you said in 2020, that you're going to make the changes that you described in that document. And I am hopeful that we'll be able to come back to commend you not just for making a diagnosis, but for doing something about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Abigail Havens.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Abigail Hewins, and I am here representing public health advocates. In 2020, this board rightly declared that racism is a public health crisis. And within that declaration was a commitment to form a racial equity policy cabinet to promote strategic coordination and collaboration across all county departments and the community regarding all efforts to promote racial equity. Since that time, the county has made a series of missteps that have unfortunately led us away from meaningfully addressing racism as a public health crisis. First, the county contracted with an out-of-state consultant who's not connected to the needs of the community, neglected to meaningfully include impacted communities in the process, and have centered the fulfillment of the resolution on DEI instead of systemic racial equity-centered policy change. Today, we're here to ask you to just slow this process down and consider steps that have been taken so that we can truly and effectively address the crisis. First, we're asking you to open a new RFP for a trusted local racial equity consultant, of which there are many right here in Sacramento County. Second, we're asking you to loop in existing county resources, including the many community-led county boards and commissions that the county has appointed to serve as advisors on multiple issue areas. And third, to move forward with a plan that names and centers racial equity, not just diversity and inclusion, because specific problems demand specific solutions. Myself and my team at Public Health Advocates would be more than happy to discuss our ideas with you further and want to really be helpful and supportive in this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Caroline Moyer, sorry.
Hello, good morning. My name is Carolyn Moyer, and I'm a community member and public servant living in downtown Sacramento. In my own work, I'm helping to implement policies and practices that will hopefully lead to racial equity, and I know how hard this work can feel sometimes. But the effort is needed and worth it. This is transformative work, both for our community and for our public servants, and it will require more than corporate DEI box checking to make any change. In fact, corporate box checking will continue to erode trust between the Board of Supervisors and our community when that trust is essential for getting any of this work done. I'm joining with public health advocates today to say that the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors needs to open an RFP for trusted local consultants at the conclusion of the current MGT's contract, give existing community and county racial equity initiatives a seat at the decision-making table, and move forward with a plan that centers racial equity and justice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Liz Bloom.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Liz Blum, and I'm a co-founder of Decarcerate Sacramento. We know that racism is a public health crisis, and we thank this board for formally recognizing that in 2020, but the promises made in that resolution have yet to be delivered. We're asking you today to center race in the solution to mass incarceration in Sacramento County. Sacramento County cages Black people at 4 times the rate of white people, and Black people are by far the most overrepresented group in our local jail system. Centering racial equity means asking why, getting to the root causes of this inequity and implementing intentional solutions that shift racist systems of policing and incarceration. Centering the lack of coordinated racial equity strategy means that this county will continue its racist practices of over-policing Black people without looking at systemic root causes like continued county underfunding of Black neighborhoods. Sacramento County's jail population reduction plan's proposed evaluation metrics do not even mention race once. Most proposed metrics of success are simply number of people served. And without even measuring race, the racial equity impacts of county programs and policies can never be assessed. Investing equitably in the health of our community will result in reducing the jail population. The fact that this is not a central strategy to reducing the jail population is one clear example of growth that we need to see in this county's leadership. Jail expansion is the opposite of racial equity.
Thank you. Mackenzie?
Beautiful day on the board. Good morning, board. My name is Mackenzie Wilson, and my pronouns are they, them. I'm a community organizer with Decarcerate Sacramento and the Sacramento Tenants Union. I come with other organizers and experts in the room to speak on racism and public health, but first, I want to give uplift and shout out the purple shirts in the room today who deserve the dignity and respect of this county and a living wage. Y'all are power and blessings to our fight together for a care economy over a carceral one. I only have 2 minutes, so I can't go into even how these workers and those with different able body types are too subject to the permeating and structural racism found within Sacramento County's budgets and policy practices. To declare racism as a public health crisis requires more than an acknowledgement and more than looking at DEI models that only focus on internal county operations and HR. This does not bring anti-racism into county policy, practice, budget spending, or even into our communities. Hiring a DEI director is not enough, and had folks included some of the experts sitting in this room today, we wouldn't even be having to come like this, in this way. And since y'all are so off track, here are some real quick steps on how to get back on it. 1, open a new RFP and find a local consultant who understands racial equity and public health. 2, create a plan to engage the community and racial equity. Include the relevant community groups and commissions that were left out. Evaluate the racial equity impacts of your policies, your budgets, and your contracting decisions. It seems creating cabinets and decisions without having community at the table is a constant move that the county makes. And no matter how many times, and how many times do we need to say that? You know, how many times do we need to say, please stop, slow down, make sure your local experts are at the table? This community is full of them, and I'm tired of being made to feel like it's us versus you when it should really be about all of us, our community, and how we build a thriving, healthier, more educated, and therefore freer community together. Thank you.
Sarah Williams.
Hi, my name's Sarah Williams. I'm with Relinda Farrell Help Group. The supervisors probably received an email from me in regards to a trap situation I got involved in that Bradshaw Shelter walked away from. They were called out there by the fire department for somebody going to the hospital. They even noted in their thing, there are a large number of uncared for animals. They closed it within hours of the call. They left 43 cats out there to die. I got a call 19 days later. I called the shelter. They said, well, we'll see what we can do. Those cats don't have time to see what you can do. I stepped up. I did it. We trapped those cats. Half of those cats are in a catio in my backyard getting healthy enough to adopt out. The shelter is failing the animals. They're not picking up the stray dogs. They're not doing anything with the cats. When an animal control officer goes out to a call for cats, the one officer looks at the people and tells them, stop feeding the cats. They offer no education. They don't give them any guidance. They just tell them, stop feeding the cats. You're animal control. Why are you telling them to let these cats suffer and die from starvation? That's not the way it goes. We need more TNR options. Yesterday, the appointments opened up for community spay and neuter. Within 2-3 hours, they were all booked for the month. There's not enough appointments. I have 20 kittens sitting in someone's house that are feral that I gotta try and find a place. The 80-year-old man behind is the one that started that colony. He goes, I went to the shelter. They told me, just go put them back. Why is the shelter telling them to go put unfixed cats back? This is unheard of. Why are they failing the cats? Cat lives matter too. You can't just take dogs. You need to take
Sarah,
cats.
Can you please wrap up your comments?
Thank you.
They're failing us.
Thank you. We have a consent item on spay and neuter clinic, and you're certainly welcome to come make comment about that, and we can have a conversation about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Corrine Sacco.
Good morning, Board. Supervisor Kennedy, good to see you back. My name is Dr. Corrine McIntosh Sacco. My pronouns are she, her. I'm speaking today on behalf of myself as a licensed psychologist and a community mental health advocate. Did you know that July was declared a National Minority Mental Health Awareness Month? Indigenous peoples, Black peoples, and other peoples of color are faced with disproportionate amounts of historical and cultural trauma, and structural and systemic racism continues to challenge their ability to thrive in their environments. For example, Black adults in the U.S. are more likely than white adults to report persistent symptoms of emotional distress. Hispanic adults reported significantly higher rates of depression during the pandemic compared to other populations, and yet only 1 in 3 Black or Hispanic adults with mental health conditions receive treatment. And Black people with mental health conditions, especially those with schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, and other psychoses, are more likely to be incarcerated than people of other races. Now, in my anti-racism work that never stops, I've learned that we all have blind spots. And by definition, it's nearly impossible to become aware of our blind spots without the help of others. And that's what we're here doing for you today. County leadership has neglected to engage the experts right here in our community that can help Sacramento County develop a community-driven racial equity strategy focused on systems change. A significant principle of racial equity work is hearing from the groups that have been the most impacted and centering their needs to achieve racial equity through policy change and resource allocation. The communities that your declaration of racism as a public health crisis intends to address need you to do the following. Open a new request for proposal for an equity assessment and find a local consultant that understands racial equity and public health. Create a plan to engage the community on racial equity. Include the relevant county groups and commissions that have been left out of this process, like your own Behavioral Health and Racial Equity Collaborative, and evaluate the racial equity impacts in all county budgets and contracting decisions. You have the opportunity to lead our county toward the meaningful and transformative shift that is necessary in policy change and resource allocation for fair and just governance and service delivery. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Kula Koenig, we'll get that corrected, your spelling.
Good morning. Kula Koenig. I've been a longtime resident of District 3 and now resident of District 4. Since, in 2020, 2021, I wasn't only battling and navigating COVID-19, I was battling the county of Sacramento. I was battling people that I've known forever, people that I helped get elected. I was battling friends that I knew, county executives that I knew. I was sitting down at home and I heard Sue Frost say that America is not a racist country. Then I was battling my friend Phil Cerna around how the COVID dollars would be spent. And on and on and on. And I actually have you all know I haven't called because I just don't even have anything to say to y'all anymore. And I actually didn't even want to come today. I only came because of my work and to support my colleagues. I didn't even want to put my name on the comment form, but I'm a senior director of local policy, so I felt like I had to say something. But coming in this building has actually traumatized me because we fought so much. I got called, I got streamed out, I got cussed out by people that I knew when I was a kid and I was helping their campaigns. And I'm back here today saying the same thing that I've always said. That's why I'm so traumatized being in this building and seeing your faces and asking the same things that I've asked for so long, and I don't even think you guys hear me, and so I'm just like, I don't even want to come here. So I'll just say, racism is a public health crisis, and you can see it because the people that are asking for more money are the Black and brown folks who take care of our people. Those are the people that are out here. And so the only thing that I know is that I know how to organize, and I know that you either have people or you have money or you have both to make change, because I don't have faith in you guys anymore. So I came up here to give my 2 minutes and support my team at Public Health Advocates. Thank you.
Thank you, Kula.
Shame.
Charles.
Shame on all of you. Shame on you.
Hello. I've spent time with all of you guys talking about different homeless issues, mostly advocating for bringing the Haven for Hope model to Sacramento. And it's always, not just you guys, all the politicians, it's always, we don't have a location, we don't have funding, and we don't have leadership to actually pull it together. So I did a lot of work in the last couple weeks trying to find different respite center options for the city. And in doing so, I found a couple more locations where we could build try to move in a Haven for Hope model here. So this is a 90% vacant office park in Natomas that is, the whole building's basically for lease, but it also could be purchased. So it's 4191 East Commerce Way and 4151 East Commerce Way. And I think if these were bought, you could actually, within a couple of months, move thousands of homeless people in for respite, and over the course of a couple of years, actually have all the programs co-located there based off of state timelines for legal stuff. The other option, this one's been on the market for over a year. It's 10845 Industrial, 10845 Industrial. Sorry, it's two buildings with the same address. And then 3429 Quality Way. all on an office park in Rancho Cordova. The first one was actually in Sacramento City. And then I have a third location, but I'm not going to give that because it's a little more controversial. So when it comes to the funding, I can almost guarantee, with all the conversations I've had in the last couple of years, I could get $50 million for this within 30 days, based off of all the people that are willing to donate and have told me they want to donate $10, $15, $20 million to something like this, and everybody we know that does do that for these programs. So we have location, we know we have funding, it's just about leadership at this point. So it's just someone either with the county board of supervisors, someone with the city that's willing to stick their neck out and maybe lose votes. Because this won't be a fully operating program within a 2-year timeline or within an election cycle, because you're going to piss off a neighborhood potentially. These aren't necessarily neighborhoods, they're in old office parks and stuff. But it really just comes down to someone within the city or county willing to advocate for something that'll actually mostly solve homelessness in the county.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Courtney?
Hi, my name is Courtney Poole, and I'm a community member in District 1 and a school social worker in District 2. I'm here to echo what other speakers have shared around addressing racism as a public health crisis. I stand in solidarity with public health advocates and our community's recommendations to open a new RFP and find local consultants that understand racial equity and public health, to create a plan to engage community in racial equity, to include relevant county groups and commissions you have left out of this process, including the Racial Equity Unit and the Behavioral Health and Racial Equity Collaborative, and to evaluate racial equity impacts in county budgets and contracting decisions. Let's get this county's effort to address racism as a public health crisis on track and listen to community members' voices, experiences, and ideas. We need systems change. Thank you.
Ryan?
Good morning. My name is Ryan McClinton. I'm a community organizer and, more importantly, a lifetime resident of Sacramento County, a lifetime resident that's lived in each and every single district that's represented by this board. I'm also a program manager with Public Health Advocates. I am also a steering committee member with the Behavioral Health Racial Equity Collaborative. I am also a steering committee member with the Mental Health Services Act Steering Committee. I have also been part of the Mental Health Board and Service Committee, I'm giving you all these titles because I want you to understand that I am doing everything possible with my time to address this racism that this county has endured. The diversity you see in this room is what I've known my entire life. So when 2020 hit and our board decided to declare racism as a public health crisis, I felt seen. I felt that they're finally getting it, that we're finally going to do something. So I made sure that I stayed engaged in all these different committees and boards because I knew that if we're addressing this on a systemic level, that we're going to have a collective conversation about how this impacts us in our daily lives, right? On the educational level, on the mental health level, on the social services level, on the property upkeep and maintenance level, right? Every single level that you all are responsible for governing, that these executives to my left all are responsible for carrying out. Yet I haven't heard one conversation about it. I haven't seen it in action at all. Correction, I've seen it in silos. Silos that continue to have people asking for pay wages that they deserve, that they give their blood, sweat, and tears for, that stand up what you're able to do on this level. Advocates who literally are traumatized. I'm shaking right now. Kula Koenig is somebody that I've known through community first and met as my sister in this work because she gives the same passion that we give. Yet we don't feel that we're making the progress that we need. We need true systemic change. You've heard the 4 requests from multiple commenters here. I'm asking that you actually make the commitment today to engage that process, to change the process that you're engaging with, to really have the systems change that we're asking for, to engage community to be a part of this in full and not in practice and not in part, but to where we can actually see it carry forward and have the impact that was intended to have when the declaration was made. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Justin?
Hi there. My name's Justin. I live in South Sacramento over by where Calvine and Elk Grove Flooring intersection is. And I'm here to talk to you guys about the fireworks this year. It was really bad. I know that the laws are already on the books and enforcement just can't keep up. So I wanted to go over a little, excuse me. I wanted to go over it a little bit. Just a few blocks from me, somebody's house caught on fire. There's another house farther up in the city of Sacramento that has had fires multiple years. Over the past several years, they've had multiple fires, all from other people setting off fireworks that are illegal. And so, like, there's a huge risk of fires from this, and it's a big problem. Moving on from that, there's also the suffering that people and animals incur from this. Veterans, pets, people with autism, and children are traumatized every year by this. There are safe and legal fireworks that we can purchase here in California and set off, which are fine, but people go to Nevada, people come from Nevada to sell it. And this is a big problem. Animals suffer heart failure. Others injure themselves trying to flee from the explosions. Pet owners lose their pets. And shelters flood every year this time of year because these explosions, which shouldn't be happening at all because they have been outlawed, are continuing to happen. So obviously, our first responders and our law enforcement are doing everything that they can, but it's not enough. We need a better strategy. So I have some suggestions I'd like us to consider to potentially improve the situation and make it better next year. First of all, we should raise awareness about the fact that the law is already in place and what kinds of fireworks are legal or illegal, because I saw a lot of discussions on Nextdoor where people didn't know that these were illegal. And they thought, well, we need to outlaw the fireworks because they're so bad. They didn't know that they were already illegal. I see the time. On top of that, if people know that they're illegal, they might decide not to set them off. They might decide, oh, maybe the fines aren't worth it this year. I don't want to risk that. On top of that, we could be taking some of the money from those fines and using that to reward people who give accurate and helpful reports that lead to successful fines on this issue. And lastly, we need to go after those people and businesses that are setting it off. We need people to stake out the locations in Nevada that are selling those fireworks and catch people who are distributing them, because that's the core of the issue. And if we don't solve that, we're going to have this year all over again. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. I'm going to make some comments about this at the end of the meeting today because I agree it's a huge issue, and I know Supervisor Serna has a comment.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Appreciate the speaker mentioning what I think we all experienced on the 4th, regardless of whether or not you're in a rural or urbanized or suburban part of Sacramento County. And this year seemed like it was exponentially worse than in years past. We have had a lot of discussion at this board with the help of various groups to explore some of the ideas that were actually mentioned. But what I'd like to ask our county executive to do and work with the chair's office and the clerk of the board is to help schedule a post 4th of July briefing to understand lessons learned, where we made some progress, where we didn't. Obviously, Ms. Edwards, you'll recall that leading up to the 4th, we had a good deal of discussion publicly here in chambers about it. But again, just based on a conversation I had with the chair just yesterday, sharing our mutual experiences of what we heard and saw on the 4th, we can't let this go another several months without regrouping and to address the issue.
Understood, and that is being planned for already.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Alicia Lee.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Alicia Lee. I'm here from SEIU 2015. I am a care provider for about 23 years now, since 2000. And I'm here to address the situation that we are having with bargaining with you. So what we're asking today is that you come back to the table prepared. You were very unprepared when you came to the table the other day. You are coming with the same offer that we are not going to accept. It's ridiculous, knowing that you yourself just received a 36% raise under your belt, okay? So why in the world would you come to the table and offer us 25 cents a year? What is that supposed to do? And then you want to diddle and daddle with our health care if you give us anything, something that's mandated by the state of California. Why? Okay, what am I supposed to do with 25 cents? Okay, knowing that you yourself just got almost a $5,000 raise. Wow. It is unfair, it is disrespectful, okay, and you're hurting our dignity. First of all, we're looking for dignity and respect at this table. We are not asking for much. Do you understand that about 2,000 caregivers went with no care? Do you understand why that is? Because why would they go care for someone when they could go to McDonald's or when they could go to Starbucks and make more money than you have on the table for us? It's ridiculous that we're dealing with someone's lives and you guys don't care. That is so disrespectful to offer somebody 25 cents a year. That can't even put gas in my car. What are you understanding right now? You go home and lay down at night real comfortable with your paycheck. You can wake up and you can pay your bills. Okay, but when I wake up to this paycheck and add a quarter to it, I can't even fill up my tank with that. So stop with the disrespect, please. It makes no sense for us to have to be fighting for $4, okay? If you give us $20, we don't have to come back to this table, okay? But I want to just let you know, we ain't selling for that. And we will show up like a tsunami if that's what we got to do.
Thank you.
D'Angelo?
Let's go.
Sis said like a tsunami. Y'all better watch that. My name is D'Angelo Mack, Director of Equity Justice for Public Health Advocates, and a proud member of the Sacramento Racial Equity Alliance. Racism is a poison first consumed by its concoctors. It truly does affect all of us. Some benefit from it, and others suffer by those who reap the benefits. You yourselves have deemed racism a public health crisis. This is a fact. My concerns are the actions that you are taking in the approach to fulfilling this declaration. This is not about DEI, but it's about the entrenched, devastating impacts of this crisis. There are proven models that are currently happening right here in our own backyard that I believe you should consider. For over 3 years, the city of Sacramento has been working through a model and framework addressing this crisis. The framework truly includes not just the voice of community, but the ideas and actions of those most affected by the crisis of racism. We believe, and the city agrees, that those closest to the problem are also the most valuable resources to providing solutions. In the East Coast, West Coast beef and work together. So again, we are asking that you open a new RFP and find local consultants that understand racial equity and public health, create a plan to engage the community around racial equity, include the relevant community groups and commissions you have left out of the process, evaluate the racial equity impacts in the county budgets and contracting decisions. I'll end with this. Laws and declarations are merely expressions of society's dominant beliefs. It's the beliefs that we must shift in order for outcomes to change. Will you shift your beliefs?
Thank you.
Cherie?
Hello, everyone. My name is Irma Eckel, and Ms. Connie Hill has been
my in-home care provider through IHSS since April of 2023. The work that caregivers like Ms. Connie do is essential for so many people across Sacramento County. I used to be a caregiver myself, and I can tell you that it is because of the compassion and care of in-home care providers that seniors and people with disabilities have the freedom to receive care at home. Without Ms. Connie, I likely wouldn't be able to live independently. What is more is that without people like Ms. Connie, I wouldn't be able to receive dignified care. Just because our bodies may be different or they may start to change as we get older, doesn't mean that seniors and people with disabilities can't experience the joy of life. We absolutely can, and the joy becomes easier to reach when we have access to in-home care providers. I'm fortunate to have a provider that I can trust. As more folks in Sacramento County begin to age and require in-home care, it's going to become more difficult for people to find a caregiver when they need it. Without adequate wages and benefits for IHSS providers, recipients like me run the risk of going without essential care we need. Seniors and the disabled community in Sacramento County urgently need the board to approve a strong contract that uplifts IHSS wages, benefits, and training, and finally pays in-home care providers the respect and dignity they earned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and now if we could have Abdullah? Did I say Abdullah?
Yes, ma'am. That's okay.
We will work on getting this corrected in the system.
Good morning. How you guys doing? My name is Abdullah Wad. I'm a home care provider in Sacramento County. I live in District 5, and I've been taking care of my 2 kids for almost 23 years. Our life is very hard. I mean, I was shocked when you guys came back with 90 cents, and they want to divide the 90 cents on 3 years. So we get like 30 cents every year. That's nothing. In the meantime, they came back again with different proposal, and they say we'll give you another 90 cents or 80 cents within 3 to 4 years. But guess what? We're going to take your health benefit from you. By the way, the last survey we did in Sacramento, 60% from us doesn't even afford the medication. How about that? Talking about fast food people, Wendy's, Van Express, In-N-Out. I know them. They're getting $22. I take my hat for them, but you know what the difference between us and them? When they finish, they wash their hands, they throw the apron, and they go home. But us, if we're taking care of somebody, your grandma, your son, your neighbor, halfway to the shower, you're not going to say, Miss Jones, I'm out of here. Miss Smith, I can't do it. I'm out. This is nonsense. We're taking care of the most vulnerable people, senior citizen and handicap. We urge you to come forward with a strong contract. We deserve dignity, respect, and livable wages. God forbid, if I give my kids away, it will cost the state and the county tons of money. I keep him at home safe and sound, and I save the county money. And guess what? For the $16 we get, $12 to $13 we spend in the county. That means our money stay here, recycle, right? Right. So we cannot afford the cruise or going overseas. The money doesn't go there. Basically, the state and our county. So please start look at us as a human being. Enough is enough. I've been here for a long time. I've been here since Dan Natoli and before. Since you guys not here. So please pay attention to us. We are 32,000 strong here, and we could do all our stuff nicely and good way. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Treat us the way you want to be treated. That's right. That's right. You got a raise? Can we get one?
Okay, we have one more public speaker here in Chambers.
Good morning, all. My name is Constance Hill. People call me Connie for short. I am a provider for IHS for several years. I am also a proud member of this spectacular union, SEIU. Although I've been a provider with Sacramento County for several years, I've been a caregiver for a capacity of all my life. I do this work because I have compassion. I always have compassion for people. It doesn't matter the race, ethnicity, it doesn't matter religion. I love people in general, and I have a heart to care for people. But the cost of living, as the previous speaker spoke, is extremely high. We're not asking for much, but we're just asking that we be able to survive. Everything is just skyrocket, and it's just a necessity for us. We just want to have the necessities that we can survive and support our families. The problem gets worse when we think about unexpected expenses that come up in everyone's lives. For example, unfortunately, my son was in a freak accident, and he had to be rushed to UC Davis Hospital, had surgery on 4th of July, so that's an unexpected expense that I have to, provide for my son. IHSS providers have been challenged with finding ways to live in this county. As you know, everything is skyrocketing. But it just shows that 85.6% of home caregivers need to work multiple jobs just to make ends meet. And I know what that's like because I was always on the grind. I used to work three jobs, 7 days a week. So I understand about that as well. And home caregivers need this blessing as well. Ultimately, we are asking that you pay us the wage that we need to survive and provide the highest quality of care to our recipients. And I just want to say thank you for your time.
Thank you, Connie. Okay, that concludes our in-person off-agenda public comment. I believe we have one phone. Why don't we hold it for a moment here? Yes, we have one phone call, but several people are leaving, so we'll just wait a couple seconds. And before we get to the last call on off-agenda public comment, I'd like, we've had obviously several comments about the resolution declaring racism a public health crisis, and I'd like to agendize something, or looking at our county exec here in the next couple months to come back and provide a report
Caller,
back
I'm going to put you on
to the board
hold
about
for just
efforts
1 second,
that
okay?
we've taken and give a chance for the public to comment on those
Absolutely.
steps.
Okay, caller, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that, for patiently waiting. If you could start with your comments, you have 2 minutes.
Yes, hi. My name is Zuri K. Colbert. I'm the founder of CLAP Community Lead Advocacy Program, a part of some other community initiatives, as well as was present when the county declared racism as a public health crisis. We need the county of Sacramento that's declared racism as a public health crisis to actually act on that and to create and have a legitimate racial equity policy cabinet to actually unpack and unravel the systemic issues, policy changes, and the county budget. As the county of Sacramento, the city of Sacramento has done, they need to do more at the city of Sacramento, but at least formed a racial equity council and is doing the kind of work that we would expect to effectively be done by the county. We know in 2020, this declaration that racism as a public health crisis was recognizing the impact of systemic racism on the health and well-being of color. Yet, if this was truly believed by this board and by the county of Sacramento, then there would not be over 30% of our community that is unhoused, identifying as Black, when the Black population is only 10%. With the 30% increasing each month, with more Black families and individuals losing their housing, and they're not even being identified because they're not going into the system due to the over-monitoring and over-criminalization, which is also an issue here at the county and in other areas where housing programs and services are being exploited, gatekept. There are services that can provide supports and nets, but when you are someone who is in a marginalized group, then you are silenced. If you're an advocate within these groups, you're silenced on the intersections of racism. And we need an independent collective that is an ombudsperson type team here at the county and overseeing the county and other housing programs and services. A collective represented, fully represented racially, gender-wise, as our community members who are experiencing being unhoused. If we truly believe that...
Can you please wrap up your comments, Scholar?
If we truly believe that public racism was a health crisis, and it can't be the Sacramento COC, which is also the lead agency, and has continued to fail with providing adequate, equitable
Ma'am, thank
services.
you for your comments. I'm
and
going to end the
silencing-
phone call now.
silencing
Thank you so much.
voices that-
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, that concludes your public comments.
Okay, that's the end of our off-agenda public comment, and thank you. We try to manage the calendar here, which sometimes is a challenge, but I'm glad we're able to get through all of them this morning. I think that's probably beneficial to everybody. So thank you all for staying. So now we'll move on to our consent calendar. That's items 2 through 55, and I know our clerk has a few comments.
Yes, thank you for your consent items 2 through 55. I have notes for item 7. You're introducing an ordinance amending Sacramento County Code 2.01, Title 2, relating to county clerk recorder fees. You're waiving full reading and continuing to July 25th for adoption. For item 10, you're adopting an ordinance repealing Title 2, Chapter 2.09.230 of the Sacramento County Code, solidifying the move of labor relations from the County Executive's Office to the Department of Personnel Services. You waive reading on this on June 13th. For item 25, you're also adopting an ordinance related to the approval of military equipment policy. You waive reading on this on June 13th, and that concludes my notes for your consent matters.
Okay, so then I will look to my colleagues to see if anybody has any comments or questions or has a consent item to call off consent. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question on item 22 and then a comment on item 27.
Okay. Okay, for item 22, you're acting as the Sacramento County Water Agency. This is to approve a contract for North Vineyard Station Open Space Preserve Trail and Landscaping Project.
Great, thank you. My question isn't necessarily associated with this item, but it's related. And I received a complaint via email from residents in the Vineyard area about the maintenance being performed on the Vineyard Trail. And so I'm just asking whose responsibility, which department is responsible for that? Is that Parks? Is that Community Development?
I'm happy to take that and run with it. If you can, we can have a chat afterwards, or if you'd be so kind as to forward that to me, I can grab that and chat with the appropriate departments. I'm not sure offhand.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And then on item 27, this is, did you want to read that one, Flo?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
It's a retroactive authorization to execute a memorandum of understanding with the City of Elk Grove for the Community Prosecution Program.
And I just wanted to commend Elk Grove for stepping up to pay for this community prosecutor out of their budget, reimbursing the district attorney's office. I was at a meeting down in the Delta with Sheriff Cooper where he had an assigned community prosecutor for the Delta down there answering questions. And it was very well received by the members of the public to have somebody that is actually following up on crimes that have been committed and representing the desires of the community. So I wish them much success in this role as well. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Hume. Yes, the Community Prosecutor Program is a terrific program. So, okay, Supervisor Serna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item 39.
Okay, I'm going to read a summary of this title. This is a retroactive authorization to apply for and accept the Women's Recovery Response Program grant.
Great, thank you, Flo. I just wanted to congratulate, perhaps prematurely and ahead of time, everyone that's been involved with applying and securing these funds, and having talked with the county executive yesterday during my briefing about the engagement of the Commission on the Status of Women and Girls here in Sacramento County. It's very encouraging to understand that this is another resource that they can tap into. They don't get a very large budget at all, and to do the great work that they do. And having been intimately involved with the establishment of the commission, I just wanted to take time this morning and acknowledge the fact that this, for me, marks progress in terms of how we're all trying to find more resources for the great work that this commission does. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Cerna, for those comments. And I'd like to make a comment on item 23.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Yes, on item 23, you are also acting as a Sacramento County Water Agency, and this is about the award of the Phase 1B Art and Surface Area Pipe and Meter Project.
Okay, thank you.
The award is to Tyker Construction.
Thank you, Flo. So I'm just looking at our county staff. This is a very large project, installation of water meters, and it relates to a conversation we had during budget about when utilities will come in and tear up a portion of a roadway, and we always are trying to get the utilities to do more to repair both the portion of the roadway certainly that was impacted, but also the other part of the roadway that's impacted by the heavy vehicles that are using it. So I just want to, just let staff know that it's my expectation and that in this circumstance where that very utility is the Sacramento County Water Agency, I hope we can really work closely with our DOT to make sure we can do as much as we can to repair the roadways and mitigate the damage that's done. Oh, and Mr. Peterson coming up and make some comments. Thank you. That was not expected, but I appreciate it.
Good morning. Michael Peterson, Water Resources Director. Just want to let you know on the remaining phases, 1B, 3, 4, 5, and 6, the agency is paying for full slurry width. So whether or not we've, cut both sides of the street, we're in essence painting the entire project slurry-wise so that you have a uniform aesthetic when it's done and it's uniformly sealed. We're still working on how to deal with areas that need pavement restoration to find where we can sort of balance that shared cost. But we already committed to that.
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate it. And sometimes that slurry seal, frankly, is half the battle, even in the aesthetics. So.
And if I may quickly follow up on that, based on prior board comments, we have a meeting with the Water Agency this week as well as Regional SAN later this week to talk through those issues.
Okay. I know District 5 has the same situation. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Do we have any public comment on our consent items?
We do not. We had one person call in to make an off-agenda comment, and so we did let them know that the off-agenda has been closed, and that we'll reopen the phone line for the afternoon.
Okay, and then with that, I will turn to my colleagues for an entertain a motion on the consent calendar.
I'm sorry, I signed in.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ignore you. It was my oversight because I'm managing two queues. I apologize to the board and to the members of the public.
That's okay. Okay, you're up.
We do
Please.
have people.
My client and I are the commenting.
Okay.
So, is this for item 1? Or not?
Item 9.
I'm sorry, for item 9?
So
Okay.
we'll read that into the record.
Yeah, and just for the record, we have in-person comment for item 6 as well. So for item 9, this is the termination of contract for Collins Youth Detention Facility, replace personal alarm device system with 3D Technology Services.
Good morning. I am Frank Peterson, CEO of 3D Technology Services. A company has been doing business in Rancho Cordova for over 20 years. I am addressing agenda item 9's proposal to terminate the county's contract with 3D to install a personal alarm safety system in the BT Collins Youth Detention Facility. The Arista system that 3D was installing is much more accurate than the current system used at the county. The county wants to terminate our contract for claimed delay, but the county does not take responsibility for its role in causing the delay. Initially, the county specified a system that was no longer available. After observing the Arista system as installed in Napa State Hospital, the county then decided to use the Arista system for this project. The county approved 3D's proposed plan to install the ERISA system as recommended by the manufacturer, which required first installing access points and then configuring the system to accurately identify where exactly an alarm occurred in the facility. But the county then refused to allow 3D to implement the approved plan. Critically, they refused to allow us to install access points throughout the facility before configuring the system. This made configuring much more difficult and time-consuming, and made results less accurate. This also caused distrust in the system by the county inspection personnel, which we believe is behind the push to terminate the contract. When the county expressed concern about delays, we increased our crew size as directed, but we were not permitted to implement our scheduled recovery plan. We were able to largely complete the system backbone at a value of hundreds of thousands of dollars for which 3D has not been paid. In summary, county personnel refused to allow us to install the system as planned, but now blame 3D for delay they caused. Clearly, delays is not the concern of the staff, proposed to wait almost a year before resuming the work of the installation.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to wrap up your comments. You're beyond
one more
the time.
sentence. The county may have changed its mind about what it wants, but the appropriate step in that case is to negotiate a termination and pay 3D for what is fair, not to severely damage our reputation.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Your colleague can also comment or finish up your remarks that you weren't able to get to.
Good morning and thank you. I'm Jennifer Dower, outside counsel for 3D, also commenting on agenda item 9. Termination for default is a draconian measure that should be taken only in the most extreme circumstances. It indicates that a breach of contract was so serious that the county cannot obtain substantially what it contracted to obtain. A termination for default jeopardizes a contractor's continued existence, particularly when involved in public contracting. Before terminating for default, the county must notify 3D of the basis for termination and give 3D a reasonable opportunity to cure the claimed default. Here, the county notified 3D that the breach of contract was for delay, and that is why staff asks you to terminate 3D's contract today. Were there delays? Yes. But as my client explained, the delays were the result of the county refusing to allow 3D to install the system in the manner recommended by the manufacturer and as 3D planned, and the county accepted. Was 3D given a fair opportunity to address any delay? No. The county refused to permit 3D to take the actions necessary to recover the schedule. Did delay prevent the county from getting substantially what it contracted for? No. The county initially suspended work for 3 months, an action indicating that delay was not a concern. Had the county permitted 3D to continue work as 3D requested last fall and again this spring, the system would have been completed by now. The county now proposes to wait to complete the system for nearly a year. Clearly, delay is not and was not sufficiently critical to warrant termination of 3D's contract and potentially destroy its business. We request that the county decline to terminate 3D for default. Instead, the county should either negotiate a mutual termination if the county no longer wants the system it contracted for, or allow 3D to complete the work as planned, which can be done before June of 2024. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm going to look to county staff. I don't know if anybody who would be responding to this, any of these statements. I do have some questions. And county council, I mean, and perhaps county council would like to respond to this. Are you here to comment on item 6, I believe?
Item 9. I'm responding to.
Oh, okay,
Ms. Dower.
great. Thank you. Thank you.
Did you have a specific question? I'm sorry, Dion Marine, Deputy County Counsel.
If I may, procedurally, would it be better for us to pull this item off of consent?
That's what I was going to suggest. I mean, I have some questions, so I'll ask if we did pull this off and delayed it for a couple weeks, would that how would that impact our timeline with this project, or would that cause any issues in terms of our ability to terminate the contract at a later date?
I don't think so. I think 2 weeks. Hopefully, if it's on the next board agenda, I do know they're starting on the larger project in September.
Okay. And I don't want to take up too much time today discussing this, so that would be my request. And I'll look to my supervisor. I see heads nodding. Let's delay taking action on this item for a couple weeks. We can get some of these questions answered and have this discussion.
Thank you.
Okay, then we'll move. Thank you, Supervisor Hume. So we'll move to comments on item 6, I believe.
Yeah, do you want to take a motion to go ahead and officially continue that to the 25th?
Sure.
I'll move to continue the item to a date certain.
Okay, there we go. For item 9.
Unanimous vote.
Okay.
And
then
yes,
we'll go-
now we can take the public comments for item 6. This is the authority to execute retroactive agreements with the Community Spay and Neuter Clinic, a nonprofit, for an annual 6-year term. Sarah?
Thank you, Sarah. I thought you had left, so thanks for
It's hard to get rid of me. You'll find
taking
that out.
advantage of the opportunity to actually, have a discussion about it.
So I thank you guys for approving this and getting CSN back up and running, because they have been the backbone for getting all these cats fixed. They were there when Bradshaw failed to do anything with the cats at the Hoarder House. They found appointments for me so I could get those cats fixed and do something with them. CSN has gone, Community Spay and Neuter has gone above and beyond for the community cats. They have a great program going. We just need more. I mean, there's not enough spay and neuter appointments. There's not enough vets. I don't think the shelter has enough vets to where they could do theirs, because I think if the shelter had their animals taken care of more at the shelter instead of sending them to community spay and neuter, we could get more personal cats in, more dogs in. I just saw somebody paying over $1,000 to get a dog neutered and his shots. That is crazy. We need these low-cost spay and neuter clinics. We need pop-up spay and neuter clinics. So thank you for approving this. And Community Spay and Neuter has been doing an awesome job. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Sarah.
Okay, next is Maria.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maria, and I'm a feral cat trapper here and an advocate for CNN for hiring more vets. First of all, our CSN, Community Spay and Neuter Clinic, needs to be paid for the services that they have provided in good faith for the last 6 to 7 months. They do an exceptional job for the city and the county of Sacramento, and we are very lucky to have them. Please make sure they are paid promptly. Secondly, Sacramento County needs more vets. To put in perspective, CSN opened the appointments for August yesterday, which was the 10th of July. The domestic appointments were gone in less than 30 minutes, and the feral community cat appointments were gone in just an hour. The county relies on CSN and SPCA for low-cost spay and neuter for domestic pets and for feral cats. CSN desperately needs another vet, which would hopefully open more days to the public, since they are only open to the public Tuesday through Thursday for pets, for the civilians that need to get their domestic cats fixed. But not only that, CSN only spays 15 cats per day, which is for 3 days, which is 45 cats a week. In comparison to SPCA, SPCA is doing roughly 150 feral cats a week. So they are able to do more so because they have 4 vets. The county is big and heavily relies on this resource. With the demand of the kitten season right now, the rescues, because there's a kitten season right now, the rescues need them. The shelters are so behind, they're basically pushing all the kittens over to CSN. So now we need more appointments because there's none available. Animal rescues, trappers like myself, the general public, and the cats and kittens and dogs on altar that need it the most would benefit from 1 to 2 vets for CSN. If another vet isn't hired soon, the problem will get bigger than it already is, and our county will be suffering with more animals in the street and altar than we are currently. I'm a mother of 2 young children, and I put my life into this, and I really hope that we can do this because these feral cats are suffering, these kittens are suffering, and everybody's frustrated of having these animals come into their yard, not having any answers or any way to help these animals out because they're suffering because we can't get them to spay neutered. If we could catch up and everything, we would be able to have more
Ms.
animals
Maria,
adopted
could you
out.
please
Thank
wrap
you.
up? Thank you.
Maria, thank you, and I certainly appreciate the work of Community Spay and Neuter, especially that, the continuing to do the work despite this issue that we've had that we're hopefully going to be correcting here in a few moments. But I also want to follow this up with a conversation with our animal care director and myself and talk about going forward, do they have the resources they need? So, okay, so thank you very much. Anybody on the phone for
We do.
consent
So
items?
we have one person for item 25, which is the adoption of the military equipment for the ordinance. If you could transfer the caller. Hi, caller. If you could mute the meeting in the background. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning and greetings to all supervisor members. My name is Christine Schimperle, and today I'm requesting your attention to the proposed ordinance related to the military equipment policy specified in agenda item number 25. As a Sacramento County resident of District 3, and having recently received several calls of concern from county residents related to terms cited in Section 2, severability. The second sentence of this clause reads as follows. The Board of Supervisors hereby declares that it would have adopted this ordinance and each provision thereof, irrespective of whether any one or more provisions are found invalid, unconstitutional, or otherwise unenforceable. The inquiry is to the constitutionality of the verbiage within this specific provision of the proposed ordinance. Therefore, I'm requesting your commitment and reconsideration.
Ma'am, hello. Oh, somehow the line got disconnected, I think on her end. So would you like us to try and reach her back?
And if you can reach her back, we'll try to squeeze in the
Okay.
remainder of the comments.
All
Let's
right.
move forward.
Okay.
Okay, Supervisor Frost.
Thank you, Chair Desmond. I did receive a couple of questions regarding this, and I've seen this written in many ordinances over the years that we've passed, the idea that if something is found to be unconstitutional, it can be extracted from the ordinance without affecting the ordinance, but I wonder if you could make a comment on it for the benefit of those that are concerned.
As you indicated, Supervisor Frost, that's exactly the intention of the language, is that if a portion of the ordinance is later deemed to be unconstitutional, it doesn't deem the entire ordinance to be, or the action by the board to be unconstitutional or null and void. The remainder would stay.
It's not that we think there's anything unconstitutional. This is something we do every year.
This is standard language
It's
that is used across the
transparency
state.
to the public. And so thank you very much. I think that will help, hopefully help. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Frost.
She's in the progress of trying
Trying to get back.
reach her and transfer her, and I've got her time paused.
Okay. Well, let's take action on the consent agenda. If she does call back in, we'll provide her another minute with comments. But thank you for that question, Supervisor Frost. So I'd entertain a motion on the remainder of the consent calendar.
I'll move the consent, noting that item 9 has been pulled.
Okay, please vote.
Unanimous vote. And let the record reflect that item 9 has been continued to July 25th.
Okay. Thank you. Gosh, we're over an hour off calendar. I feel like a failure this meeting. That'll bring us to item 56.
Yes, item 56 is the 2023 California State Fair update.
Yes, that's you, Mr. Martinez. Please make your way to the podium. Bad timing with the heat wave coming. Welcome.
Okay. Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Desmond, supervisors, staff. My name is Tom Martinez. I am the new CEO of the California State Fair. In a second, I'll introduce the gentleman to my right. Well, I've been in this role for about 8 months, maybe 8-9 months. I've had the opportunity to make some new adjustments and modernizations, as I call it, to the State Fair. You'll learn about that shortly. I had an opportunity last year to come in front of you to talk to you and thank you for our work with your staff as it relates to the COVID response. It was outstanding. I could say a few other choice words, but we did well. I think we learned a lot about each other, and that provided some fruitful response as we had a storm come in January. Actually, it was New Year's Eve and kind of went from there, right? But as a result of us working together during COVID, we learned a few things together, and I think that helped out tremendously during the storms. As you know, you had a number of your constituents, especially in the South County, go through experience flood, in which case, knowing it was going to rain and knowing that we had saw the forecast like you, we began working with your staff, put together some space so that we didn't miss a beat. I wanted to commend your county executive for helping me with that as well, and her team, staff, your OES crew. Anyways, what it did show and illustrate for us is that whatever comes next, I think we're ready to tackle it. And emergencies don't seem to be going away anytime soon. Anyways, and thank you very much for that. Okay, back to the business at hand. For the next 30 minutes, I wanted to talk to you about, come on, hey. There you go. That's a long story. Okay, we're gonna go faster. Here's our new banner, here's our new illustration. It'll answer itself as to the colors and why we went this route in a little bit here. I'm going to talk to you about that investment as we are focusing on kids and that type of investment and what we're going to do shortly. Actually, here's this character. My staff really liked that photo, so there you go. You may know me from some of those things, especially the emergency response of working with you. Click go forward. Our history, this would be our 169th year of the California State Fair. We have some special things in store. Anyways, this kind of goes a little bit over the history, but to move things along, because I know you have enormous matters on your agenda today. I'm moving faster because I don't want Patrick to say, you're longer than Rick these days. Anyways, post-COVID, now we're back in 2023. You see this is our main gate area. If you walk through it this Friday, you'll notice some changes. And as I mentioned, modernization and investments, you'll notice that we are upgrading our front entry in a number of different ways, and we'll continue to do that next year as well. Okay, emergency preparedness, you're familiar with some of this, but what people could see when they come to the State Fair is obviously we've invested in 2 miles of gas lines underground throughout the property, reinforced our roofs. There's no more no more leaks in our big buildings, which is helpful, and our buildings are ready for whatever heat may come our way, as we have new air conditioners this year in all of our major buildings. Our upgraded our water treatment facility, so when the zombie apocalypse comes, we have some fresh water on site. Moving through, we have increased Wi-Fi. What we're noticing is more people want more Wi-Fi. Okay, some of the changes that I alluded to: increased staffing, increased security, increased programming for the next generation of fairgoers, children. I'll get into that in a little bit. Our largest concert series investment in the history. If you haven't seen our concert lineup, don't sleep on it. It's impressive. And something my colleague to my right, who I'll introduce shortly, I keep saying that, is that for the first time in near memory, my predecessors couldn't pull this off. And with the help of Matt here, we have competitors from all 58 counties in California competing this year's California State Fair. So we will have lots of new visitors, which means lots of new hotel rooms to be available in tax dollars, which may help you guys with some of the efforts you're facing. Okay, here's the concert lineup I mentioned. We open up this Friday with Fits and the Tantrums. If you don't know who they are, they're sure to make your hands clap. Okay. And then we, you got it now. There you go. There you go. Okay, here's our concert lineup. You can go through it. I'll let you look at it. And we conclude with Trace Atkins on closing night. Yes, that got your attention, huh? Leanne Rhymes, look at that, huh? Third Eye Blind, Boys to Men, you haven't heard of them, right? The crowd behind me is quiet. All right. Just to throw you a little loop here, the first concert that we thought was the first one to kind of skyrocket in sales was Scotty McCreery, somebody who won American Idol. I don't know if people follow that. Anyways, he's been outpaced, and anyways, we're going to get to that in a second. You'll see. Here we go. For those of you who might think these are the top right here. These are the top ticket sellers. We have almost 7 concerts that are completely sold out. Wow. Imagine that compared to last year's 2. And we have a bunch that are right behind it. And actually, I'll cut to the chase here. The largest ticket seller of this group here, of the State Fair, is the Isley Brothers. What's older to some is new again. I'll leave it at that. Okay, Ashanti's right there. Ashanti's right there. Okay. All right, there's the order. Thank you, Annie. Okay. Looking to the future. Now, here's where I want to introduce this gentleman to my right. This gentleman to my right is Matthew Cranford. He's our new Deputy General Manager. More importantly, I've stole him from another fair. But one thing you need to know, and this is somebody you'll hear more of in the future, is wherever Matthew goes, he brings about some new innovations that have modernized the fairs that he has been at. And more importantly, he is your Sacramento County fair manager as well. I thought I would just give him an opportunity to say something for 5 seconds. Look at that.
Yeah, good morning.
There you go. Patrick likes him already.
That's what makes us all smile.
All right, here we go. So, okay, so I'll wrap up a little bit here. Right? Looking to the future. So we are expanding entertainment and sports, concerts, and modernizing our water park. You'll hear more about that. We have a water park operator we're in discussions with that will put a $30 million investment initially into the water park. Some of the people we're working with are from out of the area. They bring new ideas. They've worked with Disney World, Disneyland, Universal Studios, Six Flags, to name a few. That'll give you maybe a little direction of where we might be going. Utilizing Heart Health Park in new ways. Yes, we have a lot of soccer games that take place. Our goal is to have more festivals. We're working on some new things that allow us to have more control of the schedule so that we can book some events years in advance. It's kind of hard to do when you have a soccer team that has a schedule as well. That's important to them. We are looking to be a potential new venue for X Games. And this one, it might be of interest to some of you. Potential new ways to work with the film industry. I can't say much about this right now, but some of you may know where I'm going. There is a lot of interest in making movies in Northern California, and Sacramento is being looked at as that place, and it may be that Cal Expo is a site for that. That comes with a lot of jobs, especially in catering, a lot of hotels, which may be something we add to our fairgrounds as well. Lastly, the potential renewable energy resource for the region. We're realizing that in times of emergency, people count on us. So we're worked on our gas lines, our water, our roofs, and all that. The one thing remaining, renewable energy. Because when the grid goes down, we go down as well. So we're looking at that to make us sustainable in the future. So that is, how did I do, Patrick? All right.
It's not bad.
That concludes my prepared remarks for you guys. I was told to be quick, but I also wanted to open up to any questions that you may have for myself or Matt.
Okay, I don't see any. I have a couple comments and questions. First of all, out of the large municipal bodies in Northern California, we're the more serious and stoic of the two, certainly here locally. But don't confuse that with a lack of enthusiasm for the State Fair, Tom, because I certainly am very enthusiastic. I will tell you that, when you're coming here, really to pander to the audience here, you should have tried to book unsupervised on that list of concerts there. Maybe next year. I know that's tough. It's tough to.
We have actually played the State Fair.
Well, see,
So you're right. We had Third Eye Blind, Boys to Men, unsupervised, Ashanti. There we go.
I also, is it true, I did hear that one of my colleagues on this board, when he was a young lad, really did a lot of work at Cal Expo, you know, mucking out horse stalls, security. And is it true there might be some old photos that will be on display? See what you can find, please.
They've been locked away, as I understand.
No, but but thank you for coming here today, Matt. And I think the venue or the acts that you've booked are very, very exciting. I love what you've talked about in terms of some of the investments at Cal Expo. I want to see Cal Expo just really maximized as a amenity, as a destination for people, and certainly as an economic generator in the city of Sacramento and in Arden Arcade. As you know, it's right on the edge of District 3, the district I represent. So thank you for all your work, and I just, hopefully you won't be using that photo of you in the marketing materials, because I'm not sure how far that's going to get you. Now I'll turn to Supervisor Kennedy.
Oh, boy.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Tom, you did a fantastic job keeping us on schedule. Appreciate that. But I also want to thank you for the work that you're doing in the community and with Cal Expo. You know, I have a long history with the place, and it's near and dear to my heart. And I think that the investments that you're putting into the infrastructure, hopefully we can make this a 12-month-a-year of destination, and not just for the fair. But you guys are doing just fantastic work, making it more comfortable, making it more fun. And what I like is I always appreciate the fact that, you know, you guys never rest on your laurels. You're always looking for another thing to do the next year that's even better than the before. And I think it's made really, I think, the best state fair in the United States. So thank you for your work.
Appreciate that.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. Our county exec has a comment.
Yeah, I just want to thank you, Tom, for the partnership during the January storms. You and I talked regularly and came to a really good resolution, and I know it was difficult. These things are, but really appreciate your partnership on that.
You're very much welcome. Very much welcome.
Thank you, man. Okay, well, that's it for any public comment on this.
Thank you.
We do not have any
Well,
public
hopefully we'll
comments.
see you all out at the fair. And Tom, we really appreciate your partnership, and the county is committed to continuing this partnership with Cal Expo. And, you know, please pass that along to your board as well.
I will. Thank you so much.
Okay, now we'll move on to item 57.
Okay, for item 57, this is a presentation of resolution congratulating President Robert Nelson of California State University, Sacramento, upon the occasion of his retirement.
I'll ask President Nelson to maybe join me at the podium. Oh, let me get some notes. Thank you, Robert. Thank you for waiting so patiently. It's a good thing this wasn't last year, because you would have been waiting much longer. And that's an inside joke. Most people know what we're talking about. But I have really been looking forward, well, it's bittersweet, to presenting you with this resolution upon the occasion of your retirement. And I know my colleagues will have a lot to say as well. You and I met for the first time shortly after I got elected, and I was just immediately impressed with what an amazing human being that you are to so many people. I mean, you have inspired a lot of people and are leaving a huge legacy at Sac State and in this Sacramento region. And I'm going to read most of this resolution, so please bear with me, and then I'll turn it over to you to say a few words, and then turn it over to my colleagues to make some comments. So whereas Robert Nelson is being recognized by the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors as he retires from his position at California State University, Sacramento. Following 8 years of service to the students, alumni, and faculty, President Nelson is honored by family, friends, and community members from throughout the Sacramento region. President Nelson is the first in his family to attend college, earning his bachelor's and master's degrees in political science from BYU and his doctorate from the University of Chicago's John U. Neff Committee on Social Thought. And as president of California State University, President Nelson committed his service to ensuring students graduate with less debt and have career opportunities available after graduation. His relentless pursuit of academic excellence and student success has led the university to achieve an increase of more than 200% in the number of students who graduate within 4 years. And whereas California State University, Sacramento has a larger and more diverse student body than ever, which can be attributed to President Nelson's dedication to student success, his efforts to raise the university's profile in the region, his commitment to diversity and inclusion, and his deep love for what he warmly calls the Hornet family, among other notable accomplishments. And whereas President Nelson is respected and loved by staff and students and will be missed for his compassion, dedication, and enthusiasm that he demonstrated at all events. And in retirement, he will enjoy more time with his wife, Jody, as they embark on the next chapter of their lives. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors, County of Sacramento, State of California, on behalf of the people of Sacramento County, hereby extend our sincere appreciation to President Robert Nelson for his dedicated service to the California State University community, and further commends him for his exceptional contributions to the betterment of the university, offers its very best wishes to Robert and Jody Nelson for good health, much happiness, and many blessings in the years to come, and finally joins him in a hearty Stingers Up. Thank you. All right, I'll present this to you. Flo will take a picture of us holding this. Say a few words, and I'll turn it over to my colleagues to make some comments.
You all know I'll cry. Just me. It's been an honor to live in Sacramento County and to be the president of Sacramento's University. And it is Sacramento's University. We have increased the graduation rates by 272%. Wow. That has resulted in the last 5 years, $440 million in savings that would have gone for students' debt if they had not graduated in 4 years. $440 million we saved them. But that really isn't as important as the students that have graduated and what they will do to transform this world and transform this county. I believe in Sac State. I believe in the students and the faculty. I believe in the new president. Luke Wood is a strong man. He will do a great job, and he will follow in the traditions. In just a little while, I get to head back to the university because we are having the first Homeless World Cup in the United States. 40 countries, 400 matches, all people who were homeless at one point but are not homeless anymore. There is a way out, and Sac State is committed to it. And tomorrow, I invite everyone here to the symposium on the solutions for homelessness that we will have on our campus, because we are dedicated to being part of everything. And I'm sorry, and I know it's irreverent, but I have to do what I have to do, okay? Sac State is number one! Stingers up!
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. President, I know that you know my very long and strong connection with the university, both as a proud alum, doing my undergraduate work there, but my late parents were both instructors at the university, and in fact, the first circumstance on which I was present at the university was not as a student, but it was during the very, very early 70s in the university's daycare. That's how far back I go with Sac State. And every time I have the good fortune of visiting the campus, and on occasion I've had a chance to teach. I've taught 2 different geography upper division courses about 20 years ago. And that was certainly an experience that taught me how challenging teaching can be, but how important it is. So all of that is to say that it's a very important institution to me personally, and I think perhaps a large part of being president of that kind of institution is to really be a steward of its legacy and to improve upon it, leave it a better place than when you found it. And I think undoubtedly you've achieved that greatly, as you cited only one of the metrics for your accomplishments. And I, for one, am going to miss you here in our community, not just as our president, but as a strong community member that wears his emotions on his sleeves. He's the only man I know who can cry both in English and Spanish. So, but in all seriousness, I wish you the best, Mr. President, you and Jody, and really know that you have a place in Sacramento at Sac State, but here in the broader community of the county, anytime you want. When you come back, and I hope you will come back to visit, please know that this board and this county and our constituents will look forward to that. And again, we all wish you the best in your retirement. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, I have to say that I've never seen anybody in my time in Sacramento, which is my life, that became a Sacramentan the day that you walked in the door. You are Sacramento. You're also a rare Texas vegetarian, which is weird. But I think that what I take away from your tenure, there are presidents who pride themselves on brick and mortar and fundraising and all those things. But what I appreciate about you as an alum myself is your laser light focus on students. It's always about students. I've never seen a president of a university that was more focused on the well-being of their students. And it goes beyond the graduation rates, which I appreciate. It goes to the mental health of their students that you've always advocated for. It goes for helping our students that are homeless, which you have advocated for. The food bank that you've advocated for. You have a heart like no president of a university I've ever seen, and I thank you for being here in Sacramento while you were.
Thank you, Patrick.
President Nelson, I just want to say that I remember some of the first moments I saw you. You had a big cowboy hat on. I remember you seeming like a giant of a man, and I want to say that over the years, you've been more than a president to Sac State. You've been intricately engaged in the economic interests of the region with your service on Greater Sacramento Economic Council, and you were there listening to what everyone was talking about and why aren't our students able to graduate in 4 years, and you took on those challenges and made a difference. And I just want to say that you're beloved, and it's something that it's hard to see you go. I know you'll be a hard shoes to follow, but I hope you have a wonderful retirement and you enjoy your time moving forward. And hopefully you're not leaving. You are not leaving. You'll be here, but I want to wish you all the best in your future.
So I'll try and keep my comments brief. I was going to draw little stingers up next to my signature on the resolution, but my artistic skills aren't very good, and I was afraid I'd get the wrong finger, and that would have sent a completely different message. But, I want to echo everything that my colleagues have said and say this with no disrespect to the alumni in the room, but you've really elevated Sacramento State, and you've elevated it in the region. You've elevated its prominence. You've elevated it from kind of a sleepy commuter school to I think it has a much more on-campus presence. And you've really, I think, attracted events such as what's taking place right now that have made it more of an asset to the community and more of the fabric of the community. And I can tell you that I know people who have attended there under your tenure. I know people who have worked for your administration and worked on the campus. And as was said, the genuine heart and passion that you bring forward to the job did not go unnoticed and will be extremely missed. And I have every faith that Dr. Wood will be a competent successor, but your tenure is something that for which I hope you are immensely proud and will take forward in your life with a lot of genuine reflection on the good work that you did. Thank you for it.
Thank you.
Our county executive.
I just want to say a few words, President Nelson. I wasn't going to speak, but my father retired as the chair of the Department of Education at Sac State many, many years ago. He passed shortly after you took over, but he was so excited about you taking over because of your reputation about focusing on students. The reason my father chose Sac State for his career is because it was a teaching institution and it was about the students, and he felt the same way that it was all about the students that you do. So I too am an alum from Sac State. My mother got her master's degree at Sac State. How many people in this room, raise your hand if you're a graduate from Sac State? So it's a legacy here in Sacramento, Sac State is, and you've done a fantastic job, and my father would be proud. Thank you for your service.
If I can just give one last number. I didn't state this goal when I came here, but we were accepting a little over 9,500 students every year, and we were graduating a little over 7,300. That meant we were losing 2,200 students every year. Everyone would say it's impossible, you can't graduate everybody. You can't. But we graduated this year 9,574 students when we accepted 9,500. Now we did it by going and getting people to come back. And the comebackers allowed us to make up that. We're still losing some students, but we're dedicated to graduating all students. And how about that football team?
That's right.
How about that? 3 times champions.
Well, I'm going to actually ask my colleagues to come down and take a photo with you and your successor, Dr. Wood, who's back there. Is that Dr. Wood back there? No, it's not. I'm sorry. I thought he was. Well, we're going to take a picture with you. But one question I have, and just to echo some of my colleagues' comments, the thing is about Sac State, whether you went there or not now, there's a sense of pride in this university, in this region, that I have never seen in my lifetime. And I have a deep connection to Sac State as well, my grandfather, and that is because of you. And we are just so proud of this institution. And you have brought it to the forefront for everybody. One last question. Are you leaving the Annie Oakley saddle there for your success, or are you taking it with you?
No,
You're taking it with you? Okay. Yeah. So we'll take a picture with you here, President. Oh, and Jody, where is Jody? Is Jody here?
Oh.
She's not here. No,
I thought that, sorry, I thought that. No, Rita. Okay, Miss Rita, sorry about that. Let's scoot in the middle so we can get the logo. It looks really nice like that. Scoot in, get together. Oh, let's do the stingers up.
You have to be a stinger?
No. I made that executive decision. Okay, and let me get Miss Rita's phone. Okay, let's do the stingers up. And there we go. And then the biggest smile you can possibly give. There we go.
Okay.
So how many of these do you have to go for a while?
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
You going to travel?
No, we're kind of immigration reform.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you. We didn't have any public comment on that, did we?
We do not. I
Okay.
just double checked and no comments.
Then we will move on to item 58.
Yes, great. Okay, item 58 is the presentation of resolution honoring the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office Major Narcotics Bureau.
Mr. Chair and members of the board and members of the public, it's my distinct honor this morning, is it still morning? Yeah, barely, to offer this resolution by the Board of Supervisors honoring the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office Major Narcotics Bureau. Some might ask, well, why would you present a resolution to our law enforcement arm here in Sacramento County for basically doing their job? Well, that's true. They're doing their job, and I'll go into the details here in a minute. But this is really to honor the Major Narcotics Bureau for some exemplary work that they've recently accomplished to get what I consider to be some of the most acute poison on our streets, off our streets, and that is methamphetamine. And for those that know me, this is something that I've dedicated my focus on since the beginning of my time here on the Board of Supervisors. I'm convinced, remain convinced, that, of course, fentanyl, opioids are a huge problem, not just here, but across the country. But methamphetamine has a particular contribution, I'm convinced, to some of the worst situations that we see in our society. Homelessness, the addiction is very strong, the drug is very cheap, and the effects of methamphetamine abuse, unlike many other substances, can be permanent. It can permanently affect your psychology and your cognitive abilities. And so when I learned through the media of a recent accomplishment, a bust that the Major Narcotics Bureau was able to achieve, the first thing I did was text Sheriff Cooper and suggest to him that we, the board, acknowledge the Bureau appropriately with this resolution. And there are some facts in here that I think bear mentioning, so I am going to read the resolution in its entirety because I think it's actually educational. Whereas the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office Major Narcotic Bureau consists of California Multi-Jurisdictional Methamphetamine Enforcement Team, CalMet, and the High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area HIDTA Task Force. And whereas over the years, the Major Narcotics Bureau has remained steadfast in its mission to conduct long-term investigations leading to the identification, disruption, and dismantling of drug trafficking organizations. And whereas the Major Narcotics Bureau consists of officers from Sacramento County Sheriff's Office, Sacramento Police Department, and Sacramento County Probation Department. And whereas in 2022, the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office Major Narcotics Bureau was responsible for seizing 535 pounds of methamphetamine, 41 pounds of cocaine, 11 pounds of heroin, 41 pounds of fentanyl, 47,828 pounds of marijuana, and 68 firearms. And whereas on May 17th, 2023, it concluded a long-term investigation of a drug trafficking organization with ties to the Sinaloa cartel. The results of this takedown were the seizure of 764 pounds of methamphetamine, 1,360 pounds of liquid methamphetamine, 2.5 pounds of cocaine, 34 pounds of marijuana, 8 rifles, and 6 handguns. Additionally, 2 active methamphetamine labs were located and dismantled, and 4 suspects were taken into custody with additional arrests expected in the future. And whereas, due to the extraordinary efforts of the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office Major Narcotics Bureau, over a ton of poison in the form of methamphetamine was prevented from being released into the community. And whereas, this is to date the largest single methamphetamine seizure in the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office Major Narcotics Bureau history. And whereas the contributions of the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office Major Narcotics Bureau has made to the local area and beyond are invaluable and reflect on an organization devoted to the highest ideals of community service. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors do hereby commend the Sacramento Sheriff's Office Major Narcotics Bureau for their vital role in protecting and keeping the streets and the community of Sacramento safe. And so I know that we have with us here today in chambers Lieutenant John Homan and, of course, Under Sheriff Mike Ziegler. So I'd certainly offer the podium to them to say a few words. But again, gentlemen, thank you, and thank you to your team. We'd have more of the team here, but because they do some covert operations, obviously we want to be respectful of that. But we are looking forward in my office, district office, of meeting everyone involved in some of those seizures. And so with this resolution, I want to congratulate you both and your teams.
Mike Ziegler, Under Sheriff, Sacramento County. I'd like to thank the chair and the board members, but I'd really like to spotlight Supervisor Cerna. He caught wind of the story, and I really learned, same with the sheriff, learned how important this is to him, to his heart, to his mission of keeping these dangerous drugs off the street. Little comparison, both me and the sheriff worked narcotics. I worked from major narcotics from 2003 to 2009. Back then, we had one of the biggest narcotics teams in the state of California. That's when methamphetamine was rampant, and we actually made an impact. But we had 50-plus detectives in the building. We had a dedicated prosecutor, and we had a lot of resources. We were actually chasing major drug trafficking organizations and especially major labs, methamphetamine labs, out of Sacramento County. To put that in perspective, back then, a kilo of methamphetamine was $13,000. Today, the problem is so rampant, it's $850 to $1,000 a kilo. Now, in comparison to what we did back then and the prices of kilos, this narcotics team did this entire case, complex case, multiple search warrants, multiple locations. They only have 9 detectives. We had 50. And so I, on behalf of Sheriff Cooper, myself, being old narcotics guys, we are super proud of this team, and this is very deserving, and I'd like to thank them personally, and I'd also like to thank Supervisor Cerna again. Thank you.
Thank you both. Thanks again. Thank you, Under Sheriff.
Got it.
Can I get a picture of something?
Sure. Yeah, let's face that way. In the middle. Yep.
Thank you for smiling.
My best to do that.
Did the undersheriff smile? Oh my goodness. Well, I just want to make a comment. First, thank Supervisor Cerna as well. I mean, he has really led the charge on doing what we can from this dais or from the county's perspective to address the methamphetamine crisis and the complications, the complexities that it adds to addressing our homelessness crisis is just huge. And appreciate your stalwart work on this, and I agree with you, and I certainly stand with you, and also thank you. I know a lot of your executive team is up there as well, Under Sheriff Ziegler, and thanks to all of you, and thanks to the team for the valuable work you're doing. And I like that this shines a light on that valuable work, but certainly shines a light on this methamphetamine and heroin and fentanyl epidemic that we're facing in our community. That is unbelievable. $13,000 a kilo. Now it's $800 to $1,000 a kilo. That just tells you that we are just flooded with these horrible drugs that are killing people and making it so much more difficult to address this homelessness crisis we face. So thank you all for your efforts, and thank you, Supervisor Shrine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we'll move on to item 59.
And item 59 is the presentation of resolution recognizing July 16th through the 22nd of 2023 as Probation Supervision Week for Sacramento County.
Chief, thanks for being here. Thanks for waiting. I am not going to read this entire resolution, but the reason we're here is to recognize Probation Supervision Week in Sacramento County, the week of July 16th through 22nd. And I know you'll be talking a lot about the valuable work that your office does and your probation officers do. And as someone who's retired in law enforcement and worked a lot around probation, I've always been so impressed with probation in general, the role as a law enforcement agency, but the role of an agency that is there to improve people's lives, get them reconnected with the community while keeping the community safe. And it takes a very special person to be able to do that. You know, a lot of the sheriff's left the room, and law enforcement officers, mainstream law enforcement officers like sheriff and CHP and the police department, they don't get to know the people as well as you do, and they don't have an opportunity to understand the challenges that people face. Your officers do, your staff does, and the work that you do in transforming lives is just amazing for youth and for adults. So I just am so, and when I was a CHP commander here in Sacramento County, I had worked in Los Angeles County, and it became very apparent to me that Sacramento County had among the best probation department in the state of California, certainly under your predecessor and under your leadership as well. So I'm very, very proud of that. I think we all have a lot to be proud of in your role in helping us all work on some of the criminal justice reform, certainly addressing our homelessness crisis. You and your entire staff, the entire department, has been such great partners, and so thank you for all the work you do. And I am just happy to, on behalf of the board, recognize July 16th through 22nd as Probation Supervision Week in Sacramento County, and honor all our probation officers and recognize their professionalism and contributions to the community. So, and I'll give you a chance to talk more. But first, we'll do the obligatory photo op.
So thank you, Chair. Good morning, still morning. Members of the board, just want to say thank you, really, on behalf of the entire department, our officers, our administrative professionals, the management team that supports me specifically. Appreciate your support for the department, both in terms of resources, but also just, recognizing the work that we do. It's not without challenges, certainly 22, 23, full of challenges, I think some well documented, whether it be, our work with, Division of Juvenile Justice Realignment or our efforts to support, jail alternatives and expanding pretrial really has tested us. And, I think the coming year will be, certainly no exception to that. Even with the challenges, we still continue to look at, how can we innovate and be better partners to all the stakeholders, recognizing obviously that, the job is not easy. We're in the business of, behavior change. And, you're absolutely right, Chair, as it relates to, the unique brand of law enforcement that probation is. We are with people and establish relationships and engage and see them fail and continue to offer supports. And, with the idea that at some point when they're ready and they take advantage of the opportunities, we will all see success as well. And so let me just make sure I acknowledge, members of our adult court services and pretrial team who are with me today. Thank you all for being here. we appreciate the support, county executive's office as well, as it relates to the efforts that we share in. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Any comments from Supervisor Cernak?
Thank you. Thank you, Chief, for being here and those salient remarks. I know this is something that we do annually, but I think it deserves to be mentioned yet again that besides everything that is on paper that describes the duties of our folks in probation, I think we're all very much well aware that there's an over and above aspect to all the people that work in probation. I've seen it for myself. I know our community has benefited from it, whether it is volunteering to do neighborhood cleanups. Several times I've had the good fortune of working shoulder to shoulder with POs and others from probation to help clean up the American River Parkway. So I think in addition to all the great work that they do, really kind of being that hybrid sworn law enforcement and social worker at times, it is the fact that they're very, very invested in the community, and that shows through all the additional time and energy they put into doing great work to serve the same people that we're elected to serve. So just want to make mention of that.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
And I'll just add that, I think the general public probably has no idea the breadth and scope of the probation department and what you all do. I know I certainly didn't prior to pursuing this role. And, I would say that the amazing thing is that I don't think that anybody is Pollyanna necessarily about the population of individuals they're dealing with and the circumstances that brought them there, but the amount of compassion and passion that you bring to the job and really try and help people get through this and get on to better stages in life. And so I just commend all of you for the work you put in. Thank you.
Thank you. So I am, since you have a big crew here, I'm going to invite you to have everybody come down and take a photo in the well, if you don't mind.
Come on down. Yeah.
I'll invite my colleagues to join us. Supervisor Kennedy,
Get the steps in, though.
We can make room.
Get back. All right, who wants somebody gets to hold it?
We need a bigger well.
Yeah, I think we It's about you guys.
There you go. Get in and.
We have to stand behind the podium.
Yeah, yeah, because you cover her.
I go.
Why don't you come up front? Why don't you come up front? Just the way your height is. Oh, that's good. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. We're going to do mine and then your photographer. 1, 2, and 3. I'm going to ask you to give the biggest smile ever. Yay! Thank you so much. Okay, let's get in the track.
1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Great. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, 60.
So we'll go to item 60.
Okay, so item 60 is the presentation of resolutions recognizing July as Parks and Recreation Month and July 31st as World Ranger Day.
Do you want me to skip my PowerPoint?
You have a PowerPoint?
I have one.
Yeah, I'll do this and. All right. Can you move over so I can talk? So We have two, I'm not going to read these resolutions either. You can stand next to me, Liz. Liz Bellis, our Parks Director. There's two resolutions we are presenting, and then I'll turn it over to Liz to do her PowerPoint. The first is recognizing July as Parks and Rec Month, and I know Liz will have a lot more to say about this, but this is so important for so many reasons. The amenity that our parks and recreation provide to the community, not only for their physical health, but mental health, but what it adds to our communities and the partnerships that you provide with so many different community organizations. And we have an awful lot to be proud of, and this board has made an awful lot of investments in our regional parks to make sure they are beautiful, safe, and clean, and just an amazing recreational amenity. This is the gem of Sacramento County. This is why a lot of people choose to live here. Certainly, I'm among them, and every one of my colleagues enjoy our parks and recreation in Sacramento County. So thank you, Liz, for all of your efforts, and I'm proud to, on behalf of the board, recognize July as Parks and Recreation Month. So then I will move on to the other resolution, which will call for another photograph. I apologize, Supervisor Kennedy, in a few moments. But July 31st is recognized as World Ranger Day. And so what a great opportunity for us to pause and reflect about rangers all over the world and the role they do in different parts of this country, different parts of the world. They protect people, they protect wildlife, they work in small cities, big cities, indigenous communities, and perform so many different duties. But here, certainly in Sacramento County, it's our Sacramento County park rangers who I've worked closely with. I know several of my colleagues, certainly Supervisor Cerna has worked very closely with, and we're very, very proud of you all. And I'm very happy that we have an opportunity to recognize you and the work you do protecting over 15,000 acres in our local regional parks district. So on behalf of the board, I also thank you and recognize July 31st as World Ranger Day and express our appreciation for all the work you do. And we will have you come down here in a moment to take a photo with all of us. So, and with that, I'll turn it over to you, Liz.
All right, in recognition of the prior item, Stingers Up, class of 97. It's terrible how old I'm getting, but that's okay. Yes, July is Parks and Recreation Month. July 31st is World Ranger Day, and I have with me some colleagues, fellow recreation professionals that were able to stick it out through this long morning, and several of my ranger crew also here, so we'll have everyone come down after I get through this, and I'll go quickly. So nationwide, there are over 160,000 full-time park and recreation professionals. Locally, we have 21 agencies that provide parks and recreation services to Sacramento communities. And this is a map just to kind of give you an overview of all of the different communities and how they're spread out throughout Sacramento. And parks make life better. This is a campaign that's been brought forward by the California Recreation and Parks Society. And there we go. But how do parks make life better? We provide nature, beauty, and serenity for your community. Positive spaces for free time fun, play, safe outdoor spaces, exercise, healthy movement. And that is why the National Recreation and Park Association has recognized that July is Parks and Recreation Month and is where community grows. So just a few key facts that we'll just go through really fast. We'll throw that up there. Don't want to take up too much time. Just notice 90% of people think that parks are very important to their life. People visit parks and recreation frequently. And visiting parks and trails is one of the favorite things that people have. And that's why we're very proud of our rangers who provide protection of the people and our natural resources in Sacramento County. Globally, rangers protect 15% of the planet's land mass and 70% of its oceans. And our ranger staff are tasked with protecting over 15,000 acres within our regional park system. Declaring July as Parks and Recreation Month recognizes the importance of access to local parks, recreation trails, open space, facilities, and programs, and reaffirms the hard work and dedication of the park and recreation professionals throughout Sacramento County. And recognizing July 31st as World Ranger Day acknowledges the role of our park rangers in protecting our natural resources and the people that use them. So thank you. With that, we can take some
Thank
pictures.
you, Liz. Well, let me see. Do anybody? Yes. Any comments, Supervisor Cerna?
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, Liz, for being here and your remarks. One of the things I always reflect on, especially when I see places like Tuscarora Beach or Discovery Park as I pass it each day on the way into the office, is the fact that our park system, not just the American River Parkway, but to a large extent, it being our largest parkway asset, those assets serve as the backyards and open space for people that don't have it on their private, in their private property. They might be folks that live in apartments or otherwise don't have the kind of access that, quite frankly, probably many of us take for granted in terms of wanting to connect to greenways and nature, as was shown in the presentation. And so I think it's really important that when we have these kind of presentations and think carefully about how important parks are and the people that protect our parks, that it is also some of the most important aspects of people's lives that just, again, don't have the kind of access to green spaces that many of us do, that are, have the good fortune of having single-family homes with yards or a boat to go up and down the American River. So just want to make mention of that because I think it's worth mentioning. Thank you.
Okay, with that, I'll invite Liz to have your staff and the Rangers come join us, and my colleagues come join us into the well one more time. Oh, fellow Park District members who are here.
Come on up. Okay.
Chief to hold.
Yes, Chief is hold.
Yeah, you want to do one with Rangers and then with the rest of that?
Can you guys scoot over towards the middle so go that way? Just a little bit more this way. Take one giant step. There we go. All right. 1, 2, and 3. Smile.
Yeah, we are going to get the staff, park staff here, and all the other Park District staff. Thank you.
He had to leave and said no. All right, now one more picture with park staff, so you guys can.
We're free.
You're free to go. Thank you.
Come on in.
To go.
Hello.
Yeah.
Patrick and Patrick. Yes. There's too many Patricks up here. Yeah, right.
Yeah, okay, and then scoot in just a little bit, just a tad, just love on each other for a little bit. Okay, 1, 2, and 3, big smile. There we go. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Put that upside down.
Did I really? Oh, man.
Sorry you had to wait so long.
Okay. Enough of the pomp and circumstance. So now we'll move on to item 61.
And for the record, Mr. Chairperson, we did not have any public comments on
thank
all
you.
those presentations. Okay, for item 61, this is the County Service Area Number 10, Benefit Zone Number 3. This is the public hearing on the written report of service charges for fiscal year 2023-24. Confirm the report and fixed charges.
Okay.
Good morning, members
morning,
of the board. Joe Grassick with County Engineering, and we also have staff from DOT available to answer any questions that may come up. So CSA 10 was formed in 2003 to provide trip reduction services for new growth areas in the county. Currently, the only active zone is Zone 3, which includes the North Vineyard Station, Florin Vineyard, and Wild Hawk North development areas. In May, the board received a written report of operating requirements and service charges and set this public hearing. The written report summarizes the recommended fiscal year 23-24 service charges and the use of those charges. The written report also shows that staff is recommending increasing the annual service charges by 5.6% based on changes to the Consumer Price Index. With that, I'd like to just share some recent highlights from CSA 10. 50 Corridor TMA recently launched a new online platform, sacregion511.org, and developed a marketing campaign for it. The platform is part of a program that uses small cash incentives to persuade residents and Walmart employees to use sustainable and alternative methods of transportation. 50 Corridor TMA also continued collaboration with SAC-RT and the county to operate the Smart Ride shuttle service, which is the on-demand shuttle service in the area, with 618 passenger trips provided in the last half of 2022. 50 TMA has also continued hosting bike repair events with 56 bikes repaired between August and October of 2022. They also developed programming to educate residents on e-bikes and conducted research on potential e-bike fleets to be available for use by residents. In 2017, there was an engineering study that predicted that by the time the area reached about 3,000 to 4,000 dwelling unit equivalents, it would be possible to sustain a direct shuttle service to transit stations. However, based on changes in demand and transportation traffic patterns, the county is going to work with 50 TMA this year to reanalyze the demand and the need for that service and come up with updated recommendations for transit options. So with that, if there are no questions from the board, we recommend that the board open the public hearing, consider any written and oral testimony, close the public hearing, and adopt the resolution confirming the written report and fixing the service charges for fiscal year 23-24.
Okay, thank you, Joe. I don't see any colleagues queued up, so with that, I will open the public hearing. Do we have any public comments?
We do not have any public comments for this item.
Okay, then with that, I will close the public hearing. Don't see any comments from my colleagues. Should entertain a motion.
Move the item.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Okay, item 63 is the Sacramento County Landscape Maintenance District Zone 4 public hearing on proposed assessment for fiscal year 2023-24. Confirm the assessment diagram and levy assessments.
And before we get to this, did we need to, you don't need a motion to continue 62 to 2 p.m., correct? Because it's already been, because it's already been.
I would, no, for the
We
one
don't,
to
because it's
continue,
already
you have to-
noted
no,
in
no,
the
no,
agenda.
you're fine.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
but you do take action on that item. You need to recognize the environmental document.
Good morning, or good afternoon. Kamal Atwal, Principal Civil Engineer with DOT Operations Maintenance, presenting the item for public hearing for Sacramento County Landscape Maintenance District Zone 4 annual assessment for fiscal year 23-24. On May 23rd, engineer's report was filed with the clerk of the board, and the resolution of intention was approved by the board to levy the collection for assessment for district for fiscal year 23-24. This district provides landscape maintenance for public roadways, median, and then public roadway frontages throughout the Sacramento County in the map shown in the attachment 1. We maintain 2.1 million square feet of landscape within this district. The assessments for this district has been fixed for past 29 years. Rates for residential properties are $42.50, and commercial properties are $66.51 per acre. Revenue collected from the assessment is around $519,000 and some change. And then the revenue collected alone doesn't cover the expenditures for this district, so road fund augments the remaining gap to cover the expenditure of $1.8 million for this district. That's the total expenditure. So staff right now recommends opening the public hearing, consider the public testimony and objections regarding this matter, and close the public hearing, and adopt the attached resolution confirming the assessment diagram and levy the assessment for landscape maintenance district zone 4 for 23-24.
Okay, thank you, Kamal. I don't see any supervisors in the queue. So with that, I will open the public hearing on item 63. Is there any public comment?
No
On
comments.
phone or in person on this item?
Not for item 63, sir.
Okay, and with that, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for motion.
Move staff's recommendation.
Second.
Thank you.
Please vote.
Unanimous vote. Okay, for item 64, this is County Service Area Number 1, Zone Number 1. This is the public hearing on the benefit category change and levy of increased service charges for the villages at Elder Creek Unit 1 subdivision.
Good morning. Joe Grassick again with County Engineering. And just for the record, are we moving 62 to be just before 65? We skipped over item 62.
Go ahead with your presentation.
Got it. So the villages at Elder Creek subdivision is located approximately 1,200 feet south of Florin Road, east of and adjacent to Elk Grove Florin Road, and proposes 277 single-family parcels, 1 park parcel, 1 drainage parcel, 1 multifamily parcel, 1 remainder lot, and 1 school site parcel. During the entitlement process, the project was conditioned to provide full funding for street and safety light maintenance, which is provided by County Service Area Number 1 for unincorporated Sacramento County. And as a result, the project proponent submitted an application to initiate the benefit category change process. In response to that request, a ballot and notice were mailed to the property owners on May 26th. Currently, the project site consists of 7 parcels in the safety light only benefit category and has an annual assessment of $2.56 per parcel for a total of $17.92. The proposed change is to the enhanced street and safety light benefit category for residential parcels for the 277 single-family lots, the basin parcel and the remainder lot, and the enhanced street and safety light benefit category for non-residential parcels for the other 3 parcels. Based on the current rates, the service charge for this fiscal year will be $59.52 per residential lot and 97.1 cents per foot of frontage for non-residential parcels, for a grand total of $19,878.35 for the entire subdivision. And if there are no questions from the board, we recommend that the board open the public hearing, consider any written and oral public testimony and objections and protests, close the public hearing, and then direct the clerk to tabulate the returned protest ballot.
Okay. Thank you, Joe. No supervisors in the queue to speak, so we'll do that, open the public hearing. Do we have any public comment on this item, either in person or on the phone?
No public comments on the phone or in person.
Okay, then I will close the public hearing, and clerk, please tabulate the protest ballots, if any.
Okay, yeah, we have 4 ballots. Just bear with me, I don't have a ballot opener. Okay, so the legal owner is Lennar Homes of California, parcel number 065-0510-004-0000 and 065-0510-006 and 4 zeros. The site address is Elk Grove Florin Road, Sacramento, California 95829, and they are in favor. Let me get to the second ballot. Okay, this is DRP California 7 LLC. This is for several parcel numbers. I'm only going to read the first 3 portions of it: 065-0510-001, 065-0510-002, and 003, and 007, and 008. The site address is Elk Grove Florin Road and Hedge Avenue, and they are in favor. This is the third ballot.
So if anybody's paying attention, we'll please get a letter opener for the clerk for future ballots.
So I would just like to point out, Madam Clerk, that I believe that there were two, so there's only supposed to be two ballots, and I believe the property owner thought that two had gotten lost in the mail, so we should have two duplicates. So just when we get done opening all four of them, only two of them count, just for the record.
Okay. I didn't know that. Oh, I think these are.
There should be two originals and two that
It's
says
a duplicate. They ended up sending me the duplicate.
Okay.
But I wouldn't know that because I didn't open it.
I just learned that this morning.
For
so
the
I appreciate
record. Yeah, and this is a duplicate, so two ballots. And they're all in favor.
Okay.
So I do need to read resolutions for the fill-in, if I may. So in Section 2, at the close of the hearing, the board had received 0 written protests. At the close of the tabulation, the board had received 2 protest ballots, totaling 100% of the total service charges to be levied, of which 100% was in favor of the change of benefit category and 0% was in opposition.
Okay. And I see no supervisor queued up, so I would entertain a motion.
Move the attached resolution.
Okay, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, so now let's go back to 62,
Yes.
and I apologize for the confusion because we're gonna read this into the record, take some action, and then continue the action to the afternoon, correct?
Yeah, Chairperson,
ma'am.
that was my fault. I skipped right over it because I was trying to get you guys through. So I did that on an accident.
So I was taking responsibility for it,
Well,
Flo, but that's
thank
okay.
you.
Okay, please.
Okay, for item 62, this is the Fulton Avenue Property and Business Improvement District, public hearing to renew the district and levy assessments. We're going to continue this to 2 p.m. for the tabulation of the assessment ballots and take final actions to renew the district and levy the assessments for fiscal year 2023-24. The environmental determination is exempt. And then also in the afternoon, you'll be introducing an ordinance to renew the district and levy assessments, waive full reading, and continue to August 22nd.
Okay, so I'll look to our council. Do we have to take action on the first item, recognize the exempt status, or can we do that all in one action in the afternoon after the?
You can do it all in one action in the afternoon.
Okay, so you'll be tabulating the ballots and coming back to us at 2 p.m.?
Yes.
Is that correct? Or
Yeah.
in the afternoon?
I also have a
Sure.
little bit of a spiel to give right now, if that's okay.
Sorry, I
Do we
would
have
just
time?
correct that. I didn't realize that they were going to tabulate ballots while we waited until the afternoon, so I would request that you take action on the
Okay,
exemptions.
so Joe,
Sorry.
go ahead.
Apologies.
Okay.
No, thank you, that's right. Do your presentation. We will take the action on recognizing the exempt status of the project and then hold the remainder actions till the afternoon. So go ahead, Joe.
Thank you. Joe Grassick with County Engineering again. We also have the Executive Director of the Fulton Avenue PBID, Melinda Michael, and staff from their consultant Civitas here to help answer any questions. So property and business improvement districts provide services that enhance the economic vitality of the properties within those districts. The county currently administers 6 PBIDs, which will actually be a topic of another item today. The Fulton Avenue PBID was originally formed in 1998 and has been with a 5-year term and has been renewed 4 times, each with an additional 5-year term. On May 23rd, the board adopted a resolution of intention to renew the district for a 10-year term and set the public hearing for today's meeting. It should be noted, though, that the management district plan for Fulton Avenue that was approved on May 23rd with the resolution of intention had proposed a 10-year term with an allowable increase in assessment of 3% per year. However, based on feedback from property owners, the Fulton Avenue PBID has submitted a revised management district plan, which is attached to this item as an exhibit to the resolution. The proposed term is now 5 years instead of the 10 years that was originally proposed in May, with one allowable increase of 3% at year 4. So just to be clear, the item today is a 5-year renewal with one increase of 3% at year 4 is what would be approved today. Additionally, the recommended actions for this renewal include the introduction of an ordinance as well as a resolution. They both accomplish roughly the same thing. It's due to a proposed ballot measure for 2024 called the Taxpayer Protection and Government Accountability Act. Draft language of the act currently requires these processes to use an ordinance. and includes a retroactive provision which would require PBIDs formed, or in this case renewed, after January 1st of 2022 to go back through the process with an ordinance. So as a result, the PBIDs and their consultants would prefer to file a resolution and an ordinance to comply with the current law, as well as comply with the potential regulations of the future law. And on May 23rd, 131 ballots were mailed, and approximately 64 have been returned. And with that, we recommend that the board open the public hearing, consider any written and oral testimony, objections and protests, close the public hearing, and adopt the first two recommended actions.
Okay. Thank you, Joe. I see other presenters here. Is anybody else presenting, or you're the only one at this point?
For this item right now, I'm the only one, yeah.
Okay. So with that, then I will open the public hearing on this item. Do we have any public comment on this?
We
in
do
person?
not.
Okay.
I'm going to close it.
Okay. Then I will close the public hearing, and then as chair, I'll move to recognize the exempt status of the project and designate you to conduct the tabulation of 64 return ballots?
That was the estimate this morning. We may have more.
Okay, and then return to us in the afternoon on the afternoon agenda to report back and for the board to take further action at that point.
That's right. I do have a little bit more to add, if I may. So we're required to open the ballot tabulation to the public, and so if we could, can I get this on the screen? So we will be tabulating the ballots in room 304 of 827 7th Street, which is the old administration building attached to this one. And we also have a virtual setup. If anyone wants to watch the ballots be tabulated, they can email middletonm@sacacounty.gov for a Zoom link to witness the tabulation. And we also need the executive director of the PBID to be present for the tabulation, and she also needs to be present for item 65. So will we get to item 65 before the break?
Yes.
Great.
We're going right to item 65 after
So
this.
just to point that out, the tabulation will occur immediately following item 65.
Unless you can be in two places at once, Melinda.
So with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, there's a motion on the exempt status and directing you to tabulate the ballots. Okay, first and second, please vote. And we will hear back from you in the afternoon. Thank you, Joe.
Unanimous vote.
Now we'll go to 65.
Now, okay. So for item 65, this is to approve the 2022 annual reports for the Antelope, Arden Arcade, Carmichael, Florin Road, Fulton Avenue, and Watt Avenue property and business improvement districts, and provide for the levy of assessments for fiscal year 2023-24.
Good morning. Joe Grasick again. So property and business improvement districts, or PBIDs, are required to submit written reports for each year of operation in accordance with the California Streets and Highways Code. These reports summarize the prior year's activities, accomplishments, and financial positions, and also provide the same information for the upcoming year. The county administers 6 PBIDs, like I just mentioned, and this item requests that the board approves 6 annual reports and adopt 4 resolutions which authorize the upcoming levy of assessments for 4 of the 6 PBIDs. And we have in the audience ready to submit, or ready to present to you the following executive directors and supporting staff. We have Chris Evans with Antelope PBID, Dion Dwyer with Arden Arcade, Rebecca Evans with Carmichael, Corey DeRue with Florin Road, Melinda Michael with Fulton Avenue, and Jason Wint with Watt Avenue. And so unless there are any questions from the board specific to county staff, I'd like to turn over the podium to the executive directors.
Okay. By the way, I had Troy Givens as the one opening this item up on my chair notes here, Troy. So I'm glad you're here. Okay, so we'll start with Chris from Antelope. And as your presentations, please, I mean, we are a little behind on the calendar, and obviously Melinda has another job to do as soon as we get through with this item. So please keep that in mind.
You're going to love this. You're going to love this, because every time I come down here, I'm always intimidated because, it's a small PBID. I come forward every year, I give you my report, and then I see what the other executive directors do. They got videos and pens and bags. And I think Corey's going to be down here in a minute with a unicorn or something, but And I come down here and I just talk to you. I tell you what's going on in the district. So I apologize that I don't have a video presentation. There is one on our website for the renewal, which is going well, by the way. But, you know, I always like to start out by saying thank you to you guys. And last night when I was thinking about this, so every year I come forward and I tell you thank you. We know the time you put into the job and the decisions you make and how much we appreciate your leadership. But last night I was thinking, you know what, your families are paying a price too. And I know when they read the papers and they see things, they pay a price. And I just want you to go home tonight and let them know on behalf of the board of the Antelope Business Improvement District, we thank them. And we thank them for what they do to support you so you can support us.
Thank you.
And we do count on that support. Last year was a strong year for us. We're a year in recovery. The Antelope Business Community District is doing well. We're growing. Our retail rates are good. Our retail space is starting to book up again. And thankfully, our largest retail location that was up at 30,000 square feet is currently under lease. And it looks like we're going to have a church going in there as well, and we certainly thank God for that. Our retail space is doing very, very well. As a PBID, we count on the HOT team. And the HOT team, as you know, the beginning of last year was down a little bit in staffing. We were all having problems. Everybody was doing the best they could. But I have to tell you, supervisors, in the last 6 months, things have turned around incredibly. We are receiving amazing support from the HOT team. We always have, but they've always given us what they could. But the last 6 months, this has been marked improvement and very good. The POP team has been amazing as well. We rely on Night Watch Security in our district, and they are one of the smaller service providers of the PBIDs, but they also are very local to our district. So they take care of our district very well. And we count on the Ripple Effect and SACNAV, which are two of our outreach. And that's what I want to talk to you just a teeny bit about, is because one of the things we do in the district is we have created the Thursday outreach. Every Thursday from 9 to noon, anybody who needs help within our district, all throughout the week, we're doing compassionate compliance. When we find people in need, we try to get them the services. But when we can't do it right then, we've always got Thursday from 9 to noon. Come on down behind donut time. We're going to have people there who can help you and direct you to the services you need. And we averaged about 3 to 4 for the last couple of years. And now in the last 6 to 8 months, it's gone up to 6 to 9 people every single week come down and get some type of help, vouchers and things like that. So as far as the PBID is concerned, 78% of our budget goes into security, 8% goes into maintenance, and the board has collected the rest to do some type of homeless outreach and help those people who are in need. And last, I'll just tell you real quickly, we are currently in renewal. I think the next meeting, you all and I are going to be getting together and talking a little bit about that. I'm very pleased that it looks like it's going very, very well. We've got strong support from our businesses. And some of our largest supporters, Ethan Conrad, and some of the big retail spaces in the district are fully on board. Other than that, I don't have any pens, I don't have any cups, I don't have any bags. I just have a district that's doing very, very well, and we thank you for your support, and we do the best we can every single day to make our property values grow. And one last thing. I know this is about the county, and I know this is about the county PBID, but you're all invited to the River District any Friday for burgers. I hear you're coming. Come down to Burgers because I want to show you the exciting program we have going on in the River District. We're taking people from the streets to full-time employment in less than 2 years, and I want to show you that too.
Awesome.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Questions?
Keep up the great work.
Supervisor Frost has a comment.
Oh, I just want to thank you for all your hard work and congratulate you on your work in the River District. My staff joined you.
They did.
I wasn't able to, but I'm looking forward to getting down there one of these days soon. But you're amazing, and I really appreciate your leadership in Antelope and in the county.
Well, thank you. And we want all of you to come down. Make that, it's really easy. It's an hour on Fridays, 6 blocks away.
Okay, Chris. Well, if Supervisor Stern is doing it, I'm going to have to do it too. I mean,
That's right.
You're shaming us
Join
all
me on
into
Friday.
it.
I'm going on Friday.
Okay, thank you. So next we have Mr. Dwyer, the newest PBID in the county. Not for very much longer, though. I mean, right?
No. Good
Good to see you.
afternoon, Chair and Board, and I'll keep this very quick. My name's Dion Dwyer, and today I'm representing the Arden Arcade Partnership. We have changed our name, so we're now the Arden Plus How Business Alliance. And we're excited to be the latest district to form here in Sacramento County. We were formed in August of 2022. Our board was formulated December of 2022. So we're just getting up and going, and we couldn't have done it without the staff here in this room. So definitely wanted to thank Ann and her team, Vanessa and Michael, Carmichael, as well as Rich and your team have been instrumental in helping us move forward. The new district, just a little table setting, again, will be quick, but our boundaries are in the unincorporated area of Arden Arcade. They include parcels along the sides of Arden between Ethan and Watt, along Howe between Wida and Hurley, as well as parcels south of Hurley and west of Howe Avenue. The district also intersects with our partners, the Fulton Avenue Property Business Improvement District, which right here. I'm getting ready to go count both ways. And we have 226 properties and roughly 143 property owners. So a little table setting again of where we're at. We've launched our Clean and Safe programs. We're using Sacramento Protective Services as our security team, as well as Accurate Cleaning for our maintenance team. And these services include everything from, of course, graffiti, litter, pressure washing, and our enhanced security services work closely with law enforcement and our local community to address the safety issues with private security 7 days a week. I do need to call out the support that the district has received from our county partners around public safety. Definitely District Attorney Tin Ho and Deputy District Attorney Ron Lithicum, along with Sheriff Jim Cooper and Captain Matt Warren, including the Sheriff's Homeless Outreach and Problem-Oriented Policing teams. We've definitely been working with those groups. They've been creative, supportive, and collaborative in helping us achieve success. So I want to say thank you. While we do have successes, we also have some concerns. We're looking at a large district. We want to make sure that as we reach out to our unhoused individuals and help work with county staff and we see siding come in place, we're looking for an enhanced neighborhood agreement, something that's enforceable, reasonable, that provides the community as much support as we're looking to provide the individual. So I definitely plan to work with you on that in the future. In closing, I'm keeping it quick, Arden Howe Business Alliance Board of Directors is comprised of 11 property owners and community members led by my board chair, Chris Brocchini, and vice chair, Kevin Fatt. As we continue to expand our work, we look forward to being here next year, give you unicorns, videos, swag bags, fare tickets, and whatever it takes. But we're looking to make a difference, so I just want to thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dion. Thank you. I'm very excited that we've brought this new PBID into existence, and it's going to be a real big benefit to the community, just like all the other PBIDs have been in unincorporated Sacramento County. So thank you.
Thank you for your help.
Okay, next we have Rebecca Evans and Nick Blois from Carmichael. And before you all leave, Supervisor Kennedy wants a photo with all of you in the well. Right. Keep that in mind.
Good, I don't know, what is it, afternoon? I guess it is. Good morning, good afternoon, Honorable Board of Supervisors and staff. We're so glad to be here. My name is Rebecca Evans, and I'm the Executive Director for the Carmichael Improvement District. On my side here is my incredible Chairman of the Board for this year, Nick Blois.
Do we have the slides? Sorry.
Yep, they're there.
We'll be quick.
Yeah, really quick.
All right, next slide. Okay, real quick, Chairman Desmond and members of the board. I'm Nick Blois, Chairman of the Carmichael Improvement District. We represent over 433 property owners and nearly 1,000 businesses. We have an 11-member board of directors who volunteer hundreds of hours per year to the development of Carmichael. In addition, we have one exceptional full-time staff member, Executive Director Rebecca Evans, who oversees the daily operations of the Carmichael Improvement District. She does a wonderful job of balancing all the stakeholders and keeping all the board informed. So, slide 3, please. So we just wanted to explain to you our mission and vision, which is a 3-step process, which I've really realized that we follow Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And bottom line is security is the base. And if security is not there and safety is not there, the whole PBID relies on that. Second is our beautification and development. That's our next phase. And our third phase would be events and placemaking. And so, in summary, for 2022 and moving into 2023, I would like to say that we want to thank Sheriff Jim Cooper and Under Sheriff Mike Ziegler for fully prioritizing and staffing the homeless outreach team. Their efforts have made a substantial difference along the Fair Oaks Boulevard corridor. And our CID wishes to let the Board of Supervisors know how vital the HOT team is to Sacramento County, and their funding should be a priority for the county. And second is development. Now, I must mention this because right now interest rates have gone through the roof, but prior to that, we still had many, many obstacles to development. You've built us a wonderful road on Fair Oaks Boulevard. We have lots of properties, but we can't development. There's too many obstacles and hurdles to development, and we are looking forward to working with the supervisors in the near future to make some changes perhaps to our SPA that would encourage development. So I just wanted to thank you for that, and I'm going to turn it back over to my executive director.
Thank you. One of the things that we do, as you well know, is we're really good at collaboration, and some of those are the SAC sheriffs. Obviously, we work with them very tightly. Code enforcement, we also have the Board of Supervisors, and then we also do a lot of communication and collaboration with our other PBIDs, and for that, I'm so grateful. That represents right there thousands and thousands of businesses. So the growth that we can do when we add another PBID is so, it hits everybody. So thank you so much for bringing in Arden, wherever you are. Maintenance is one of our number one things, and I do have this in your packet right here. But we have brought in, I just want to give you a number. Numbers of trash are highlighted, but we've got rid of 4,979 bags of trash in just 2022. With that, tons of illegal dumpings, not even counted, and it just keeps going down. The needles, that sort of thing. We count everything that we possibly can. Rich is my number one supervisor for maintenance out there, and he walks over probably about 16,000 steps a day just cleaning our district. It's a very large district. I want to say a shout out to 311 in for Sac County. We have such a good relationship with 311, and we could not do the big pickups without their help. So whatever funding you guys give them and support, the PBIDs are grateful. Thank you so much for the 311. We do have 24/7 security. As you can see, I didn't want to pass this up, and I showed this to Supervisor Desmond at our State of the PBID. This is a daily thing. You see the tires dumped. That was just a couple weeks ago. We have homeless. We have vandalism. We have graffiti. And when you go in our district now, it looks really clean. So I know, these are sometimes hidden, but sometimes they're now in the face of our residents and our businesses. And we just want to make sure that it's right up front why you have a PBID. And so we want to just make sure that we're fighting this kind of stuff every day. In the last month, we have had over 15 different windows broken at businesses. So I know that's happening at Sacramento as well. So I just want you to be aware that that's the kind of stuff we're fighting with at night as well. And I'm just going to say it out loud because I can. We also have a festival going on 3 times a week right now for weed and buying drugs right now. So I have reached out to Code Sheriff Ron Lithicum at the District Attorney's Office to give us some help. So if it's not in Carmichael, it's going to go somewhere else. So we got to stop this at the top. In your packet is this number of annual statistics. You can get all this information on our website as well, but we had 4,713 officer-initiated issues. That means that's how many times the sheriffs didn't even come out for something. This is what we took care of. We had 2,716 dispatch calls. That's where they wanted us on property to come and help them. That's a lot of people and a lot of calls. So we are in partnership with CHP, who I adore. They are really good guys, and our HOT team, POP team. We couldn't do what we do without them. The CID, we just have a lot of really good people that work, including the board of directors gives so much time into this PBID. We do advocacy, marketing. We have upcoming events. You're all welcome to our national night out that we're doing at the Elks Lodge. It's not us, the Elks Lodge and the Carmichael Chamber, just to celebrate all of you for what you do for us, and our sheriffs and everything, our law enforcement. But we also do advocacy along with our extra P-bids, and we have Barktober coming up in October, which is so much fun. Bring your dogs, and we really, really had a good time last year. And last but not least, I just wanted to show you some of our collaboration pictures. I'm just so proud to be part of this P-bid and could not thank you enough for all that you do for us. And I want to thank you again. We're thrilled to be part of the Sacramento County P-bids, and I tell our Sacramento P-bids we've got the best over here, right, guys? Anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you, Rebecca, and you lead with such a big heart, and it really shows. You care very, very deeply, certainly about the P-bid, about all the businesses, about everybody who's affected by the challenges we face. And something that I wanted to just call out, part of the partnerships I know you have in Carmichael is with some of the service providers like Carmichael Presbyterian Church and Carmichael Heart. Yep. And I think that's so important. I just had a meeting with SAC Covered the other day, Kyle and I can't remember, Scott Young, who oversee the new Navigator contract that we just signed with them. Yes. to have navigators throughout the unincorporated areas, with them and Ron Linthicum and some representatives from the HOT team. And I know there was a time, I don't think it happens as much anymore, where you try to get the navigators, some of the service providers, to come to the P-bid meetings, especially the security meetings, and develop these relationships, develop these just kind of collaborative approaches to these problems, because it's not all law enforcement, and at times it's not all social services. They have to be working hand in hand with each other, and that's where I think you see a great deal of success. So I appreciate you kind of setting the example, but I know this applies to every P-bid in unincorporated Sacramento County, and I really, it was great to see SAC Covered being so receptive to that, to wanting to come and build these relationships and work with the P-bid. So, thank you.
A daily call. And by the way, in your bags that Chris was teasing us about is from the Carmichael Parks Foundation, our T-shirt with all the bands playing for the rest of the summer. So enjoy your T-shirt, and if it doesn't fit, you can turn it back, and I'll trade you. All right. Thank you very, very much.
Thanks, Rebecca. Thank you, Nick. And Nick, thank you for all you do as well on the P-bid and all these other boards and commissions you serve on. Okay, next, Corey.
Making my way down.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. I had written this originally for good morning, so here we are. Good afternoon, Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. My name is Corey DeRue, and I am the Executive Director of the Florin Road Partnership, one of the oldest P-bids in the Sacramento area. Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy, for your continued support of the Florin Road Business District and for South Sacramento. We really appreciate everything you do. And we've already registered for the fun fair, so we'll be there. On behalf of our dedicated board of directors and myself, we wish to thank you for having us here today. We won't go over the bags of trash, 2,600, 20 tons of debris out of the district. But what I really wanted to point out that's a little bit unique this year for our report is that our real estate market on Florin Road is remaining very, very strong. We are at 88% occupancy rate by the year end. We also had $24 million in transactions across 11 property transactions in just 1 year. So we're holding strong. We also are participants in the Inclusive Economic Development Collaborative, as well as the Embark, which is the Minority Business Assistance and Kickstart program. We reached overall with the program nearly 1,800 businesses total, with 3,300 ongoing business relationships, with over 600 micro minority businesses receiving assistance. Of those statistics, 400 Florin businesses are receiving visits, and 246 of them are currently receiving one-on-one business assistance through the Embark and the IEDC program. Now, we were able to bring in an additional $400,000 in income that was able to help cover these programs. So we've got $60,000 for IEDC, $50,000 for Embark, over $280,000 in ARPA reimbursements coming in as well. So that's in addition to our annual assessments. So we've put that money, running lean and mean, we've put that money right back out onto the street. We have launched our $1.2 million Clean California Caltrans grant. That's with our partners of the City of Sacramento, the Sojourner Truth African Heritage Museum, and Florence Square Community Development Corporation. We have already started our cleanup days. We've got student-led waterways, litter abatement studies, multiple community-driven murals. We actually just had completed yesterday at Luther Burbank High School, which is a Go Titans theme, which is fantastic. We're going to be installing 26 hand-built sculptural Harlem chairs with historical figures painted on each one. New Big Belly solar trash compactors. I could go on and on, but it's going to be looking pretty sweet on Florin Road. Now, I do have a very short video that I hope you appreciate. It's kind of a demonstration of some of our outreach, and thank you for your time today.
Supervisor Kennedy, you wait after the video? Okay.
That's my home. The Florin Road community and South Sacramento in general is just the most incredible, kind, giving, and resilient community in all of Sacramento. So Florin Road Partnership, we exist to help our business community grow and thrive. Every business within our boundary is treated to the same great service of clean and safe. We do a lot of advocacy and really stand up for our community.
Llevamos 23 años formando parte de esta comunidad. Estamos orgullosos de formar parte de esta comunidad que nos ha permitido ser como una familia y crecer junto con ellos.
Tử Quý, nhà hàng Tử Quý, và được gần 4 năm này. Em thấy cộng đồng người Việt ở đây rất chi là đông, và người ta tìm đến những nhà hàng có món ăn Việt, người ta để thưởng thức món ăn Việt để nhớ về quê hương.
Tôi làm tờ báo làng cũng được trên 30 năm, tức là dọn về đây Sacramento từ năm 1989. Rồi bên cạnh tờ báo làng thì có tiệm cà phê cũng lấy tên làng luôn. Thì tại vì làm chung với cộng đồng cho người Việt thì tôi rất hãnh diện để phục vụ cho cộng đồng người Việt ở Sacramento.
Em mong muốn là trong tương lai ở khu vực này là làm như thế nào để cho nó thoáng đãng hơn, nó được rộng rãi và được nhiều khách du lịch biết đến hơn.
Việc mình càng ngày càng tăng thì công việc của tôi muốn giúp cho cộng đồng người Việt càng ngày càng phát triển thêm.
South Sacramento is an incredible community, especially on Florin Road. We've been here since 1997, and we will continue to be here. We look forward to walking this path, this street, together with all of you. There you go. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Corey. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Corey, for continued what you guys do to a street that has meant something to me for my entire life. But I really want to thank you and the board, and I wanted to pass on. When we decided to place a Safe Stay community just off of Florin Road, the board thoughtfully, we met. Had a good discussion, a healthy discussion, and at the end of it, the board supported it. And I want to thank you that, because not every business association would do that, but you stepped up to support and take your part of responsibility for that corridor. So I just want to specifically thank you and shout out for that.
Thank you. It's our pleasure. It's our pleasure to do our part. That's why we're here. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. Okay, we'll go to Melinda from Fulton Avenue.
Coming right up. Good afternoon. Melinda Michael, Executive Director of the Fulton Avenue Association since 2003. Today is my 20th annual report to this body. I can't believe it. Very, very grateful to have been a part of this organization for so long. Like you said, Supervisor Kennedy, how important Florin Road is to you. Fulton Avenue is important to me in that way, too. It's been a part of my life since I was 2. So, Supervisor Desmond, you and your predecessors have been our greatest champions, and we can't thank you enough for everything that you do on our behalf. My board of directors sends their gratitude to you. Many decades ago, Fulton Avenue was known as Miracle Mile, with Town and Country Village at its center. The miracle part of the mile was that you could always find the car you wanted, the shoes, or the vacuum. Well, I'm here to tell you the miracle is still here on Fulton. We love our luxury cars. We love all our cars, and everything car-related. Yes, we have Tesla, and Genesis is coming. A little bird flying over the other day said something about Kia. Fulton Avenue's rich history stands beside the modern-day retail and dining experience we offer today. Our customers return with their shopping memories and explore the joy that is Trader Joe's, TJ Maxx, Ulta, and so much more. Fulton Avenue is happening. A new coconut tie is in place. The Assistance League's Fabulous Finds on Fulton routinely has a line out the door before they even open. Their revenue has tripled since investing on the avenue 4 years ago. We are excited about our new all-inclusive event center at Town and Country West. Middle Eastern food, we have it. Some of the best in the region. Operations are running smoothly. Our private security company, Sacramento Protective Services, and cleanup crews led by Hillary Gould, the infamous Hillary Gould, defend our properties, our people, and our reputation of our beloved district every single day. I can't thank them enough. Support from the DA's office, HOT team, and Sac County staff has been irreplaceable. While the streets and properties have all our attention, the sloughs and streams among us are riddled with decimation, garbage, contamination, and are havens for the homeless. These areas are not and cannot be under our purview, and no one appears to be monitoring them. Please help us get this cleaned up. We will host our 18th annual tree lighting at the Tree of Grace. We planted a 50-foot sequoia at the Department of Human Assistance 3 years ago, and that is where we celebrate each holiday season. We are hosting our 12th annual Cruise Fest on October 7th in partnership with the California Auto Museum. Last year was a sellout, 420 cars registered. Supervisor Cerna, we're still looking for your band to play. When you agree to do so, we will bring back live music. A special thank you to Joshua Paul of Chick-fil-A, who donates, Chick-fil-A Art and Fair. Joshua donates chicken sandwiches every single time we ask him to do so. The great example is at the Fulton El Camino Recreation and Park District 4th of July Family Pool Party, which replaced our parade that we did in partnership for so many years. We have so many community partners who need us, and we need them. I am proud of our collective successes, our diversity, and our longevity. I am proud of our resilience. The past 3 years have been very hard on our businesses and our community, but we are strong. Thank you again, Supervisor Desmond, for everything that you do, but the allocation of $100,000 in ARPA funds last year really helped us along. We have spent it in its entirety, mostly repairing damage wielded by the homeless. Thank you to Mike Middleton and Joe Grasek for everything you did to help me and us through this renewal process. It's been a heck of a ride, and I'm sure all of us at the end of today will be glad it's over. I want to do a special shout out and thank you to a fellow named Mark Rains, who came to my rescue last week when I had a misrepresented ballot. I needed a replacement, and there wasn't anybody in the office that could help me, and he came upstairs from his office to do so, and I want him to know how much I appreciate that. I'm here to extend gratitude to my board, our property and business owners for all their support and all of the support of county staff. I look forward to seeing you shortly to celebrate the renewal of our very special business district at Fulton Avenue. Thank you. Any questions?
No, thank you, Melinda, for everything you do. And I was talking about this a little bit with the Carmichael P-bid about their partnership with some of the Carmichael Presbyterian and Carmichael Heart. I mean, I know you, someone who's actively involved in Arden Arcade Heart, and so you see both sides of this real challenge that the business community is facing, and your approach to it is one that keeps that in mind, understands that we need to have a balanced approach, but working with both the social services side and the law enforcement side on trying to find solutions. And I hear you about the challenges that you're facing in a lot of the creeks and sloughs. The board set aside some money during budget to try to help improve cleaning out some of these channels and responding to some of the impacts from the homeless encampments. And your advocacy, not just you, but the advocacy of all the P-bids, it makes a difference. I think it influences policy decisions that we make up here. Certainly in terms of our response to homelessness. You know, we have, Corey mentioned, we have an awful lot of things in the pipeline that are taking too darn long, but they are going, I'm optimistic you're going to really start seeing a difference with some of these investments that this board has made. And part of that is because of the advocacy you bring. So thank you very much for everything you do for Fulton Avenue and for Sacramento County.
Thank you.
Congratulations on 20 years.
See you soon. Thank
Yes.
you. See you soon.
Now go start counting. All right, last but not least, Jason from Watt Avenue. 80 Watt.
Here it comes.
Oh.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Tina Dover. I'm a licensed commercial property manager with B&Z Properties. One of the locations that I manage is the Highlands 80 Business Complex within the district. As one of the newest members to join the board, I've seen firsthand all the work and collaboration that goes into making a P-bid successful. As a business manager within the district, I appreciate the opportunity to have a voice, share ideas, concerns, and be part of making a difference. As a matter of fact, even one of my tenants has joined the board for the very same reasons. We, along with our amazing executive director, Jason Wendt, work well together, and it feels like family. It's my honor to be involved, and I'd like to introduce to the podium now, Jason Wendt.
Thank you.
She did a great job. She was super nervous. I said, "You're going to be great. It's going to be fine. It's going to be awesome." May I have this raised just a slight bit for the biggin? I'm a Cohen fan. All right. Thank you so much. All right. Good morning. Good morning. I'm super happy to be here. It's an honor. It's an honor to represent businesses. It's an honor to represent people. I don't take it lightly whatsoever. I have three parts of this presentation. I'm going to go quickly over a little bit of, the nuts and bolts of what we're doing here. And then I have a short video, and then I have some closing remarks. And I'm going to plant a seed, and the seed is three letters. It's W-H-Y, the why. So we'll come back to that later. So I'm going to come over here for one quick second. If we can get this put on there, I'm going to just kind of jam through this. I'm going to project and use my big boy voice. So in 2022 is an interesting year because for over half of it, there's no executive director for 80 Watt. So I come along, and then I have to kind of figure out, hey, what does this really mean? How do I best assert myself and insert myself into this so that I can be most effective? Learning curve, through the roof, all of that. So one of the things, obviously, that we are very well aware of is crises such as homelessness, such as the exploited and the exploiters, as it were, and et cetera, et cetera. If I'm honest, for the first week of taking the job, I think I heard Welcome to the Jungle playing in my head when I went to sleep every night, because I'm thinking, man, this is huge. This is a big old elephant. How am I going to do this? But it's not just me, it's a team. And if I'm in India, I'm going to ride an elephant, because that's what they ride there, and the elephant's actually a good thing. So let's turn the elephant around into being the bad thing into how do we make it good. So we'll come back to that later as well. So we are in year 2 of a 10-year renewal. And one of the most important things that I could have possibly done is start developing relationships immediately, fast. SMUD, as you can see here, working with organizations like the Health Education Council, the HEC, in which they have grants for things like computers that they're, hey, there's departments getting brand new ones, and then they wipe the other ones, reinstall fresh operating systems, and then you can get a grant for getting some of those used ones to use for those families in need that, right? For kids, education, whatever. So I got really excited about getting involved with grant writing real quick so that I can be a part of that and add that to the repertoire of tools that I bring. Programs and services. I told you last year, I'm an old platoon sergeant, right? As the Marine Corps platoon sergeant, I'm in the trenches. So I'm out there in the streets. And it's awesome developing relationships with the sheriffs that are out there, SPS, who is our vendor, and having them even call, hey, Jason, I see some tents out here. Do you want to come out here? And things that I didn't see because they're out there. Great thing. So, on the Tron here, the W3, which is Wellness Without Walls team, was out doing wellness checks. STD prevention, all kinds of stuff. They had actual medical doctors out there, a big RV. I mean, it's a whole big thing. It was amazing. This is awesome. So getting involved with those and developing those relationships is also very important. Now, on Watt Avenue, we are still, as everyone has been talking about, we have the Safe State community that is impending, and then I have already made established relationships there as well. As a matter of fact, the Department of General Services, I'm honored that they've attended every security and board of directors meeting I have moving forward, because it's in our backyard, and I want to make sure that we're all very clear on what can we do collaboratively to make this work. So thank you, Department of General Services, for showing up every week or every month for those. And then moving on, this is a national night out, I like that. So here's, I did this a little differently. I'm going to use my little pointer here. Let me turn it on. All right, hopefully this shows up. I'm going to move this up so that it shows a little better. So what's in parentheses was last year versus this year. So you've got some arrows, some are red, some are green. So we got officer-initiated calls. Now we're up. As you can see, we're at 5891. Last year was 4814. Moving over, so we're up 22%. Dispatch service calls, we're up 5%. Public relations visits. So one of the things that I originally found out immediately was people were calling me, Jason, what's happening? Are we doing anything about it? What's the county doing? I said, listen, it takes time. We are out here. We're doing what we can do. One of the first things that I did is say, hey, look, SPS, we need to make sure that we're out there. Of course, Jason Ingman was all on board. We're all about it. Let's go. Let's make sure it's not just what's wrong, but we're just actively just showing ourselves. It helps people relax. They feel like we have support, and they're more inclined to listen when we say, hey, join a meeting, and let's actually be more proactive in a way that's productive. So as you can see here, we have a 101% increase in public relations visits that have nothing to do with anything wrong. This is great. So this makes the people feel like they care. I'm starting to see the vehicles more. This is awesome. Okay, maybe they actually care about what's going on. So you can see the numbers here. You already have that in your packet. Obviously, we're looking at, I like the vehicle citation and tow removal. You'd think that'd be higher, but it actually has gone down, believe it or not. Now, we still have people camping out and some other things like that, and that still is an issue with regard to jurisdictional matters, right? Is it CHP? Is it sheriffs? What can we do? We've got a motorhome. Is someone in the motorhome? I got a person calling, hey, they're blocking my driveway. I mean, I'm hearing it all, but we're working through it. So maintenance and beautification, obviously we're gonna turn up the heat on that as well, make sure that the graffiti is removed. We want Watt Avenue to have that look of it's clean, it's safe, it's clean. So obviously we got a picture here, we got graffiti, and then this was in the rain, by the way. These gentlemen here wiping this stuff off. It was actually raining that day, and they were over here scrubbing off graffiti off of the walls. Maintenance and beautification, we have a Shine grant. Thank you for our partners with SMUD. Great grants. There's a lot of grants that they're doing, as a matter of fact. SMUD is a powerful, wonderful partner, and I really enjoyed that. So I got my hard hat on. I'm out there helping them get things done with that. So real quick now on maintenance. This is again, we have previous year over here. We have the bags of trash. We're up 54% on trash. The one that really was shocking to me is the miscellaneous items. We're up over 1,000% on the miscellaneous items. So they're actively just doing whatever they can do to try and just keep up with it. Because, I mean, really, when you walk into a district or drive to a district, you know, your eyes the first thing you notice is what your eyes see as you drive through. Now, do we want someone to pull over and patronize some of the businesses there, or do we want them to say, I'll wait till the next stop? So we really want to try to get that cleaned up so that people are encouraged to stop they literally might say a business that is exactly what they want, but they may decide not to because there's trash all over it. So we want to make sure that people are encouraged to stop, get out of the car, and then go through there. And I've engaged a lot of the business owners, not just the ones who are leasing it, but the ones who are the investors owning the buildings as well, so that I can really make sure that whatever things that I want to work with, it's coming from the guys that own the building too. So you know, trying to make the process as quick as possible. So moving forward, I'm going to just jump to the end of what things that we're looking for goals. Now, obviously, we're halfway through 2023, but recruiting board members, which we are very happy to have some very, very influential and involved board of directors, which is fantastic. I say it's not the Jason show. I might be loud and gregarious on that, but I know it's not about me, it's about we. So I'm really excited. Thank you again, Tina, for being here. I know you got tons to do managing businesses and buildings and stuff, so thank you for being here, hanging out with my loud butt. So we have adjusted our categories a little bit budgetary because we have over 50% in security that we're using, and we need more. So we're actively doing things within our bylaws to make sure that everything is balancing out. Again, I will repeat the sentiment. The ARPA, thank you for that. Whew, that was really great. It really helped us with balancing things out there. Obviously, continuing to improve security programs, maintaining levels of cleanliness, continue the outreach, continue to be boots on the ground. What I want to do, and before we play our video, if you want to almost get it ready, what I'm looking to do right now, Watt Avenue has long been known as, you know, well, we know what they call Watt Avenue, but I want it to be called something different. I want it to be not known for a place where there's the drugs and all the other things that are going. I want it to be known for the place where people can actually go get help. So we have a very unique, timely opportunity with the Safe Stay to actually start to make that happen. And there's going to be a lot more discussions I'm sure I'm going to have with those of you on the board and maybe many of you out here in the audience where we can try to do that. How do we make Watt Avenue the place where, wow, there's a lot of drugs, a lot of homeless, a lot of problems. For a long time, it's always been known as this kind of place and that hotel place, to the place where you go, man, I got some people that are going through some either drug or mental or whatever it is they're going through. You go to Watt to actually get the help because they have resources right there. We're going to flip it around. Again, the elephant's not going to be a bad thing in my opinion. I'm going to make it a good one. So anyways, here's a video that I created. This is my first effort of making a video, so bear with me. I did this all myself, but I think it kind of gives us a little something, and then I'll close. Fantastic folks here. Fantastic.
Brothers and sisters, they need each other. The security, the cleanliness of the district. All right, that's a whole nother topic. All right. What's up, man? All right. That's also never saved somebody.
All right, I'm going to close with this. The second to last slide, you saw a picture of a young boy who was, some of you know Jerry from Fat Jerry's, obviously, right? And he was holding him. I'm going to tell you a quick story about a young boy, and I have permission to say this. I've asked his mother, and I have permission. His name is Justice. I've known him since he was 6 years old. Fast forward to as you get older, our house was the house. He would climb the tree, do all these things, hang out with us. All the kids would come, have movie night, and all this stuff in the front and all that. Fast forward, he's getting a little older. It becomes a little less cool to climb trees, all that. But then also COVID hits, and now you're 10. And a lot of things are changing the way you think and see the world. I noticed some change in Justice. I noticed him having more fights with his sisters. He was becoming more aggressive. Things were not looking good. What happened to this sweet little boy that was hanging out at my house all the time? I asked his mother, who's a single mom, has 4 kids. And she said, yeah, I don't know what to do. He's just having these outbursts. I said, well, I mean, what's he doing in his life? He says, I don't know. I said, listen, I want to take him to lunch. Is that okay? So I created what I call a Dream Day for Justice Day. He shows up. Mom actually purchased, if you could put that up on the deal there for me, I appreciate it. Mom went and bought him brand new clothes, so he looked sharp. He was tucked in, everything. I went over to the gentleman over at Sac Metro 42, the Bulldog, the dog house they call it, and asked if they would meet with him because I found out that he told his grandmother, I'm not going to be like my dad, who is serving 2 life sentences right now. And at 12 years old, he's starting to feel that absence of a father. And then hours later, after he made that commitment, she passed away. Excuse me. Those gentlemen took him in. They listened to him. There are tears on his face because they asked him why he wanted to be. And he mentioned the same thing. I told my grandma I would be somebody. We spent time. He looked at the engines, asked lots of questions. He was overwhelmed, but he still had a smile on his face. Excuse me. Look at his eyes. Look at the twinkle coming back. I saw the light going out. And in this photo, it's coming back. I didn't just say, you can be a firefighter. Yeah, go ahead, Scooter, go ahead. I took him there. I let him hold an axe, let him sit in the fire engine. The dream is coming back for this young man whose father is a statistic, and he won't be. Fast forward, I take him to a nice lunch. Why? Because he's never had a nice lunch. To him, it was nice. To me, it was the Officers Club. We've all been there. For him, it was important. It was a big deal. He had calamari for the first time. He enjoyed it. Then I took him to a gentleman who's the only one I know who's louder than I am, Jerry, at Fat Jerry's. Big personality, but I tell you what, the guy loves kids and he's been through it too. And I knew he was the right guy. He says too, hey Stone, what's going on? Because I wanted Justice to see people that were starting businesses and doing things, but the conversation really went to, you can do this, you're not going to be a statistic. The waterworks were there again, and then we just hugged him. And we told him, it's okay, you're worth it, you matter. You're here on purpose, for a purpose, by design, it's not a mistake. And then the last picture on the right is me taking him to my office. Not that it's some big thing, but sure, I have a couple degrees. No one in his family does. Why not show him that you can have that too? I'm not thinking it's some special thing, but sure. And he stared at it for a good long while. I said, look, whether it's a degree or some trade school or whatever it is, the point is, whatever you put your mind to, you can do, Justice, because you're worth it. While I was over there at the fire station, they gave me this flyer. This flyer is for fire camp. Notice the date, July 11th. Guess where Justice is right now as we sit here in this hall? He is there, building his dream, reimagining his future. So I told you to pin that why. We are working as a PBID, a property business improvement district, to clean it up, to make businesses run better, to make it safer to go where you want to go, and to pave the way for the justices who's 12 now, but in 10 years he's 22, and he's going to be working at one of these businesses within one of our districts. Why? Why do I go into the jungle and fight the fight with everybody else? Why do I have the frustration and take the calls and have the moments where I say, man, is what I'm even doing making a difference? It feels like, am I even moving the needle? This is why. Because there's another Justice or a Justine or however that's out there that relies on us to pave that way for them. So it is with humility that I work with all of you. It is with humility and honor that I am here. It is with humility and honor that I've gotten a chance to know some fantastic and amazing people. And I'm just grateful to be here. And I want to say thank you.
Thank you, Jason.
Well, I think, I think very moving, Jason, and I think that 80 Watt definitely needs a former Marine because it's ground zero for a lot of challenges. I mean, a lot of challenges in all these P-bids, and your attitude, your approach, it's inspiring. And your comments about the safe state community up there, I know that my colleague Supervisor Cerna, Supervisor Frost, where that safe state, all the districts kind of converge right there. I know we're all committed to making sure it works as a location that sets the standard for the services we can provide, but also sets the standard for a good neighbor policy where we make sure that there is not the negative impact on the businesses. And indeed, like you said, become a source of pride for that community, to provide a relief valve for that community, right? And the challenges they're dealing with. And the county is already making an awful lot of investments up in that part of the county with the Complete Streets project along Watt Avenue. We'll be doing a lot more. So, I mean, thank you. I haven't been this emotionally affected by anything, I think, since I started in this job. So, appreciate you and everything you're doing.
Thank you all.
Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Jason, I believe I gathered in your presentation that you're fairly new to this role.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I'll give you one piece of advice for next time when you come to give this presentation. If you could just bring a little energy and passion, maybe project a little bit, you know. But no, I'll just say, yes, Drill Sergeant.
I just want what you had for breakfast. So.
He's like this all the time.
Thanks for putting up with me, Tina. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. All right, do we have any public comment?
Do not.
Okay, so we've heard the report. So the action is to approve the reports and approve the resolutions to authorize a levy of assessments for the 5 P-bids, correct? Entertain a motion.
So moved.
Okay, we motion a second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, so I'm going to ask, we've been sitting here for 3.5 hours. I know we have 2 items. One, I think we should certainly get through these, but maybe take a quick bio break. Are you okay with that? What do you think? Because I myself need to take one. We'll just take a 5-minute recess. Yeah. We'll get ready to get through these last 2 items, and then we'll probably push back the start of the afternoon time, too. So we'll recess until, well, let's just say 1:15.
Okay.
We are back in session. Please call the roll to establish a quorum.
Yes, Supervisor Cerna.
Here.
Kennedy. Here. Frost. Here. Hume.
Here.
Desmond.
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. So we will go on to 66.
Yes, this is the public hearing to proceed with projects and levy assessments in Zone 13 of the Sacramento County Water Agency for fiscal year 2023-24, and you are acting as the Sacramento County Water Agency for this item.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, supervisors and chair. My name is Mike Grinstead, and I work for the Department of Water Resources. I'm here today to introduce the Zone 13 assessment. In 1987, your board approved the formation of Zone 13 and the levying of assessments within the zone. Assessments are levied per parcel based on land use, and the assessment methodology and cost allocation are the same as has been approved since 1995. If approved, the 23-24 assessment will generate approximately $2.3 million in revenue for the zone. The zone currently funds programs as listed in the engineer's report attached to the board letter. This morning, I ask that your board take the following actions. Open a public hearing regarding the projects proposed for the Zone 13 and levy the assessments in the zone. Consider public testimony, close the public hearing, and adopt the resolution instituting projects and levying assessments in Zone 13 for fiscal year 23-24. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mike. I don't see any supervisors queued up. So with that, I'll open the public hearing. Do we have any public comments?
We do not.
In person or on the phone? None. Okay. Then I will close the public hearing. And bring it back to the board for a motion.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair,
Mike.
Supervisors.
All right, our last item for the morning, 67.
Item 67 is the authorization to utilize the design-build delivery method for the Sacramento International Airport Terminal B parking garage project, initiate competitive procurement of design-build services, and implement related actions necessary for design-build entity selection. The environmental document is an addendum to the Sacramento International Airport Master Plan Environmental Impact Report.
Do you mind lower the? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chen.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, member of the board. I'm TJ Chen, Deputy Director for Planning Development with Department of Airports. Just real quick, unfortunately, I didn't bring any swag bags today. We got plenty of scraps to give away. Next time, I'll be happy to bring some. Or if you prefer, we have some great asphalt and concrete samples. We'd love to give them away, so just let us know. So on behalf of our director, Cindy Nickel, I'm delighted to present to you our next large capital project as part of the SM4 program, the capacity enhancement program at Sacramento International Airport. See. So the project is a parking garage project to be constructed next to the Terminal B. It's shown on this diagram. Just quickly to orient the diagram, north to the left, Terminal B is right in the middle of the diagram, and Terminal B garage is circled by the red polygon, just south of below Terminal B. The plan is to construct a new parking structure. The primary goal is to provide additional 4,500 to 5,500 spaces, and to provide enough capacity for displaced parking from the future consolidated rent-car facility, which is located just south of the existing garage, or to the right of the garage as shown on this diagram. We also plan to include energy efficiency and sustainability features such as energy generation equipment, or solar panels if we can, and also electric vehicle chargers to meet not only our department's sustainability management plan, but also our state regulatory requirement. Provide a high-level overview of the project. The total project budget is $380 million, which includes approximately $265 million for construction and $31 million for soft costs. We are also building into the budget $30 million for contingency, as well as allowance for escalation. Why the department decided to use design-build project delivery method for this project? The department staff and our executive program management team conduct a comparative analysis of different delivery methods and believe that the design-build delivery method is best suited for this project. Some of the advantages are, it allows a single contract for both design and construction. It lowers the risk for design errors to the owner, reduces costs compared to traditional design-bid-build delivery method, provides schedule acceleration as you see in diagram. The design-build process compared to design-bid-build process, there's significant schedule savings, which equates to cost savings as well, and also increase accountability, transparency, and quality. And lastly, it promotes collaboration and innovation. As a design-build contractor, they try to provide a project that meets owners' need. Design-build contracts allow them to be more innovative and more collaborative between the contractor and the designer. A few major milestones. Obviously, today is a major milestone, securing a board's approval to proceed with design-build contract for this project. We plan to hold an industry day tomorrow, and the day after, we plan to release the request for qualifications. Statement qualification from the design-build, prospective design-build firms are due on August 22nd, and we plan to notify proposers of of our SOQ review on September 7th. And we plan to issue the request for proposals to the shortlisted firms on September 15th. The plan is to return to the board on March 2024 to seek approval to the successful design build entity. And the design build process, both the evaluation selection process, is to be based on the best value selection method per Public Contracting Code, Section 22164. Related to this project, there are two other items the department will bring to the board for consideration later, most likely in next month in August. First one is the Community Workforce Training Agreement, or CWTA, determination. The department staff will seek board's determination in August regarding whether or not to require a CWTA for the parking garage project and the remaining SF4 projects. The CWTA will be excluded from the already approved pedestrian walkway project. If the board requires CWTA for this project, information regarding CWTA will be included in the RFP. The second item will be SM4's ART program. Department staff will be seeking approval from the board in August of the process for developing and implementing the SM4 ART program and the dollar investment levels for ART. The investment in ART will not be part of the parking garage contracted budget, but will be funded from a separate dedicated funding. Information regarding potential spaces to be reserved for ART and the contract required coordination with artists will be included in the parking garage RFP. So for today's request action.
Excuse me, TJ, can
Yes, sir.
Supervisor Cerna has a comment?
Yeah, if you can
Yes,
go
sir.
back to the previous slide.
Sure.
So with regard to the ART program, remind me, but I thought when Terminal B was designed and constructed, there was the, is it the 1% or 2% rule that was, it's like 1 or 2% of the construction, 2% of the construction budget would be dedicated to public art. I think there was some discretion applied because of the size of the project at the time, it being a $2 billion project, that if you took 2% of that amount, that you'd have an extraordinary budget for public art. But it's also my understanding that that is policy that somehow originated from what was then our joint city-county arts commission. And so it's not shown here, but what is the assumption, if there is one, right now in terms of kind of the basis and the percentage that would be applied if we're going to have that kind of formula involved in establishing resources for public art?
So I'll try to answer. Maybe our director could chime in as well. As of right now, as we formulate our program, establishing budget for our program for SM4, we are looking very closely what we did for Terminal B, because they did not adhere to the 2% policy. So we are working evaluating that. Will be a very similar, whether it's percentage or part of the overall budget, or how we formulate the arts program funding. We'll be looking at the previous program very closely.
So, Cindy, I don't know if you wanted to offer anything.
Sure. We did look closely at what was done during the big build, and what they did, they took 2% of eligible construction costs. So what they did was they took out, you cannot use passenger facility charge revenues for art, nor can you use federal grants for art. So really what they did was they skinnied down what was eligible and then took 2% of that.
Gotcha.
And that's what we plan to do.
Okay. No, it's good to know that. I think that answers my question. But in each component part of the SMF Forward project, which there are many elements to it, will there be some decision by this board or administratively about where each of those component parts receives a slice of that arts pie?
Yes. So just as a real quick, I'll turn it back to. Sorry. Yes, we are working with Shelley Willis to help us determine that process, and the goal right now is each individual project, the 6 projects that comprise SM4. We're looking at our work for each project as that's the vision right now moving forward, and we're working very closely with Shelley Willis how to help us develop that process and what type of art and where to put our work for each project.
Will there be any dedicated presentation before this board before any of that goes into effect?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So the next board item, which is strictly to establish the funding, and as we progress with Shelley's assistance, we'll be coming back to the board for each piece of our work.
Okay, and then again, because you have the slide up here, I just want to hear from our airports director on the record. I know we received it in writing recently that none of what we're being asked to do today will foreclose the ability for there to be continuing discussions about the likelihood or merit of CWTA and any other trade labor that might be used in the SMS Forward project, correct?
That's correct. Nothing that you vote on today either requires or forecloses the ability to do that in the future.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other questions before?
No other. Proceed.
Sounds good. All right. So today's request board actions are authorize the utilization of design-build delivery method for the Terminal B parking garage project, approve the issuance of an RFQ to shortlist up to 3 contractors to start the design competition process, issuing of an RFP to the short list of contractor who will prepare conceptual design and price proposal, and lastly, provide stipend of $150,000 to each shortlist firm or contractor not selected for this project. So before I conclude this presentation, I would like to share that this project is one of the more complex projects in the SMF4 program. I have the easy job of presenting to the board today, but many department county staff, as well as our consultants, have put in long hours to define and confirm scope, analyze and resolve conflicts, and more importantly, prepare quite a few very complex documents. Our ability to make significant progress with the SM4 in this project is truly a reflection of effective leadership from the county executive office and from our director, as well as a high-level collaboration among several department and county departments, including County Counsel's Office, Department of General Services, Office of Planning and Environmental Review, Office of Economic Development, and Construction Management Inspection Division. So I'd like to take a moment to thank them all for their support and contribution to the success we achieved so far. So with that, that's my presentation. I'm open to any questions or comments.
Okay, thank you, TJ. No supervisors queued up right now, so we will go to public comment.
Yes, okay, we have Mr. Richard Markison in chambers, and we have a couple of phone calls.
Good afternoon, Richard.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Richard Markson, I live in District 2, and I'm here today representing the Western Electrical Contractors Association, the Plumbing, Heating, Cooling Contractors of California, the Independent Roofing Contractors of California, and the California chapters of the American Fire Sprinkler Association. We're here today not in opposition to the design build authorization, and appreciate Supervisor Cerner pointing out that today's action does not embrace CWTA, which we believe is euphemism for a project labor agreement. Project labor agreements are specifically designed to deny employment opportunities to apprentices, journey workers, and contractors who are not affiliated with construction unions. I will remind the board that the Terminal B project was constructed on time, on budget, without a project labor agreement, and we are very concerned, particularly about the time frame of getting RFPs out, suggests to us that county staff is already well on their way to negotiating a project labor agreement for this project. Project labor agreement negotiations take months of discussion between the Building Trades Council and those proponents, whether it's staff or elected officials, to negotiate and complete the terms for a project labor agreement. Obviously, this will be coming back to you in August. We're strongly opposed to the CWTA. Obviously, we haven't seen the details of it, but my almost 20 years history in the state of California dealing with project labor agreements give me a pretty good clue of what that might look like, which is a sole source, no bid contract to the unions to provide all construction labor on the project, something that we are adamantly opposed to. And thanks.
Thank you, Richard. Madam Clerk, any other public comment?
None in person, so I'll have James transfer the first caller.
How many calls do we have?
2. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Joe Lubis. I am a taxpayer based out of Northern California, and I just want to say that you should not consider a community workforce training agreement. If you look at the Sacramento City Unified School District, they've had lots of problems there. The John F. Kennedy re-roofing and painting, it was estimated at $2.4 million. It only received 1 bid, and it was for $5.3 million. That was $2.4 million, an 82% overestimate. And furthermore, no bidder was from Sac County or any of the neighboring counties. The Sheridan Elementary School Modernization Interim Housing Project, that received 28 change orders, resulting in a price that was $3.7 million and 35% overestimate. The Marina Middle School Modernization, that again was 32% above estimate. Also, the Hiram Johnson Field Improvements was dubbed to be over budget, and also the Golden Empire and roof and asphalt replacement. Only 1 bid was received, was rejected, over budget. In short, just do not. A community workforce training agreement is not good. Do not do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Alicia Singh, speaking on behalf of Associated Builders and Contractors in Northern California. Now, I'm aware that this will come back in August, but I just wanted to make a statement. A community workforce and training agreement is tantamount to a project labor agreement. If the board were to vote on it, they would essentially be excluding local non-union contractors from bidding, ultimately giving the union a monopoly over the project. This will be detrimental, firstly, because it will actually impede the economic growth and development of Sacramento County and its workers and employees in this industry. This discriminatory approach devalues the abilities, talents, and potential contributions of non-union workers and contractors by preferring unionized labor. This also reduces the diversity and innovation resulting from a market driven by consumer preferences. Furthermore, this will ultimately hike costs due to a lack of fair bidding competition. The demand for construction services remains high despite fewer contractors submitting bids, which enables unions to bargain for greater wages and benefits. Ultimately, these higher costs are borne by taxpayers, raising the cost of public projects and making it harder for private companies to invest in new businesses. Just concluding, community workforce and training agreements undermine competition, inflate costs, limit individual freedom, and hinder the economic growth of local communities. As advocates of fairness, open competition, and economic prosperity, as I'm sure you all are as well. It is our responsibility to reject the implementation of this community workforce and training agreement and strive for an environment that fosters a truly competitive and thriving construction industry. This is our voice against item 67. We urge the Board of Supervisors to advance an RFP that does not include a community workforce and training agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes your public comments.
Okay. I'll bring it back to the board. Don't see any comments. I would entertain a motion.
Move the item.
Okay, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, TJ. Okay, so we have, we're going to adjourn to closed session, and I'll turn to council. How long do you anticipate closed session would be? Just
relatively quick.
one item. Okay, I'm looking at the clock here. We need a little time for lunch, so I'm inclined to go to, say, 2:30. We'll reconvene at 2:30 for our afternoon calendar. And with that, we are on recess till 2:30.
Thank you.
Second floor conference room.
Yes.
South conference room. Okay, it's 2:33, and I'll call our meeting back to order and ask clerk to please call the roll to establish a quorum.
Okay, good afternoon, Supervisors Cerna.
Here.
Kennedy. Here. Frost. Here. Hume.
Here.
Desmond.
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Okay, and I believe we're going to start with item 62, correct?
Yes. Okay, item 62 is carried over from this morning. This is the Fulton Avenue Property and Business Improvement District public hearing to renew the district and levy assessments, and to tabulate ballots and take final action to renew the district and levy assessments for fiscal year 2023-24. The environmental determination is exempt. You're also introducing an ordinance to renew the district and levy assessments and waive full reading and continue to August 22nd to adopt.
Okay, thank you. Joe?
Good afternoon. Joe Grassick again with County Engineering. So the ballots for the Fulton Avenue PBID renewal were tabulated. We have the results. 66 ballots were returned out of 131 sent. 83.90% were in favor. 16.10% were not in favor. And so with that, staff recommends that the board adopt the two attached resolutions and waive the full reading of the ordinance and continue it to August 22nd. And I do need to read fill-ins before a vote.
Okay, terrific. Okay, there's no supervisor with any comments, so go ahead and please continue.
Great. So I'm going to read the fill-ins for the resolution. In Resolution 1, Section 2, at the close of the tabulation, the board had received 0 written protests. And Section 3, at the close of the tabulation, the board had received 66 assessment ballots, totaling 56.08% of the total assessment to be levied, of which 83.90% was in favor of the assessment and 16.10% was in opposition. And those are the exact same fill-ins for the ordinance, so I'd like to just skip reading the ordinance fill-ins, if I can.
Okay. So then I entertain a motion to adopt the resolutions with those fill-ins and introduce the ordinance.
I would make that motion.
Second. Okay, please vote. All right, thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Thank you, Melinda.
Okay. For item 68, I am going to be asking the board to drop this item. This was to request for review of hearing officer's decision in the matter of Revive Therapy Massage, a general business license. There was a family emergency.
Are we dropping it?
We're going to drop this item. It will come back at a
Okay.
later time.
Okay, the chair will move. Second. Okay, please vote.
Unanimous vote. Okay, and so we're on to item 69. This is the One Stop Liquor and Food PCN, a request for a public convenience or necessity letter from the Board of Supervisors regarding an Type 21 off-sale beer, wine, and spirits liquor license to One Stop Liquor and Food at 3609 Bradshaw Road, Sacramento, California, Suite G, in the Bradville Square Shopping Center in the Cordova community.
Got to get it all set up, right? No, I'm good. I think it's as far as it'll go.
Okay.
Okay. And I do have a presentation, yeah.
Okay, so good afternoon, Chair Desmond and board members. I'm Jessica Brandt, Principal Planner with Planning and Environmental Review. I'll be providing staff's presentation on both items 69 and 70. Before I begin the presentation on item 69, I wanted to provide the board with some background on recent changes the division has made to how we analyze and make recommendations on requests for letters of public convenience or necessity, or PCN letters, for new or upgraded liquor licenses. So as you all are all aware, Sacramento County has adopted a process to consider issuing PCN letters for new or upgraded liquor license requests in areas of the county that the state of California Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control has determined are overconcentrated or that are delineated as high crime. Sacramento County's process for reviewing PCN letter requests is codified in Sacramento County Code, Chapter 4.6, Regulations of Alcohol Sales, 4.60, excuse me. Pursuant to County Code, the applicant shall be required to demonstrate by substantial evidence that public convenience or necessity will be served by the issuance of a license. The process involves consideration by the Community Planning Advisory Council for the area, review by several county agencies and departments, and a final hearing by the Board of Supervisors. Over the past year, the division has grappled with an influx of PCN requests. The number of requests rose from 7 in 2021 to 11 in 2022 and already sits at 6 for 2023. These requests are made across the unincorporated county, but are noticeably concentrated in areas that are identified as environmental justice communities in the county general plan. The increased number of PCN requests and the policy issues that arose from locations within environmental justice communities highlighted to us that a change to how PCNs were analyzed and brought to the board for consideration was necessary. This was to ensure that we were consistent with the review and consideration process outlined in County Code, that applicants were analyzed under a comprehensive set of metrics, and that the focus of the consideration moved back to whether the new or upgraded license was indeed a public convenience or necessity. Working with our county council and representatives of the sheriff's office, we updated our review process. These changes included an expanded application distribution to all entities listed in the county code, a refocus of public outreach and CPAC review on the key question of whether the new or upgraded license would be a public convenience or necessity to their community. It also now includes an analysis of application consistency with policies of the environmental justice element of the general plan when applicable, the potential impact of the new or upgraded license to surrounding sensitive uses, and a clearer description of the extent of existing overconcentration or crime issues in the surrounding area. As you will see with the 2 PCN requests before you today, and for ones that follow over the next few months, the revised process has resulted in staff recommending denial for most, if not all, pending PCN requests. When I present each item, I will provide the specific analysis for that application. Because this is the opposite of how PCNs have been presented to the board in the past for the most part, which was usually with a recommendation for approval, I wanted to provide this background. I also want to acknowledge that the 2 applicants before you today and those that will come before you in the next few months were caught in this transition. Staff communicated with the applicants over the last month regarding the updates to the review process and the likely denial recommendations. But the applicants did not have the benefit of these discussions at the early stages of their application process, where they could have either decided not to pursue the PCN or have done more to make their case for public convenience or necessity during review. With that, I am happy to answer any questions, or I can move to the presentation on item 69, one-stop liquor and food. Thank you.
Okay, Jessica, thank you. I appreciate that clarification. Just out of curiosity, what is the cost for an application?
That is a very good question. It is
Mr.
broken,
Smith.
yes.
You can lean over and use Dave's, Todd, if you need to.
Thank you, Chair Desmond. I'm looking that up right now.
Okay.
So it is broken into, I will say, 2 fees. There's an initial small fee to bring in the application, and then once an applicant goes through the CPAC, then it's effectively step 1, step 2. If they feel that they have the support, then they can move to step 2, and then that's an additional fee amount.
Okay. But there's not a separate fee to the sheriffs for a review or to ABC for a review or anything like that. It's just the fee to the county.
The sheriffs do receive a portion of the
A portion of the
application
county fee, okay.
Yeah. Mhm.
So the first phase of that Jessica described, the fee is $1,291.62. Second phase, $4,251.06, and the latter phase is where we get the feedback from all the reviewing entities, including the sheriff.
Got it. Okay. Okay, thank you. That's good information. And I do appreciate the staff report and all the additional information in the staff report. So, Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Jessica, I just want to make sure I understood what you just said, is that the reading of the code or the findings required has changed with this PCN process so that now it's likely that more requests for PCNs will not be upheld. Did I hear you say that?
So the code itself didn't change.
Okay.
I think when we were looking at a large number of PCNs coming in at the same time with a lot of similar characteristics, and also within these environmental justice communities, we were having a hard time with the process that we had before, which was a little looser in how we were making recommendations on PCNs, coming up with what's a process we thought was fair, and also retained the consistency with the code. And I think when we really started diving into the county code in Chapter 4.60, it became apparent that there were entities that we weren't necessarily bringing into the process that we should be. Then that sort of ended up spawning the revised process. And once we started pulling in these other entities and looking at these projects on balance with policy, with the feedback from sheriff, it ended up that on balance we were finding that the staff was looking to recommend denial for most of the PCNs coming forward.
Okay, so the constriction or the tightening was in an application of the code, not in a language
Correct.
change. Okay, thank you.
Okay, well then let's go to item 69 then.
Okay, thank you. So item 60, oh, sorry, go ahead. Yes.
Item 69 is the One Stop Liquor and Food PCN, a request for a public convenience or necessity letter from the Board of Supervisors regarding a Type 21 off-sale beer, wine, and spirits liquor license to One Stop Liquor and Food at 3609 Bradshaw Road. I thought I already read this one in.
I think you did.
You did, yeah.
And then I gave my
But
really
she just
long-
kind of gave an introductory
Yeah.
remarks that applied to both of them, so that's okay.
Oh, okay.
More information is better than too little. Okay. So go ahead, Jessica.
We're good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So One Stop Liquor and Food, their location is at 3609 Bradshaw Road, Suite G. It is in the Cordova community in an existing shopping center known as Bradville Square. So this request is for a PCN letter for a Type 21, which is off-sale general liquor, wine, and beer, for a proposed new liquor store. This is just highlighting the community context. You have the shopping center where the project is located. The actual parcel that they're located on is highlighted in yellow. The city of Rancho Cordova is to the north, and then we have multifamily to the east, and limited commercial, and then single family to the west across Bradshaw. Really quickly, this is the proposed floor plan. You can see it's a small location. They will have coolers, storage, shelves, display, and a cashier. This is a 1 mile radius map. It's also included in the application package. This shows the proposed Type 21 license location in purple, and then Type 20 licenses, which are just beer and wine, are shown with blue, and then Type 21, which is a full liquor license for off sale, is shown in green. And then vacant parcels are in pink, schools blue, daycare centers are the red boxes. And then just to note, this is a 1 mile radius map, and then the census tract that determines whether they're considered an overconcentrated area is shown with the red lines. So this PCN did go to the Cordova CPAC in March of this year. 4 out of 5 of the council members were present. The public did have comment. There was opposition to the proposed project. There were 3 citizens that were there. However, the Cordova CPAC did vote to recommend approval to the board. They did have a request as part of their approval. It's not a conditional approval, it was just a request that the board develop formal policies related to PCN requests, including general guidance and related findings on overconcentration in high crime areas, and specifically identify any locations suitable for desirable overconcentrations. So for example, business districts or entertainment districts, something that might be more of a focus for these sorts of liquor license requests. Project analysis, the liquor license before you for this PCN is because this census tract is overconcentrated. There are currently 5 off-sale licenses in the census tract. The baseline allowance is 2. Thus, the census tract is currently overconcentrated by 250%. And that is for Type 21 licenses, to be clear. There are a total of 11 off-sale liquor licenses within the 1 mile radius, which was the exhibit I provided earlier. 6 are Type 20 and 5 are Type 21. The subject parcel is within an average crime reporting district, so that was not part of the requirement for a PCN. However, the Sheriff's Department did recommend, or they did lodge a protest with this license. They do work with ABC on conditioning licenses should a PCN get approved, but they still did recommend a denial of the PCN to the board. As far as sensitive uses go, staff did identify 4 daycares, 4 schools, and 2 churches within a 1 mile radius. The subject parcel is outside of an environmental justice community, so that policy did not apply. And ultimately, again, using our new metrics and system, staff believe that the applicant has not demonstrated that objections and protests received were adequately addressed or eliminated, or that the issuance of a new liquor license at this location would be a public convenience or necessity. And therefore, we recommend that you deny this PCN request for the Type 21 liquor license. The applicant is present and is looking to also provide a presentation regarding public convenience and necessity as well once I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Jessica. There aren't any supervisors queued up, so we'll give the applicant a chance to make a presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. We'll give you 3 minutes, okay?
Sure. My name is Robel, and I'm here for One Stop Liquor and Food. So One Stop Liquor and Food will provide residents with shopping experience in a very friendly and comfortable environment. And as the name suggests, it's not just a place where you just buy the liquor, but the shopper will be able to purchase food items, grocery, gifts, snacks, candies, gift items, like we'll keep logo caps and t-shirts and stuff. And alcoholic, and it'll be convenient for the shoppers because they'll be skipping the long lines in big stores on the counters. will be serving hot coffee and ices. And there is no immediate close by liquor store, but there is a shopping center, a big shopping center there. Hours of operations will be 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. And one-stop liquor store will always be a good neighbor, and we'll be keeping our store and parking lots and backside and everywhere clean and tidy. And deliveries will be scheduled to minimize noise and disruption. What that means is there'll be no deliveries at night, and there'll be no deliveries during the school pickup and drop-off times. We recognize the seriousness of underage drinking, and the strict policies will be enforced aggressively. For minor policies will be enforced. Staff will be well trained on procedures for handling minors. ID scanners will be installed so that it should not happen even by mistake. We will not be selling single beers at the store, and we will not be selling any bottles less than 750 ml. These restrictions are imposed by sheriff department. Employees will be supervising the facility all through the day, and closed circuit video monitoring system will be installed with high definition cameras located throughout the property. One Stop Liquor Store is committed to provide their customers and employees the environment that is healthy and safe. Strict policies of cleaning the handles and windows and of the coolers will be enforced. And I would say that One Stop Liquor Store will be a responsible retailer and will provide our customers added convenience to buy alcoholic, non-alcoholic beverages, along with grocery items, foods, snacks, gifts, and many more. And we'll always keep a competitive pricing, so that will benefit the residents, because we'll be competing with other stores around. And it's an intersection and a lot of pass-by traffic. So it will definitely be convenient for the residents to come and buy stuff without standing in long lines, and it'll be a quick shop. So that is another convenience for the public who's living around.
Could you wrap it up? And certainly if any supervisor has questions for you, they'd be able to ask those too. But could you wrap it up?
Yeah, sure. So at the end, I would just say that we'll serve our community with exceptional customer service, and that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, any public comments?
We do have a caller.
Okay.
Can you please transfer the caller?
And while we're getting the caller on the phone, if anyone else had public comment, you could provide 2 minutes of public comment as well, any of you in chambers.
Hi, caller. Please start with your comments, and you have 2 minutes.
All right. Thank you. Hello to the Board of Supervisors. I apologize. I've muted you in the other tab. My name is William Wyatt. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person today, but I'm here to speak to agenda items 69 and 70, both of which regard the Type 21 liquor licenses, as we've been discussing. I've lived in Sacramento for a couple years, since 2020, and I've lived in Arden Arcade for about a year as of now, right across the street from the 7-Eleven franchise under consideration today. The next agenda item. In the time I've lived in Sacramento County, the two things that I've noticed are most abundant are the unhoused, the unsheltered, and parking lots. Number 3 is liquor. I believe the board when it says that public safety is a priority for me too. Now, bear with me. Research shows that living on the streets and during the traumas that come with homelessness, it is a fast track to the worst of addiction. Some folks have problems with substances before being displaced from their housing, but I think most of us can understand how much harder it is to stay sober when both the daytime heat and nighttime cold might kill you, when you can't shower or lock your door to protect your possessions, and when you are looked on with contempt by near everyone you see if they look at you at all. Addiction is a powerful medical phenomenon under good conditions. It is all but inescapable when necessities like shelter, potable water, and personal safety have been denied to you. The unhoused quite reasonably expect that they'll never in the foreseeable future have enough cash on hand to afford rent, but they sometimes have enough to buy the things that make them feel a little better, even if only by preventing withdrawal symptoms. Often, one of those things is alcohol, which, if you're unhoused, you can't safely store for later or drink in private. As a population, the unhoused are at exceptional risk of substance abuse and, needless to say, are acutely vulnerable to the dangers that come with it. Sacramento County has, or so it looks for me, and I'm not at all happy to say, allowed Arden Arcade, where I live, to be built around the interests of businesses.
Can you wrap it up, caller, please?
Yes. Case in point, I'm within about a 10-minute walk of no less than 5 convenience and liquor stores, and I'm significantly farther from fresh produce, almost as far as a shaded place to sit. I strongly recommend the board not only uphold ideals like environmental justice and public safety, but also to hold tangibly businesses in Arden Arcade to a higher standard, and to start by recommending that the Alcohol Beverage Control Board withhold a Type 21 liquor license.
Sir, can you please wrap up your
under
comments?
consideration today.
Okay,
Thank
you, caller.
Okay. That concludes your public comments for this item.
Okay, great. I'll look to the applicant again. Did no other comments from the applicant? Well, no. I mean, anyone else? No. And the reason I'm asking you, because, I mean, you didn't get to finish, I think, all your comments, and I do understand that just kind of in light of some of the changes at the staff level, I think it's important to give you a chance if you have something else to say. So we'll give you 2 minutes.
I just wanted to let you know that it was not denied by the Sheriff Department. They gave us restrictions. We can open from 8 to 10 p.m., and we cannot sell small bottles or single beer. So the restriction is we can only sell 750 ml bottles of liquor and 6-packs and more. So they never denied it. They gave us a restriction. So that's the main part I want to let you know.
Okay. Appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. No more public comment. I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. My first question would be for whomever could answer that question. There's Jessica over here on this side. As far as the correspondence with the Sheriff's Department or law enforcement relative to this application.
Yeah, thank you. Attachment 4 is the Sheriff's Office comment letter for the PCN application. It is a protest with conditions. They don't have the ability to deny an application. What they have is the ability to protest the PCN and to protest a liquor license with ABC. They do usually in their letters state that if the PCN or the liquor license is approved, they recommend a certain set of conditions be placed on that license, or we cannot place conditions on PCNs. The conditions can only go on the license. And so while they are protesting the PCN, they're listing conditions. These are conditions that they would work with ABC to impose on the license if the PCN were approved.
So we cannot impose those conditions as a part of this ministerial process.
Correct.
ABC can.
Yes.
Do they typically impose conditions on licenses?
They do. They definitely work with the Sheriff's Office for whatever local jurisdiction the license is in to, or the city police or whoever, to work in any conditioning on the license that they recommend. They are not required to. It is all just worked as almost a negotiation, if you will.
Okay. And so in your preamble to these two items, you mentioned, maybe consulting with groups that had not previously been engaged in the conversation. Were any of those groups consulted as a part of this process, or that would not have otherwise been consulted, and or what did they say?
So we did attempt to reach out there's the County Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board. We did attempt to reach out to them. They are listed in Chapter 4.60. We did not receive responses from them, but that's one that we would be going to regularly now. So the anticipation is that they would provide a recommendation as well that would be considered as part of our overall recommendation on the PCN.
Okay, and so my last question is going to be a little loaded, so feel free to answer it however you see appropriate. But in the previous manner of looking at these provisions, when you said we were reading the code more loosely, would this license have likely been approved? Or would this PCN likely have gone through?
Don't know if I want to speculate on that.
Yeah, I know, and that's why I prefaced it. I know it's a loaded speculation, but I'm just trying to gauge, because here's where I'm at. Is I feel sorry for business people who are trying to operate a legally entitled business in an appropriately zoned area in which, yes, there are restrictions and licenses that they're required to have, and they've done everything that they needed to do to go through the process. However, I'm also torn by the fact that we listened to an entire morning of public comment relative to race being a health crisis and what the practical application of that is. An overconcentration of liquor stores in disadvantaged communities is an absolute outproduct of that, sort of discrimination, if you will. So I can see that this exists for a reason. I'm just trying to determine whether or not we have changed the horse midstream relative to the reasoning being applied to this project.
I might chime in, Supervisor Hume, Todd Smith, Planning Director. I think kind of the preamble to these presentations was spot on in the fact that we took a much closer look relative to what the county code actually says in fine detail because of the magnitude of applications we were receiving. I don't know that we would have made a different recommendation had we not taken that look, specifically on these two. Just given the overconcentration that exists, as is outlined in the staff report. I also do want to clarify, while ABC has the ability to condition, as Jessica indicated, they are not always, in our experience, very active in enforcing some of those conditions. So it comes with kind of a different understanding relative to what county staff are able to enforce as far as conditions through our mechanisms as opposed to ABC. So a little bit of a nuance there.
And can I chime in? Yeah, I was going to ask that. I'm glad you mentioned that, Todd, because I remember this came up, was it last year or the year before, where ABC notified us that don't have any level of confidence that they are going to be enforcing specific conditions that we impose on any of these licenses, and that's a real challenge, because then that kind of defeats the purpose of having the sheriff review these things and come up with these conditions. That's a concern of mine, but I was going to hold that till the next item, certainly. But okay. No further comments, no further public comment. Thank you, Jessica. I guess you'll be presenting the next one as well. Then I'll bring it back to the board for action. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you. I guess I'll just kind of pick up where I left off in that I appreciate that you are honorable business people that have every intention to run a clean operation, and you're certainly not looking to prey on the community. You're trying to provide a goods and services that obviously there is a market for, and that potentially you would have a robust business. But I think that if we are turning a corner and having a different standard to which we are starting the process, at some point you have to rip the Band-Aid off of that. No offense, Supervisor Kennedy. And you have to say that this is how we will apply this process going forward. And so I would begrudgingly and regrettably support staff's recommendation to deny this PCN.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, applicant, thank you. Thank you for being here today. I'm sorry it's not the result you were looking for, but I hope you understand kind of the challenges that we're faced with in these decisions. Okay, we'll move on to item 70.
Okay, item 70 is the PAMA Gasoline Corporation, a request for a public convenience or necessity letter from the Board of Supervisors regarding a 21 type off-sale beer, wine, and spirits liquor license application at an existing convenience store with gasoline station at 1300 Fulton Avenue in the Arden Arcade community.
Okay, Jessica.
Okay, good afternoon again. I do have a presentation for this one as well.
They're gonna pull it up, Jessica.
No problem.
Let me give them a second.
Okay, so this is PAMA Gasoline Corporation, PCN request. The location of this request is the northeast corner of Fulton Avenue and Hurley Way in the Arden Arcade community, 1300 Fulton Avenue. This request is a PCN letter for a Type 21, which is that full liquor license off sale, for an existing convenience store. They do have an existing Type 20 license currently. Community context, this is also a shopping center zoned property. The surrounding uses are all commercial and retail as well. This is the 1 mile radius map that shows, again, the proposed Type 21 license at the center. And then within the 1 mile buffer, Type 20 licenses, 21 licenses, daycare centers, vacant parcels, schools, and then the various census tracts that are within that 1 mile radius. So the CPAC recommendation on this one, on March 23rd, 2023, the Arden Arcade CPAC did make a vote to recommend denial of this application. The vote was 2 members yes and 2 members actually abstained. So this is incorrect. It says absent. They abstained. Because 2 of the members abstained, the motion failed. They determined that they would not make another motion. And so this one had a vote to recommend denial, but because that failed, it moves forward to you without a formal CPAC recommendation. There was opposition from community members at the CPAC meeting, highlighting that there is a presence of ample liquor purchasing retails in the community. And going back to some of the project analysis, so the reason that this Type 21 PCN is before you today is because its census tract is over-concentrated with liquor licenses. There are currently 7 off-sale licenses in this census tract, making it over-concentrated by about 350%. There are a total of 22 licenses within a 1 mile radius, 8 that are Type 20 and 14 that are Type 21. You'll notice that there are actually liquor licenses on every corner at the project site. The subject parcel also falls under a high crime reporting district, which is the second criteria that would require a PCN. And then staff has also identified a number of sensitive uses within 1,000 feet of the subject parcel. So for example, there are 6 schools and 7 daycare centers located within a 1-mile radius. Finally, the subject parcel is located within the West Arden Arcade Environmental Justice Community. General Plan Policy EJ5 indicates that the county will control uses requiring liquor licenses in EJ communities where there is an overconcentration of licenses. And so in the staff report, we do indicate that we believe this PCN would be considered non-compliant with that general plan policy. The Sheriff's Department, as with the last PCN, did provide a protest letter with conditions. Again, as we talked about before, they are protesting the PCN, but if the PCN were to be approved, these are the conditions that they would likely work with ABC to see if they can get onto a license. And then ABC has indicated on this license that they would be amenable to putting most of these conditions on the license should the PCN be approved. We also reached out, as you can see here, to the other reviewers. Department of Finance did not object to the liquor license here. So on balance, again, using our new metrics, staff believe that the applicant has not demonstrated that objections and protests received during the review process were adequately addressed or eliminated, or that issuance of a new liquor license at this location is a public convenience or necessity. And that ends my presentation. The applicant is here and would like the opportunity to speak on behalf of the application and make an argument for public convenience and necessity or necessity.
Thank you, Jessica. Before you step away, did you flash the map with all the other type 20 and type 21? Can you bring that up again?
Yeah, yes.
That's unfortunately very common in Arden Arcade and South Sac and Foothill Farms and North Highlands, a lot of these urbanized, older, unincorporated communities. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm glad you asked to see this map just because I want to have faith in the information that you're showing me in order to make these determinations, particularly since we're changing how we're applying this code section. And so one of the licenses that you highlight here is the Kitchen on Hurley Way. That's a restaurant that I don't know what they charge, but it's probably somewhere in the area of $150 to $200 a plate. Mm-hmm. I don't think that's really the type of license that would be used as justification against a Type 21 for sale liquor.
They do have a Type 20.
Where you can take it off premises?
Type 21, where you can take it off premises.
Well, either way, they're moving, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, but you're correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that would not be normally restaurants with on sale. That would not be part of this analysis, no.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
But that's a good point, Supervisor Hume, because I think it is important that we highlight if it's a grocery store
right.
As opposed to a convenience store like this. So, okay, the applicant is Mr. Mully? And we'll give you 3 minutes, sir.
Okay. So we are a franchisee of 7-Eleven convenience store. We hold Type 20 off-sale beer and wine license and looking to upgrade to Type 21 off-sale general liquor license for this location. So we are not looking to turn this store to a liquor store. By upgrading to Type 21 license, we will be able to provide additional convenience to our customers and make our store one-stop shop for them. Since 2014, we have been operating this store under 7-Eleven business model that includes strict policy when it comes to selling alcohol. So for example, 7-Eleven sends a mystery shopper every month, which keeps employees on alert all the times when selling alcohol beverages. Because of our continuing efforts, we have 0 violations with law enforcement agency when it comes to selling alcohol beverages. In addition, we are fully committed to follow all the conditions set by Sacramento County Sheriff's Office. We understand the importance of providing safe environment for customers and employees. We have spent a lot of money on security systems, lightings inside and outside the store, and on maintaining the look of the store for the neighborhood. We have been running these stores very professionally under 7-Eleven's guidelines. In summary, our store holds Type 20 license and does not negatively impact public health, safety, or welfare. We are providing safe and convenient location to make necessary purchases, including alcoholic beverages. We strongly believe that by upgrading of Type 20 license to Type 21 license will provide customers to added convenience to make distilled spirits purchases. We are fully committed to continue to be a responsible retailer of alcoholic beverages. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Molly. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you making comments about this. I've heard from a number of folks in Arden Arcade about your store who have only very positive things about the store and about how it's run and the cleanliness, and mentioned that there are not, issues there. But I have a question for you. Is it a 7-Eleven store?
Yes.
It is, okay.
Owned by us.
Okay.
It's a franchise.
Okay. Any public comment on this item?
No, and let me just double check with staff in the Skype real quick. I do not believe we have any public comments for this item.
Okay.
We had a 7-Eleven rep supposed to come, but today's a free celebrity day, so he's busy.
Well, so this is in this is in the district I represent, and appreciate you being a responsible business owner in the district. I am certainly persuaded, however, by the discussion we had in regard to the last item here, and certainly when you look at the map, it just shows in stark contrast that there's an oversaturation of both Type 20 and 21 licensees in this area, and I think to me it's even more tragic that this is an environmental justice community. This is a very underprivileged community, a community that really struggles. So I understand that this is important for your business, but I have an obligation, just like my colleague Supervisor Hume, to represent these constituents and not contribute to additional Type 21 licenses in this area. And so with that, all the Supervisor Hume has a comment. I'll be making a motion to support staff recommendation to deny approval of the Type 21 license.
So first of all, I just want to say the excuse of the 7-Eleven rep, that's probably the most legitimate reason I've ever heard to miss a meeting. That's right, yeah. The free Slurpees, that's a big thing. And I'll just say that irrespective of the different application of this code section and all of the comments that I made on the last item, ever since I had the first type of this application come forward, it's not sat right with me, and so I would be voting against this regardless of our change in application, because I just don't believe that liquor stores and gas stations belong commingled. So,
is that a second?
That is a second.
Okay. So we have a first and a second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you, Mr. Molly. Okay, moves us to item 71.
Yes, this is the Florin 40, a rezone large lot tentative subdivision map, small lot tentative subdivision map, and a design review for a property located at 9850 Florin Road in the Vineyard community. And the environmental determination is exempt.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Emma Patton, and I'll be presenting the Florin 40 project for you this afternoon. So the Florin 40 project is located south of Florin Road and east of Bradshaw Road within the North Vineyard Station specific plan area. The northern portion of the parcel is developed with a rural home and several accessory structures that are planned for demolition. But the majority of the site is left vacant and was previously used for farming. Here you can see the site within its community context. The property is currently zoned agricultural 20, but is proposed to be rezoned to residential 5 and open space. The property is surrounded by vacant and agricultural residential properties with rural residences. I will note that several of these properties have proposed subdivisions or approved subdivisions. Specifically to the south is the location of the approved Murphy subdivision, and on either side of the Florin 40 site are additional proposed subdivisions that are pending with planning and environmental review. As noted, the Florin 40 project site is located within the North Vineyard Station specific plan area, just south of Florin Road. This slide identifies the Florin 40 site bound in red on the North Vineyard Station specific plan land use plan. Here you can see a tighter shot of that Florin 40 site within its plan context for the specific plan. The property in the area surrounding the project site are planned for single-family residential development. There's also a park site planned on the Florin 40 site that crosses over to the neighboring Emerald subdivision site, which is one of those pending applications with planning and environmental review. Also, I will note that the Emerald subdivision site also is the location of a planned 10-acre school site. That would be an elementary school site. The applicant is requesting a rezone, a large lot tentative subdivision map, and a design review. I'm going to be going into a little bit greater detail on each of these requests on the slides to follow. But before I expand on those entitlements, I do want to note that given the proposed project does conform with the previously approved specific plan, a notice of exemption was prepared for this project. The project would be required to implement all applicable mitigation that was adopted as a part of that specific plan. This slide features the project's existing zoning and proposed zoning. The proposed rezone implements the specific plan by rezoning the property from Ag 20 to RD5 and open space, consistent with that specific plan land use designation. On this slide, you can see the proposed large lot tentative subdivision map. This map is for the purposes of phasing and financing only. No development is proposed to coincide with this large lot map. Here you can see the proposed tentative subdivision map. This map would result in 193 single-family residential lots, all within the RD5 zoning district, a 2.36 acre park lot, which would be dedicated to Southgate Recreation and Park District, and 4 landscape corridor lots adjacent to primary thoroughfares and collectors, each of which would contain a separated sidewalk also to be dedicated to Southgate Recreation and Park District for maintenance and operation. Given the Florin 40 subdivision is being planned while subdivisions on adjacent properties are proposed, the county asked the respective applicants to coordinate circulation and lotting patterns across the subdivision. This included providing direct access across the subdivisions to the planned elementary school site and adjacent park site. I would also like to note that the applicant is providing more than double the parkland as provided in the North Vineyard Station specific plan, land use plan, at the request of Southgate Recreation and Park District. This is in part to respond to increased parkland demand within the specific plan as a result of requests on neighboring properties to increase the density beyond what was originally planned within the specific plan. The Design Review Advisory Committee reviewed the project and recommended that the board find the project in substantial compliance with the design guidelines. The project was also presented to the Vineyard CPAC and the Planning Commission, both of whom were supportive of the request, each recommending unanimous approval to the board with the members present. Based on staff's review, staff has found that the project is consistent with applicable general plan policies, consistent with the North Vineyard Station specific plan, land use plan, and applicable policies. The subdivision circulation coordinates with pending applications and provides good access to planned school sites and park sites. In addition, as I mentioned before, the applicant is providing approximately double the parkland as provided on the land use plan to respond to the increased demand in per capita parkland. The Planning Commission and the Vineyard CPAC were both supportive of the subdivision, and the DRAC recommend that the board find the project in substantial compliance with the design guidelines. Based on this analysis, staff is recommending approval of the proposed project, specifically that the board recognize the exempt status of the project under Public Resources Code 21155.4 of the California Environmental Quality Act. This is a unique exemption category offered to projects that conform with approved specific plans. That the board adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. That you approve the rezone ordinance, approve the large lot tentative subdivision map, approve the tentative subdivision map, and find the project in substantial compliance with the countywide design guidelines and the design guidance of the North Vineyard Station specific plan. So that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions you might have, and Bruce Walters, representing the applicant team, is also here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emma. Look at there are no board members with their name in the queue, so I'll turn to our clerk. Any public comment on this item?
Do not have any comments for this item.
Okay. Does the applicant want to speak, or just here for questions? You're good. Just for questions. Okay. Then I'll
change my number for the moment.
Oh, you're going to speak on this item?
Please.
Okay.
My name's Steve Wirtz. I'm here actually for the next item, but I just have some questions here on this development. I see no environmental justice considerations sort of made on this. I see no low-income housing component to this. I see this seems to be potentially part of the problem with just developing without recognizing the seriousness of your actions now for everyone in this room, for my children, for their children. I just can't believe that we're not hearing a more thorough understanding of how this fits into what is our so-called delayed climate action plan. Is it bypassing the requirements that are going to be required in that if we ever decide that this board was willing to pass a cap? So I'm just appalled by the lack of preparation for considering environmental issues here. And I know every one of you is totally aware of the consequences of global warming. If you didn't get out on the 4th, I know you're aware of this, and I know you understand that it's hard to make decisions that are going to make it hard on all of us. We all have to do something, but I cannot believe that you're not considering this in light of the climate crisis that we exist in. So just hope that you reconsider.
Okay, thank you. Okay, looks like the applicant. I'll give you a chance now. You want to say a few words? Okay.
Bruce Walters, Walters Land Planning, representing the property owner. I just want to reiterate a few facts here, and maybe staff can describe further if necessary. But in terms of compliance with mitigation measures and conditions of approval, this project has 140 conditions of approval. A large portion of them are based upon the mitigation measures identified in the North Vineyard Station specific plan with regard to air quality, environmental habitat. There's a requirement for paying a affordable housing mitigation fee. So I would characterize this project as well analyzed, well covered in this case, and I would ask the board's action today. If they have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Bruce. I'll bring it back to my colleagues up here for action. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the public comments here, but to the applicant's point, there was a full EIR for the general plan. There was a full EIR for the North Vineyard Station specific plan. This project has been well vetted. It's been recommended by approval both by the Advisory Council, the Community Council, and the Planning Commission. So I would make a motion to approve all of the findings and conditions and accept the project.
Okay, we have a first and second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay. So now we'll move on to item 72.
Item 72 is the climate emergency resolution update.
Hello, Todd.
Thank you, Flo. Good afternoon, Chair Desmond, members of the board. Todd Smith, Planning Director, here to present staff's recommendation on the climate emergency resolution update. So a little bit of history as part of my presentation. December of 2020, 3.5 years ago, the board did declare, via adoption of a resolution, a declaration of climate emergency. And that document identified Sacramento County's existing and future actions, ongoing actions indeed, to reduce community-wide greenhouse gas emissions, GHGs. And that resolution also included several commitments and goals, including carbon neutrality by 2030. Since that time, staff have taken that resolution to heart. We have been working very hard to actually implement those recommendations, and I want to give credit to the county's sustainability manager, John Lundgren. He has been doing the bulk of the work that's outlined on this slide. He has worked to establish the Climate Emergency Mobilization Task Force, which has been doing really good work over the last many months with their outreach and education subcommittees, their technical advisory panels on energy, transportation, and economics. Additional staff actions over the last several years, we have been, both the sustainability manager and myself and other PER staff have been engaged in ongoing dialogue with other jurisdictions in the region, with SMUD, the City of Sacramento, the City of Elk Grove, consistent with the electrification memorandum of understanding that the county is signatory to, along with those agencies. We have had ongoing discussion with the Sacramento Metropolitan Air Quality Management District regarding a potential local climate offset program. That's something we heard from the board as part of both the March 2022 and September 2022 hearings on the Climate Action Plan and draft. Most recently, John and his staff have developed an inventory update. So the 2021 GHG emissions inventory update, the details of that are in the staff report. That's going through a public review process. And I want to note here that the county's operational emissions, and that means just the governance part of the broader GHG emissions of the county facilities, county fleets, et cetera, our operational GHG emissions have reduced by 32.5% as a result of the work that the county's done over the last 5 to 7 years. Moving on to state actions. In 2022, the California Air Resources Board adopted the 2022 Climate Change Scoping Plan. And that plan is for the state of California. It does have a 2045 carbon neutrality target, and it also implements this Executive Order B 5518. Coincidental with that, AB 1279 in September of 2022 set the statewide policy to achieve net zero GHG emissions by 2045, as well as reducing statewide anthropogenic GHGs to at least 85% below 1990 levels. And really that sets the framework for staff's recommendation today. Just a few more points, though, on some other local activities. We have been engaged not just with City of Elk Grove, City of Sacramento, but other entities throughout the Sacramento region, Yolo County, City of Citrus Heights, a few others as well, just to make sure that we are learning from each other to develop the best policies we can actually implement as it relates to climate action planning in our region. And our goal as part of that collaboration is the second bullet on this slide, which is to ensure that we have a consistent approach so that all of the community knows what to expect when they're either proposing developments or home renovations or things of that nature. It doesn't have to be about development. It can be investing in your own property. so that we're consistent in our local climate action planning. And this slide also highlights a couple of the area goals, or different jurisdictions in the area's goals. City of Davis has a 2040 carbon neutrality goal. City of Sacramento is 2045. City of Rancho Cordova, they're just in a draft phase right now. They don't currently have a specified draft for carbon neutrality. And so staff's recommendation here, again, is to amend the climate emergency resolution to be consistent with the state's 2045 carbon neutrality goal. And staff, I just want to reiterate this. We are continuing to actively pursue those greenhouse gas reductions consistent with the board's direction from December of 2020. And we will do so regardless of the board's action here today to choose a different date or not. We believe that direction is clear. We clearly understand the board's direction to be ambitious, to be aggressive. And this date change that staff is proposing does not mean that Sacramento County is doing nothing for the next 20 years. I want to make that clear. We see that early and ongoing actions are necessary. We see that staff are committed to carrying out the board's direction, regardless of the date. Just as part of our experience over the last several years, we've seen our attempts as staff to advance significant policy change in the context of sometimes a divided public. We hear from multiple perspectives on this issue over the last several years.
Todd?
Yeah.
Let me just interrupt you here. A couple of supervisors have a comment. Supervisor Cerna.
I'll wait to the end of his presentation.
Okay. Okay. Well, wait. Take that back. Proceed.
All right. So when we're advancing that significant policy change, we see the balance or the need for a balance between being ambitious and aggressive, which we believe is the right thing to do, versus having achievable goals that are realistic, that we know we can get there. And so we're trying to balance those ambitions against what we believe to be achievable is what we're struggling with. From staff's perspective, I want to emphasize that achievable goals help us change some of those opposition points that we experience as part of our development of the Climate Action Plan, turn those through to support through education, through conversations about the benefits of some of these actions. We also believe that despite the need to be ambitious, we also need to be realistic in setting expectations, but also by being ambitious, setting or signaling those major changes in the market that are necessary to achieve the ambitious goals. And examples of this could include, manufacturing of heat pump water heaters. We've heard as part of our work on the CAP that the manufacturers aren't quite there yet on certain technologies. We know there's a need for smart electrical panels. We know there's a need for EV charging solutions. We know there's a need for hydrogen infrastructure as we're switching to different types of fuels for vehicles. I would also add, we know that the Climate Emergency Mobilization Task Force is engaged and is developing the Climate Emergency Response Plan as part of their ongoing efforts, and they're committed to completing this crucially important work. Finally, I would add, at least with respect to the resolution itself, if the board desires to further accelerate achievement of carbon reduction goals, we see a need for new and more immediate funding resources, whether those are from the county as part of our ongoing budget discussions on an annual basis, or from external sources through grants. That is clear. And that's in addition to the long-term funding that's needed for CAP implementation. I'm going to pause there because I have a few more points. I want to make sure, Supervisor Cerna, you
continue.
Okay. All right. So staff's perspective on this relative to the original 2030 goal. As part of our work on the Climate Action Plan, we have seen that 2030 carbon neutrality is really not feasible for Sacramento County as a whole, and this sentiment is actually expressed in some of the comments that you've received and that I've received as recently as last week from some of the groups here today. We know that Sacramento County has a substantial urban area. We know that we have made, as a county, significant investments in that large geographic area, whether it's transportation or other infrastructure. There's no way to undo that at this point. The two biggest sectors in the county's greenhouse gas inventory are on-road transportation at 43% and building energy, both residential and non-residential, at 36%. That's 79% combined. And those numbers are from the draft 2021 inventory. We know from our work on the housing element, we have some housing data. We have 172,000 units in unincorporated Sacramento County that are over 30 years old. 133,000 of those units are over 40 years old. So we're looking at an aged building stock. If we assume 50% of those will need electrification and energy efficiency upgrades, that's 86,000 units. That's $1.7 billion to $3.3 billion. And that range is based on a data set out of the city of Berkeley, their existing building electrification strategy from 2021. There's a whole set of assumptions relative to certain types of appliances and other details, but those are big numbers. Obviously, the county's budget doesn't support those efforts, so that looks toward the external funding I was talking about. On the transportation sector, we know that zero-emission transit is starting to take off. We see RT and others doing a lot of good work there. We have also seen zero-emission vehicles and EVs ramping up. We've seen investments in charging infrastructure. Those are important components. However, the vast majority of county residents still drive fossil fuel powered vehicles. And I don't say that to cast blame, it's just a fact. So those are the reasons that we don't think 2030 is realistic for Sacramento County. We do think, we know that 2045 is the state's goal, and it's still ambitious. A word of caution here, as part of our work on the CAP, we've been reviewing that 2022 scoping plan with that goal. We have read reports on all sides of the spectrum on this, and one of those is the California Legislative Analyst's Office. In January 2023, they produced a report that identified a number of concerns about the state's ability to meet this goal. And that's just out there. We're trying to balance all these issues. And so to give you a little bit more sense of what carbon neutrality would require. So for 2030, carbon neutrality, at a minimum, and these are a couple of high-level ideas, at a minimum, in addition to the CAPS measures, the ones that we presented in March and September of last year, we would see the need for all privately owned vehicles to be zero-emission vehicles, plain and simple, to eliminate that transportation emissions sector. We would see a need for a general plan amendment to include very strict growth controls, unless all new growth is carbon
Excuse me,
neutral.
1 second, Todd. Someone's phone's ringing here. Could you please silence your phone?
Let me repeat that last one. We would see a need for a general plan amendment that would include strict growth controls, unless all new growth is carbon neutral. We would see a need for not just new growth, but all new development, including infill, to be carbon neutral. I think that's for you. We would see a need for all existing buildings, residential and non-residential, to be converted to all electric.
Sir, can we, hold on 1 second, Todd.
Turn off the phone.
Yeah, please just turn off your phone. Or maybe leave the chambers to figure it out. Okay. Okay,
All right.
Todd.
Where was I? All existing buildings, non-residential and residential, converting to all electric. That would eliminate the emissions associated with natural gas usage, so that in that context, we're talking about mandatory appliance replacements, some electrical panel upgrades with associated circuitry work. We know that that's necessary because of the demographics of the housing stock that I mentioned earlier.
Okay, sir, I'm gonna ask you to either turn your phone off or please leave the chambers because you're disrupting the presentation. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
back on the 2030 carbon neutrality, we further see a need for all of the industries in Sacramento County, manufacturing, job centers, entertainment venues, transportation hubs, all of them working together to achieve that goal, carbon neutrality. And finally, we see a need for, and this is true regardless of 2030, 2040, 2045, for an aggressive and effective greenhouse gas offset program with a local focus, again, to eliminate any remaining emissions that are not addressed by other reduction measures. So that's a snapshot at what 2030 looks like. 2040, we would see the same need for a robust offset program, carbon neutral new development, the extensive electrification program, further carbon removal, capture, storage, or sequestration program that would benefit Sacramento County. The same is true for 2045. So I just want to paint that picture for what is necessary in terms of the broad actions for the county to achieve this goal. As far as staff's next steps, again, regardless of the date that's chosen, we plan to continue our work on the Climate Action Plan. We obviously need to expand on the implementation milestones that were in the draft cap based on some of the public comments we received. We need to clearly identify those necessary actions and the resources for implementation. We will also be developing interim targets. We are not just looking at 2045 as the end game. We're looking at a starting point, 2030, and then a couple of in-between dates. So trying to set that, that path or map, if you will, how are we going to get there regardless of that the date that's chosen. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Todd. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Todd, for the presentation. And let me preface my initial comments with the fact that I had the unique experience of participating in what was my final vote, serving on CARB for almost a decade, to adopt the 2022 scoping plan. So I'm fairly intimately familiar with everything that went into that aspect of the same initiative, but obviously at the state level. I guess what I want to start with in terms of some of my questions and comments is, and this may be less for you and more for County Council, is kind of the import of the date. I know that there's just been tremendous focus, and we've been inundated with emails that focus mostly on 2045 horizon year versus 2030 and what they think that means. But I think it's really critical for this board and the public to understand not just what it means from kind of a purely aspirational perspective, but there's already been some case law that has transpired in the state of California around the adequacy question surrounding communities' climate action plans. So I'd like to maybe understand a little bit better what the significance is of those horizon years.
So I'll take that. Thank you, Supervisor. So you are correct in that several other jurisdictions that have tried to move forward with climate action plans have been challenged legally. One of the firms that challenged them was a firm called Chatton Brown, and they challenged the County of San Diego. That same firm sent us a comment letter on our cap and indicated that there were legal deficiencies in our cap. One of the things that they pointed out was that there was an inconsistency between the date, the goal in the resolution that you all, the Climate Emergency Declaration, and the cap target. And they indicated that that would be a basis potentially for a lawsuit were they to challenge the cap. And unfortunately, Chatton Brown represents many of the environmental groups that have sent public comment in today not wanting the date to be changed. However, those same people have said if you don't have consistency between these two dates, that is a potential issue for litigation. So from a legal perspective, it's best for there to be consistency between the target date in the CAP and the target date in the climate emergency declaration.
Thank you for that. In terms of I don't want to dismiss either the CAP or the declaration. I think one is almost a preamble to the substance of the other. So my thinking is that the declaration kind of sets us on the course, but it's really the CAP that is the meat of the matter. That'll be the policy guidance that will not just have what we hope are the progress targets and ultimately carbon neutrality, but how we get there, right? That's, I think, where we all agree that's literally how we're going to measure progress. So what we're being asked today to consider is really on that first part. It's the declaration, it's the resolution that sets out the kind of the roadmap for how we get there. So in terms of what some of the other local jurisdictions have done, and this is addressed to you, Todd, they've been clear in their draft caps about not just the horizon year of where they hope to achieve carbon neutrality, but they've actually put some fairly specific numbers to metric tons reduction of CO2 equivalent. And some of them have done it using some of the horizon years that we've been considering. So in other words, the city of Sacramento, for instance, has a carbon neutrality goal of 2045, but they have a very specific amount of carbon dioxide equivalent reduction that they hope to achieve 15 years earlier. And so I guess I'm wondering whether or not there is any value, and County Council, please chime in here as well, if there's any value in amending the resolution, not just as has been suggested by staff concerning the horizon year to give us that option, but maybe to be a little bit more specific in a additional resolve at the end that clearly says that this county is intending to be clear and bold relative to not just the progress report in 2030, but perhaps even in equal 5-year increments, beginning in 2025, in fact, where we can say 2025, 2030, 2035, 2040, and 2045. That would be our neutrality goal. But in each of those 5 years, what is our hope that the CAP will get us to in terms of that CO2 equivalent reduction in each of those 5 years in between today and 2045? And I know that may be putting the cart before the horse a bit, because that'll have to be vetted and referenced accurately in the CAP for it to really drive actions and behaviors and all the things that not just the county but all of us are going to have to do to achieve the carbon neutrality goal. But I think it gives the public arguably clearer understanding of what we hope to achieve by when, not just in a single year or 2 years, but even more specifically in those 5-year increments in between. And so I'm really trying to take the mindset here, and I'm really curious to hear from the public, but my mindset is at this point, the year is not what I'm focused on. The issue I'm focused on is the progress. So in fact, one could argue, quite frankly, at 2030, 2040, those are arbitrary years, right? You could say, hey, if 2030 is good, 2025 is even better. Let's be that bold. Let's be that aggressive. But at some point, I think we're all going to be looking at each other going, is it really that achievable? And I'm glad you touched on and gave us some really good examples of what it would take to reach neutrality by certain years. Because I don't think this board, nor do I think the public or the advocates want us to kind of fictionalize our attempt to take on something as important as a carbon reduction to respond to something as important as climate change. So that's kind of how I've set the stage for my consideration, and I'm hopeful that it'll be part of the deliberation when we get to that point of this afternoon amongst my colleagues. But I'd like to hear your thoughts about kind of that general idea about maybe putting something clear in the resolution that makes it not just clear, but holds us accountable, even more so to the progress, which is what is important here.
So I'll start with a response to say that philosophically, I don't have any problem with that idea. To me, that shows how the county will get to the end goal, whether it's those 5-year increments or something else. We can argue that or debate that. I personally don't feel any heartburn about 20, 30, 35, 40, 45. That's fine. The one piece I am a bit concerned about, just not knowing how the numbers are going to shake out in terms of what the new inventory looks like relative to the per capita calculations.
Right. And just to be clear, what I'm suggesting wouldn't have a number in the resolution. It would simply give us the construct for understanding what it is we're going to be measuring and when we're going to be measuring it.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just a little bit more on that. As part of the inventory update that John and his staff have done, we will be, as part of our work on the CAP, using that and reforecasting for these target years, we'll call them interim target years for lack of a better term, to show as part of our climate action plan what those interim targets actually are. What is the number in a carbon dioxide equivalent per capita per year? We will be doing that work as part of the climate action plan. That said, I don't disagree philosophically with including some sort of language in the resolution itself to articulate that.
Legally, June, would that give you any heartburn?
Yes, sir.
That's why we have you.
It does give me heartburn, and the reason is because we don't want to tie our own hands. We don't want this resolution or declaration to be able to really be used against the county. And what I mean by that is because the CAP is still being worked on, because the numbers are fluid and still being developed, if we put too much specific or precise information in this resolution and it in some way is inconsistent with what we have in the CAP, then we have yet another basis for a challenge. And that's what we want to avoid. That's the goal to the extent possible.
And I completely understand what you're saying, and I respect it, and I know that that is your job. But I don't know if I've made myself abundantly clear yet about the level of specificity I'm talking about. And here's what I'm going to suggest, because I know others are in the queue to ask Todd questions. I've already taken a stab wordsmithing something, and I think by the time we hear from the public, and if there's other interest expressed by the board members about something like this, I'd be prepared to read it out loud and see what the response is, and certainly defer to County Counsel's office to see if it continues to give her heartburn about inadvertently arming potential plaintiffs, because I don't think any of us are interested in doing that. So I'll just leave it at that for now. Mr. Chair, thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Strana. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate all of the conversation about progress, because I tend to agree that it doesn't matter where on the carousel you place the brass ring. It's that every time you come around, you're still reaching for it and still reaching for it. And so, but I'm listening to the conversation from council, or the heeding the warning from council here. And so what are the consequences? Obviously, if the resolution and the CAP don't have matching dates, you've established that's a bad situation. What are the consequences if we set targets, whether they're interim targets or whether they're the ultimate carbon neutral goal, and those dates come and pass and those targets are missed or that goal is missed? Who is the plaintiff and what are the damages that they're seeking?
I wish I had a crystal ball. I don't. But we do run into kind of some of the same problems. Really, the issues that can be raised are around consistency and around one document being used as a basis to discredit or discount the other. So because of that, we want to, to the extent we can, ensure that both the declaration and the cap are working toward the same goal, the same target, and are expressing that same target. As far as potential plaintiffs, they are innumerable.
Sure.
We have received comment letters from numerous environmental groups. 350 Sacramento, Sierra Club, ECOS, the list goes on and on.
And so I guess my question would be is what is the relationship between the declaration and the cap? Because we heard in the morning session that the resolution of race as a public health crisis was the diagnosis, and then we're not implementing the prescription of the remedy. And so to me, it would seem like this resolution is the diagnosis and the cap is the prescription of the remedy. And so to what extent do the documents relate to one another other than saying this is a problem and we need to do something about it, and then the cap says here's what we're going to do about it? Am I kind of surmising it correctly?
I understand. Yes. So if we were to continue with the analogy that the resolution was the prescription, the prescription needs to be such that it can be attainable and it can be easily or fulfilled, maybe not easily, but fulfilled. And the treatment, let's say, is the cap. And the treatment needs to be consistent with and follow the directives of the resolution, the prescription.
Okay.
So, and because the resolution is issued by the county and the cap is a county document, then the county needs to speak with one voice and be consistent with itself.
Okay.
In order to make sense and in order to, again, minimize challenges.
Sure. Okay. That's enough for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hume. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you. So the problem is with the inconsistency of the resolution matching the cap that's under development. Well, why don't we change the cap? Why change the resolution?
So I think Mr. Smith just indicated that changing the cap to match the resolution to a 2030 target date is not feasible or attainable. So that's why.
And that's somewhat of an opinion.
I'm sorry?
That's somewhat of an opinion.
That's somewhat of an opinion?
I mean, we're guaranteed never to get there if we don't try. As much as I love adulation, I really don't need it.
Yeah, please.
Okay, that's just my comments for now.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. Okay, Supervisor, did you have another comment?
No.
Supervisor Serna? Okay, Todd, so anything else? Anyone else from staff? No? Okay. No other comments from supervisors at this point, but I'm sure we'll have additional discussion. But let's roll right into public comment. And Madam Clerk, how many public commenters in person do we have in the queue?
We have 42.
And how many on the phone?
We have 8 at this point.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is have you close the queue.
Okay.
For in-person and on the phone. And we'll start with public comment. Okay, we got one more just under the wire. 43. So we're going to stick with the 2 minutes for commenters, but just keep in mind, obviously, if you want to just reiterate someone said ahead of you, you can please just reference the comments they made instead of taking up the whole 2 minutes that you're allotted. So with that, we will start with in-person public comment.
Okay. Mo?
Hello, my name is Mo Kashmiri. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you stand in the
You
middle?
can just
of
stand in
both
between
mics?
the two microphones. See the post? There you go.
Got it. Can you hear me better now?
Yep.
Okay. My name is Mo Kashmiri. I moved here about just before the pandemic, about 3 years ago. And when I moved, I have a son who was 10 at the time, or 9 at the time, and he had to decide whether to go to our local school, which was closer but didn't have the dual immersion program he wanted, or the school that was further away, that was about a half-hour drive each way with the dual immersion program he wanted. And I let him pick, and the reason he picked the local one, and the reason he picked the local one was he told me he didn't want to die of climate change. And I told him, that's not going to happen. Everything's going to be all right. But it lit a fire under my butt to start doing some education of myself. And as I did, the truth is absolutely terrifying. I mean, I know there's some legal heartburn, but what gives me heartburn is that we're behind where we need to be. Since December of 2020, things have gotten worse. We're hitting record high temperatures in 100,000 years. Florida's water is at like 90 degrees. Everything is going worse than we need it to go. Our planetary goal was to be under 1.5 degrees of change, and right now we're on track for at least 2.7 degrees of change. The risk is not just heartburn, it's leaving our future uninhabitable. I mean, we're talking about huge threat to Sacramento property values. Nobody wants to live somewhere where there's regular wildfire smoke. Nobody wants to live somewhere where there's increased already high flood risk, where 110 degrees make it unfun to go outside to local restaurants and businesses. If anything, we need to be making the cap stronger and pushing for zero carbon by 2030. If it means additional funding, let's champion a green bond. Sacramento needs to be a climate leader. Our house is on fire, and we have to respond as such. I get that it's not going to be easy. Nobody said it was going to be easy, but we're not doing it because we want to. We're doing it because we have to. And again, it isn't just us. My parents are Pakistani immigrants. Recently, Pakistan was 1/3 underwater, and I got to visit Pakistan and see that. And it's not pretty. And we need to act because this is critical for us. Thank you.
Robert?
Hi, my name is Robert Cope. I'm a member of ACE. We're willing to work with any organization in here right now to do the 2030 plan, not the 2040 plan, plan. Are you doing all you can do to reduce greenhouse gases? I don't think so. I mean, we need better public transportation, better housing that's local, so people don't have to drive for hours to go to work. Did you know we had a record-setting heat wave last September when it got to 116 in Sacramento? And this year, last year, there's been record-setting heat waves all over the planet. We need to do something now, not 2045. My sister's youngest granddaughter will be almost 30 years old in 2045, and she's a little child right now. We need to do something for our children and grandchildren, or relative children and grandchildren, and you're just kicking the can down the road. Thank you.
Annabelle?
Thank you.
Hi, you're welcome.
Hello. As introduced, my name is Annabelle Crouch, and I'm a resident of District 5. I'm thinking everyone here has at one point in their lives boiled water. Yes? Make a pot of pasta, steep some tea. So please imagine, if you will, a pot of water. Let's place this pot of water on a burner and turn the heat on high. As we look into the pot, it appears as if nothing is happening. Watch the pot, right? Well, after some time passes, we observe tiny bubbles appear and quickly disappear at the bottom of the pot. This eventually progresses to larger bubbles in size and quantity that travel all the way through the water to the top of the pot. Then in the blink of an eye, these dancing bubbles are no longer discernible, but have morphed into a violent rumble, churning, and spitting. So we turn off the heat. But just as it took time for the water to come to a boil after applying heat, it takes time for the churning and spitting to calm once the heat is removed. Now imagine the pot of water represents our home, our world. The heat is the greenhouse gas pollution we continually emit. Since we're talking timeline, let's say from pot onto the burner time it took for the intermittent bubbles to progress ascending to the top represents my 60-plus years of life. Recall the blink of an eye when all morphed into the violent churning, spitting chaos. This is the 15 years you're asking to prolong substantive action. This 15 years is an entire lifetime for some of the faces here. Once the heat is removed, we've hit our 2030 zero emissions goal through substantive progress. Remember the time it took for the chaos to settle? Vote no to 2045, and let's vote yes to 2030. Thank you.
Megan?
I'm ready for that one. Hi, I'm Megan Shumway, and honorable supervisors. I am a retired nurse, and during my career, I had an evidence-based practice of my nursing career. I think you should have an evidence-based practice of your Board of Supervisor decisions. And you've all seen this graph. It's 6 different well-known organizations have plotted the increase in air temperature. We just recently had the highest ever recorded global air temperature. This one is of water temperature, and we just recently had the highest ever recorded global water temperature. Scientists have agreed for a long time now, 98% of them, to be clear, that we need to make really substantial changes, radical changes, if we are going to stop this juggernaut of global warming. And it has to be done by 2030. Those changes have to be made if we're going to see any slowing down of this increase in temperature. And I think a lot of the suggestions that Todd Smith made that sound pretty outrageous to some people are actually what we need to do. This is like a World War II effort, this is a World War III effort, because we are going to lose our lives and our livelihoods. And if we kick this can down the road to 2045, it's going to be the next generation that's going to have to solve these problems. And it's our responsibility to solve these problems. So we need to make those substantial changes and listen to the science. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Chris?
Good afternoon, Chair Desmond, members of the board. Chris Norum, North State Building Industry Association, representing 500 member companies affiliated in the construction trades and industry in the region. Here today in support of staff's recommendation. This will bring the county into conformance with state law, but it, as I think many of you pointed out during the presentation, it does nothing to diminish the county's good work that's already ongoing, including the climate action plan that's forthcoming that we had the pleasure of working with county staff on. The county should be commended for establishing its climate task force, which I presented to just several weeks ago right here in this chambers, and presented a number of ideas that I thought were collaborative that they could work on and potentially bring to you for additional consideration. So I know that the climate action plan is coming, and it has a lot of really well thought through items that staff worked on for a number of years with a variety of the stakeholders in this room and with our industry. In addition to that, it was actually our suggestion that the Air District adopt a more rigorous mitigation program that we could actually do. So I think that there's a number of moving parts here that should be in your mind. Additionally, even though we have some legal challenges with the Ninth Circuit ruling that the county is actually not in a position to mandate all electric, I think that we as an industry understand that that's the direction that the state and the local governments want us to go in, and we're continuing to work with local governments on a variety of incentives and with our own industry to try to make that transition happen. So I think that what I'm just making sure I underline is that regardless of what date is on this particular resolution, there's a lot of good progress and work happening, and we continue to work collaboratively with the county on making that a reality. Thank you so much.
Inga?
I also have a couple of graphics.
Yeah. Do you need me to help you?
That's good. Chair Desmond and supervisors, my name is Inga Olson. I'm with the Sacramento Climate Coalition, a coalition of 36 organizations here in Sacramento. And I want to show you one major reason why the previous board championed achieving carbon neutrality by 2030. On my graph from the Washington Post, it represents global air temperature relative to the 1979-2000 mean, which is the gray line through the center of the graph. The red line near the top of the left part of the graph is 2023. And you'll see the temperatures over time are rising. And this is a cruel reality, but it is also a simple reality. My second graph shows global air temperature by day. Again, it shows since 1979, temperatures have been rising, and this year, 2023, in red, indicates some of the highest average global temperatures by day ever recorded. This is this rapid temperature rise, rapid and consistent temperature rise is why we can't delay our goals by 15 years. In addition to the science, Pope Francis has created the Laudato Si, and this admonishes all people to care for all of God's creation. I would argue the moral imperative rises above a nuanced possible legal risk, and I would ask you to vote no and keep our 2030 goal and keep our hope alive. And since I have a few seconds, I'll just remind you that SMUD has a carbon zero goal, which is much more aggressive than a carbon neutral goal. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Next is Harry. If you see your name on the list, feel free to just start coming up when they end.
Chairman Desmond and fellow supervisors, my name is Dr. Harry Wong. I live in District 2, and I'm the president of the Sacramento chapter of Physicians for Social Responsibility, which we have 700 members here in Sacramento. In 2020, I had the pleasure of meeting with Supervisor Kennedy in discussing the emergency climate declaration in 2020, and I was really pleased that you were supportive and just ecstatic as a citizen of the community to feel that the board could be moving forward on an issue and really speak out in a strong way. The board at that time were real leaders in setting the 2030 date. Today, I'm here to ask you not to change anything. I ask you to keep the 2030 date and maintain the urgency of the declaration. As everyone knows, and as you saw from the slides that have been shown, the Earth is burning up, and we have one climate disaster following another climate disaster. We don't really have much time to reverse the effects of climate change. If we do nothing, not only do we risk the future of our Earth, but we are telling our youth that there's nothing that can be done or that what we do is too late. Before coming into chambers, I heard youth speak about what it would be like if the board delays until 2045. It will be more than the number of years that they've lived. It would be practically another generation. And I started to realize that at my age, I would hope to be able to see a carbon neutral community. If we delay another 15 years, it's unlikely that I would see it. So I urge you to vote no on 72. Thank you.
Juan.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Ron Sadler. Thank you for allowing me to talk today. As I think most of you are aware, our world is warming quite rapidly. We as a nation, the United States, led the world in the Industrial Revolution. That was built on the back of burning carbon dioxide emitting fossil fuels. This is something we must change. We must change in a hurry. You and we here in the county have a great opportunity to not only lead our county, but the state, our country, and the world into a rapid transition to clean, renewable energies. Will this be easy? No. This will be the hardest thing the county's ever achieved, and the council who. But the choice before you is this. Do you want to be remembered as the board who just punted this problem down to the next generation at the next board? Or do you want to be remembered as the board that showed bold, significant leadership to lead our county into a carbon neutral world? Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Gwen Willison. I'm in Sue's district for Folsom. Governor Newsom signed a budget deal yesterday that included a package to streamline approval for clean energy projects. He called it California's most ambitious environmental reform in half a century, cutting project timelines by 3 years or more. That doesn't sound like a reason to extend the county's carbon goal by 15 years. This board declared a climate emergency in 2020, and for good reason, because it is urgent. The effects of climate change since then should convince you that we can't afford to slow down or ease back our goals. The people of Sacramento County elected you to act in our best interests, as well as your own. And we know that when goals are relaxed, sometimes the effort slows behind it. And we can't do that either. I urge you to stay the course, because we don't have the time to extend it. Thank you.
Mackenzie?
Hello, supervisors. You all know me as Mackenzie Weezer, CEO of Sacramento Splash, but I'm here representing myself and my kids today. As a mother of a 10-year-old who's graduating in 2030, sorry, I'm getting choked up. I'd hate to tell him that he has to wait till he's 33 years old for us to take action. I appreciate the hard work and effort that you guys have put together, the Climate Emergency Mobilization Task Force, in which I unfortunately had to step down from last year due to my own health issues. I'm sorry about your eye, Patrick, too. This is too important. It's a goal. The 2030 is a goal. You guys are working so hard. John Lundgren and his team is incredible, amazing. The other task force members that you're going to hear from today, the youth, inspire me. I've just been the last month spending with 6th and 7th graders, showing them all of the different climate jobs that they can get, and inspiring kids and having them ask me why we're in this situation that we're in right now. And it's a tough choice. Where you're sitting is, I don't envy you. It's a very tough choice. We make tough choices every day, but we need to make the right choice, and we need to make our choices now because we are running out of time. I served under the Brown administration writing climate policy for 7.5 years and left that due to the fact that it was extremely depressing to hear all of the things that we know is going to happen, and we can turn a blind eye and do nothing, or we can strive really ambitiously ahead, and I count on you guys to continue doing that. Set an example. Thank you.
Mary Ann.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Mary Ann Fenstermaker, and I'm a voting member of District 1. I'm a former history teacher and a graduate of Harvard University, and I believe in science. I do understand the complications, the details that go into governing a county. You all have so many things to think about. However, there are no programs, no details, no plans, and no lawsuits that are more important than taking care of the climate here in Sacramento right now. Current scientific research shows that now is not the time to push forward the county's goal from 2030 to 2045. There are several tipping points that come well before 2045. These include substantial sea level rise and collapsing ice sheets, dieback of biodiverse biomes such as the Amazon rainforest, or warm water corals, carbon release from thawing permafrost. These are all from research done by McKay last year. The Paris Agreement goal of limiting warming to well below 2 degrees and hopefully 1.5 degrees is still not safe. The world surface temperature in 2022 was 1.55 degrees higher than the 20th century average. We are already there. Beyond 1.5 degrees, scientists say the climate system could begin to look unrecognizable. Just this year, July 4th was the hottest day on record on the planet. Intense fires in Canada are burning, and thermal rivers bringing floods to our own region and currently to the east coast of the U.S. are all unrecognizable climate events. We can see more and greater effects like this in the next year, and the year after that, and the year after that. We are there. Do we need to completely destroy the planet to prove to ourselves that an emergency is imminent? You are personally agreeing to that. You are using the power of your office to harm the world in ways no office holders have before. Do you really want to have your names associated with that? I and many other constituents in District 1 are paying careful attention to how you vote. In addition, all of the environmental and climate change organizations in the county will remember this vote for years to come. We are ready to advocate.
Thank you.
To hold up those candidates who vote no for 2045.
Bruce.
Hello, supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to recommend that you keep the 2030 deadline and not move it to 2045. We have a real problem with climate change because I don't think climate scientists have really told us the truth about how you get to 1.5 degrees of global warming. And our newspapers, sadly, aren't really reporting that climate emissions are still going up. They were 6%, world CO2 emissions were 6% rising in 2021 when they were supposed to decrease 7.6% beginning in the year 2020. And every year after 2020, they were supposed to go down. But instead, they've been rising. World CO2 emissions are rising. We really need some honest answers. I would encourage the board to work with District Attorney Ho to charge our local climate scientist, Will Collins, with child endangerment. Our children, I believe, are endangered by having no clear path. And carbon neutrality is not enough by 2030. We really need no CO2 emissions by 2030 if we are to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees. But sadly, I don't think climate scientists are being honest. We have new tools like ChatGPT. We could require every citizen to get an informed consent to agree to emit greenhouse gases in order to turn on the electricity or turn on water, because that's what you're doing every day. You turn on electricity and turn on water, you're emitting greenhouse gases. So sadly, my time is up, but I do hope you'll continue to keep climate change as a top priority.
Dr. Saba.
Good afternoon. Climate change is the 21st century's greatest health threat. We're here today to point out to you guys, with this gurney that we weren't able to bring, and ailing Earth, that delaying our 2030 climate emergency goal to 2045 is unscientific, and decarbonization must not be punted to the next generation. California's 2045 carbon neutrality date was actually set in 2006, 17 years ago, AB 32. And yet, despite before all of the evidence that points to how climate change has accelerated, we're continuing to use the same date. That is not scientific. The county's mission statement begins with, I quote, "to improve the residents' quality of life," and its vision lists a county that is safe and prosperous. If you push back the carbon neutrality goal to 2045, we will miss the last opportunity to prevent irreversible climate change, glimpses of which we have seen in extreme wildfires and other speakers have already mentioned. So I won't say it. Delayed action till 2045 will be the same as inaction in the face of this emergency. And it will certainly lead to a decreased quality of life, for many, death. And I was going to mention all of the different health effects, but I think you know the health effects of climate change and accelerated climate change. The only part I want to mention to you is about climate anxiety and youth. According to a national survey, climate change makes 57% of American teens feel afraid and 43% hopeless. According to the Scientific American, climate change seems to present a perfect storm for increased suicidality as American youth grow distant from a society run by older political leaders, many of whom deny climate change. And I just want to mention about Mr. Smith. He reported that the costs are so much that in order to reach 2030, he failed to mention the higher cost of climate inaction. It's significant. Please calculate that and put that in your numbers. Thank you very much.
Jimmy?
Hi, I'm Dr. Jimmy Spiro. I live in District 5 here in Sacramento County, and I actually am also a biochemist and toxicologist and geneticist, and I'm actually working on a paper right now on developing improved therapeutics for exposure to wildfire smoke. But the sad thing is, although there's a few things we can do, there's not much. Really what we need to do is to prevent the exposure to wildfire smoke, which really means, in our case, to reduce the increase in temperatures and to meet our climate change goals so that we're not having increased temperatures and increasing wildfires. Now, you mentioned that it was mentioned that much of the county has housing over 40 years old, and I live in one of those houses. And I was, with a modest investment, I was able to make it much more efficient, and now probably one of the most efficient ones in my neighborhood in South Rosemont. And I think it can be done, and clearly can be done, but the important thing is to keep the pressure on in terms of meeting those changes, because this is a medical emergency we're facing. It's not just wildfire smoke. There's many other facets of this problem that we're facing, and we need to face it. So I encourage you very strongly to maintain the goal of achieving the zero
The year.
goals by 2030, and not to raise it to 2045. Putting it off really does not address it. It's whenever you have any kind of a deadline for something, whether it be a grant or something like this, having that deadline results in working on much more urgent working on the problem and solving the problem as opposed to putting it off. Thank you.
Katie?
Hi, I'm a brand new resident to Sacramento. I've been working with 350 Sacramento since last October, and I just signed up to be a voter in Sacramento District 1. So I'm happy to be here. Thank you for letting us speak. I'm going to keep this as personal as possible. I moved to Sacramento for a purpose, and that's climate change. I've been suffering from anxiety and depression pretty much most of my life. I've given up the idea of having children. I've given up having a partnership at all because this is what I have to do. I'm tired of having this conversation. The data seems to not be helping people move urgently enough, and we need to move urgently. So please keep the goal of 2030. This was an inspiration to me when I moved here and started working here. You all were an inspiration. The urgency you're treating this matter with is an inspiration. You need to keep that going because this is up to you. Leadership does matter, but good leadership matters the most, right? Poor leadership doesn't matter at all. We've seen that in politics a lot. Poor leadership does nothing for us. It does nothing for the children, which I don't have. Many of you do. The idea that you have children and you could even think of threatening their lives and their future and their livelihoods seems like such a tragedy. And I can't imagine what it feels like to be a parent right now. So my heart goes out to parents all the time, every day, because it would break my heart to feel that way. So I am speaking from the heart because I know that that matters the most. You're all smart people. You've seen the data over and over. You pay attention to the news. You didn't sign up for this job for no reason. You signed up to make a difference, to have purpose here. The CAP team needs to lower their target to 2030 to match the climate emergency goal. They need more staff, more funding. That's what they need. We do not need to extend. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Pat Ferris. I'm a voter in District 1. 5 years ago, I so-called retired. What it really means is I'm working full-time and more, but I'm not getting paid. I'm a climate activist. It isn't what I decided that I was going to do initially when I retired. I thought I was going to travel. I was going to experience wild places. I was going to be with my grandkids. I'm doing some of that. What I'm mostly doing is talking in situations like this to remind all of us that when I retired 5 years ago and started researching climate and developed a study group and allied myself with other people with the same concerns, the climate has worsened every year. The projections that I read 5 years ago are out of date. The projections on the basis of the 2045 date of the state is out of date. The date of 2030 that I celebrated in December of 2020 is a stretch goal, but it's a risky goal for the climate. It doesn't make us safe, it makes us safer. And we're going to have mega fires, we're going to have floods. I have had friends who've lost their homes, who've lost their places of hiking. I've had friends who live on the coast and who have lost their properties right next to the ocean in idyllic situations where people go to recreate. They can't do that now. That's happening in California. It's happening in places we never imagined it would. And it's going to happen here more. So what we need to do is realize we cannot compromise with nature. We can't compromise with physics. We're dealing with physics here. When you're talking about different constituencies you need to report to, you can compromise with them. But some of the compromises you'll do will be risking the quality of life and actually the lives of some of the children and grandchildren we have. Think about that.
Thank you.
Hello, Supervisors. My name is Michael Hutnick. I'm here to urge you to vote no on pushing out the date to 2045. 2030 is a date that is going to be difficult to reach, right? We saw the presentation from staff talking about all of the hurdles, but honestly, those hit me as if they are for lack of a better term, cop-outs, right? Like the urgency of the situation that we're facing right now, this is something to prevent climate change we needed to act on 50 or 60 years ago. Unfortunately, the information that some people had access to wasn't available to elected representatives and the general public. But we know now. We know now, and we need to act with the urgency that we should have acted 50 years ago. We're playing catch-up, right? So because we've got some hurdles ahead of us or some specters of lawsuits on the horizon, those should pale in comparison to the reality of the situation that we're dealing with the urgency that we should be dealing with it in, because really we should be on the type of footing that we only usually see in a war situation. Well, the metaphorical bombs are falling out there, and we need to act as such. Right? We need to put all of our efforts into combating the changes that are coming our way. And what I saw earlier on item 71 when I came into the chambers, there was no question about are there any restrictions on should people have lawns here? Is there a connection to public transit here? You know, it was kind of waved off as, well, they jumped through these 42 hurdles that they have to jump through. Those hurdles that they had to jump through were drafted decades ago. They weren't drafted with the urgency that we need to be handling every single situation that we come across in our lives. And this is incumbent upon each and every person out there. And when you sit in a position of power, that responsibility is even greater because the impact of your actions is even greater. So I urge you to please vote no.
Afternoon, Supervisors. Doug McPherson, District 1. I wanted to thank John Lundgren and Todd Smith and all the staff for the work they've done so far for climate change. However, I was surprised that the SMUD goal of 2030 was not listed in the presentation that Todd gave. And to be clear here, there are agencies in our region that are keeping the 2030 as an aspirational goal. The 2030 date is identified in the Climate Emergency Declaration as a stretch goal. I do not believe if we fail to meet it, that it'll have any significant legal consequences. I do know that if we don't keep the 2030 goal, our sense of urgency will be lost. We're pushing this thing down 15 more years. We'll lose our sense of urgency in creating resiliency centers. We'll lose our sense of urgency in getting this work done. We'll lose our sense of urgency in all the work that Todd outlined that needs to be done to meet that carbon neutrality goal. Climate change is a moral issue, and I believe it's a moral challenge of our day. And it takes great leadership to meet moral challenges, and I would ask you as leaders to meet this moral challenge that we have here today and keep the 2030 goal and reject the 2045 change. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I also have some slides.
That's fine.
So if you could make sure I orient these correctly.
Oh, yeah, I sure will. Would you like me to help you?
Is this correct or upside down? Oh, thanks.
Do you need my help?
No, I think I can.
Okay.
Maybe I can do that. So, I had a advance warning that you'd hear. By the way, my name is Chris Brown. I've testified before with the Sacramento Climate Coalition, which actually has 37 groups that are signed on. One joined since you last talked, Inga, but at any rate, we're a growing movement in this county focused on the climate emergency plan. You heard, your advice from council was that the CAP and the climate emergency response plan are connected. They are not. This is the letter from Chatton Brown, direct language from that, and it says, this does not need to be tied to CAP adoption. The letter is about the CAP, but they're referring to the climate emergency response plan. The board should call for the completion of the climate emergency response plan separate from the CAP as an early action item that can be started immediately. We also heard the two linked as if they were a diagnosis and treatment. Nothing could be further from the truth. In state law, there is no climate emergency plan yet. We have yet to pass that as a state law. All the laws, the regs, are about climate action plans. An earlier comment said that's where you should focus. Absolutely. We're talking about moving the goalposts on your own appointed committee, the task force, while they're in the middle of their work. Let them finish their work. Mr. Smith indicated it would cost billions of dollars to implement fast action. It cost more than $16.5 billion to clean up Paradise, which was a small village and 88 people died in 2018. That's the cost of inaction, more than 3 times the number he talked about. Also, I'm going to run out of your time, but this is why you need more time on this. AB 1279, the law that's been cited, is about carbon capture, carbon sequestration. Here's the language from it. Interestingly enough, if you go further down in that same law, it says it's only effective if SB 905 passes, which it did, but what is the title of SB 905? Carbon sequestration, carbon capture, removal, utilization, and storage. It has nothing to do with
Sir,
caps.
could you please end
It
your
has
comments?
nothing to do with climate emergency plans. I suggest you get some more advice, more time than you can hear in 2 minutes to thoroughly discuss this and decide before you take action.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Ruth Holton Hudson with Third Act. And frankly, I should say I was shocked to hear you were considering pushing back the timeline for the climate declaration. Staff outlined the costs of meeting the 2030 goals. There was no acknowledgement of the costs of inaction, and some of folks have already just recently testified to those costs. Those costs of extreme weather on the county's infrastructure, floods, heat, etc., over the next 7 years could potentially be far higher than the costs that you are having to meet the 2030 goal. And those living in marginalized communities in particular, they're the ones who are going to suffer the most from extreme weather and will pay the highest price. 2030 is a goal. It rightly creates urgency. As UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said recently, we are hurtling towards disaster, eyes wide open. Sacramento County must not relax its efforts. Will the cost be high? Absolutely. Our planet is in the state it's in because too often governmental bodies have said the costs are too high and have not taken the action that they needed. And today we're paying a price for the extreme weather we're facing. Billions of dollars are being spent on addressing the damage that extreme weather has caused. As you just heard, the price in paradise. So I urge you to reject staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sirit Luri. I'm an intern with 350 Sacramento and a rising senior in high school, and I'm here to say that extension of carbon neutrality to 2045 isn't cautious planning. Extension to 2045 is prioritizing industrial growth over the life and safety of U.S. citizens, particularly working class communities that are most immediately affected by climate change. Extending this timeline to 2045 means 15 years. I am 17 years old. I'm sure many of you have children of your own. 15 years is not cautious planning, it's a new generation. I don't want to wait until my early 40s to see significant change. Under the guise of being realistic, this proposal is telling us, the youth across Sacramento and throughout California, that poisoned air is our problem, that we'll have to figure it out more than 2 decades into the future when it's too late. The safety and quality of life of an entire population is not some timeline that can be extended like some retractable measuring tape. The problems of our generation, including climate change, are not some folly that can be delayed to the future any longer. They are current events. They are happening now. Skies are turning red from wildfires now. The UN and international panels dedicated to climate change are telling us right now to act by 2030, before we cross that critical global warming threshold and fail our next generation yet again. They're telling us to act now, not later. We are tired of empty promises we have been given after years of tireless action and protest. We want something more tangible, more real than this extension does in its facade, telling us we must delay our right to quality of life. 2030 is a deadline for a reason. That isn't just ambition, this is necessary, and it needs to happen now, so we can set up a better world for our generation and the next, for our future. Please say no to 2045, please say yes to 2030, because I'm here instead of just lounging at home on my summer break, because I believe that you do care about our youth and you do care about my voice, and I hope you prove me right today. Thank you.
Hello. The hottest day in the world on record was last week. The second hottest day was 2 days before that. Pedestrian deaths are at a 40-year high in the United States. Here in Sacramento County, a pedestrian or cyclist is killed on average every week. If we push things back to 2045, our children will be graduated and out of Sacramento. Our children deserve to have safe, healthy, sustainable routes to school and through their community now while they live in Sacramento. We all deserve safe, healthy, sustainable communities. For all of us, please don't delay. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Supriya Patel, and I just want to thank you for listening to all of these public comments. I know it's a lot. We still have 18 speakers on the docket, and I am sure that you guys are absolutely exhausted. However, as tired as you may be, I can guarantee that I am more so. I am 17 years old, and I have been a climate justice organizer since I was 13. I started organizing when I was 12. In addition to being a student, I serve as vice chair of the county's Climate Emergency Mobilization Task Force. I've heard that name thrown around a lot today. And I speak for myself, not the task force. Crafting policy recommendations for Sacramento County and speaking with residents of environmental justice communities has only solidified my belief in the responsibility of local government to take rapid climate action. Today, we have been talking a lot about feasibility, and here's the deal. Taking climate action and reaching carbon neutrality by 2030 is going to be incredibly hard. No one is denying that. No one is deluding ourselves into thinking that that's going to be easy. However, it is absolutely necessary. Frankly, failing to take climate action in an expedient manner is criminally negligent. The thing with the climate crisis is that there isn't a lot of gray space. Either we mitigate this crisis or we don't. It doesn't necessarily matter how much action was taken. The result is what matters. As I look towards college, I've been thinking a lot about my future. However, that's not necessarily something that's guaranteed. I believe that it's important that you vote no on this recommendation and that you support a 2030 deadline. My generation deserves better, and quite frankly, this is going to be how you're going to be remembered. I am 17 years old. I will be turning 18 in a few months. I will be voting, and I guarantee that others in my generation will also be voting. Thank you for your time, and I hope that you keep that in mind.
Hello, my name is Juliet Alio, and I'm also 17, like Siri and Cypria. I remember in 5th grade learning of a Greek myth about a man called Sisyphus. The main point that I remember is that he was condemned by Zeus to forever push a boulder up a hill. Every time he would get close to the top, it would come pounding back down upon him, and the process would begin again, an everlasting cycle. When I heard about the prospect of pushing the climate emergency declaration back from 2030 to 2045, I was immediately brought back to this story. The climate crisis is this boulder. Pushing it back isn't going to solve the problem. The problem will just become heavier, weighing down not only us, but future generations, making it harder and harder to push until it becomes physically impossible. We are forcing a generation to push a boulder they didn't create. How is that fair? Even now, as a 17-year-old, there's a boulder obstructing my view of the future. I want you to think back to your teenage years. Think about what you thought about. Probably not this. Teenagers should be thinking about life after high school, about their weekend plans and their summer trips, not worrying about what's going to happen to them, to their children and their children's children after them. We shouldn't be worrying about our survival, about their survival. I want you to imagine for a second what that feels like. Imagine what it feels like to look into the future and feel nothing but the weight of our past actions. But now think back to this present moment, a moment in time, a crossroads. What if Zeus gave Sisyphus another chance? Don't you think he would take it? Don't you think we should? We have the opportunity to make this better by keeping the pressure on the county for a goal of zero carbon neutrality by 2030. Pushing this back 15 years isn't mitigating the problem, it's perpetuating it. And it's a problem that isn't going to go away on its own. We need to fix it with real people. There's all this talk about AI now, but no AI can fix this problem. It might be able to predict what's going to happen or tell us what we have to do, but it can't fix the issue if we, the people, don't act. And besides, we know what's going to happen. We've known for a while. We need people. People like you, people like us. So please, let's push for 2030, because to me, it's clear that 2045 isn't a viable option anymore. Let's push this boulder once and for all.
Good afternoon. My name is Cecile Martin. Chair Desmond, I'm in your district. And good afternoon. I had some prepared remarks, but in the interest of time, I was trying to think, can I offer you anything from my own life experience, which has been long, to think about. And one is to think about goals that don't seem reachable. Because I'll give you an example. The zero-emission vehicle goal that was set for the state of California. When that goal was set, no one really believed it could happen. And yet, a year later, General Motors announced the EV1 electric vehicle, and then all the automakers got involved. Three years later, there were vehicles available for people to drive and test. And I had an electric truck for 3 years. And you know where we are today. Any of you can go and purchase an electric vehicle. It was very long. But what I'm saying about the goal is, it's not just the goal, it's the incredible momentum that happens when a goal is set. People come out of the woodwork that you didn't think to help you achieve it. And the other thing I would say, based on the report that we heard today, it's using assumptions of today, whereas we're seeing innovation all around us. We don't know what will happen tomorrow, what people will find out, ways in which we can reduce carbon. We don't know what that is, so it's really not right for us to say that 2030 is unrealistic. We really don't know, but we should reach for that, and I'm really hoping that you don't change the resolution. Thank you.
Saheb Galati, Subcommittee Chair and Environmental Justice Member on the Climate Emergency Mobilization Task Force. I'm speaking as an individual, and all opinions are my own. The 2020 Climate Emergency Declaration called for urgent and immediate action. Delaying the 2030 target would be the antithesis of that principle. The 2020 Declaration is ambitious, it's forward-thinking, and it's a step in the right direction that sets an example for other municipalities around California. I'm not going to tell you what you already know, that climate change is bad. It's a tough decision, and it is more complicated than good and bad. But risks lie in anything ambitious, and the greatest danger lies in not doing anything at all. 2030 may be a stretch goal, yes, but it makes Sacramento a leader and causes us to get action now. The thing about tight deadlines is that even when you don't meet them, you get progress. And I know you guys are being pressured by litigation on all sides, but the solution to litigation, in my opinion, is to stand ground and work more on the 2030 goal, not push back to 2045. That could invite future lawsuits and increase legal exposure from environmental groups, since you'd then only be meeting the bare minimum standards set by the state. Additionally, it would reduce competitiveness for state and federal grant dollars for adaptation and resilience, especially considering that other groups like San Jose and Irvine are staying the course on 2030. Voting yes would effectively neutralize the climate emergency mandate. I'm 16. A delay would lead to more severe consequences down the line for my generation. I thank you for the time and consideration that you guys have put into this so far. Making the declaration in the first place is the right step. Maintain that spirit of urgency on item 72 and vote no. Thank you.
Hello, supervisors. I'm Milton Kalish. I'm here as a parent. I have kids in college. I also have worked and advocated for children for 45 years. I'm an expert witness in family court. I do evaluations and so on. My concern is that the current generation of children is, by and large, despondent and depressed because we have failed them. We have not been proactive in creating a future for them. What do you think this place is going to look like when we can no longer grow food in the Central Valley? That's not an exaggeration. This is from mainstream science. That is what we're facing here, and I urge you guys to do what you can to try to give the children of today some hope. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Susan Solars. My name is Susan Solars, and I live in Carmichael. I think we can all agree that we have a real climate emergency. We see the consequences all around us. Extreme weather, wildfires, glaciers melting, the oceans heating up, and all of this faster than science had predicted when I was in college and learned about a lot of these. I am concerned at my core about people in my community and our precious ecosystems locally and globally. I'm concerned about people, especially those in environmental justice communities without adequate cooling, seniors, people with pre-existing health conditions. I believe we must take bold action now. I'm a retired environmental scientist. I worked at the California Air Resources Board, and I worked for the state for 30 years. And I saw, as other people mentioned, that setting ambitious goals, even when they're not fully achievable, can lead to accomplishments much earlier than anticipated. Technology forcing and government forcing deadlines often result in new and creative technologies and new and creative solutions. The Climate Emergency Resolution sets 2030 as a target date for carbon neutrality. I believe we must continue to resolve to achieve this goal. I applaud the work to date of the county staff and encourage the funding to achieve the most ambitious goals. We must continue also to work to support the work of the Climate Emergency Task Force, which engages environmental justice and marginalized communities to look at and have a dialogue about transportation energy solutions. I believe we also must work to vitalize our urban and our suburban communities by encouraging infill development that includes electrification and also promotes people living near work and schools and food and markets and having accessible public transportation to reach their destinations. Delaying from 2030 to 2045 puts our community and ecosystems at risk. I strongly urge you to vote no on consent item 72. It is imperative to maintain the 2030 carbon date. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Hello, supervisors. My name is Kent Lachin, and I hadn't planned on speaking today, but I heard a couple things during the discussion today that I responded to very strongly and thought I'd give you my thoughts. And first of all, I'd like to say I've been tracking the county CAP, for several years, and I do want to thank Todd and John on the work that they've done so far. It's been great to be able to interact, and I think we've come up with something that's partially good. But I would also like to say what Phil was saying this afternoon, the idea about actually doing 5-year incremental measurable goals. I say yes. It's sort of like if you don't do that, you're like someone trying to lose weight that never gets on the scales. And so actually putting your money where your mouth is, which is what you do when you put measurable goals together, is what you need to do. And I think it indicates a sincerity in actually meeting the goals. When you got your legal counsel on this, she sort of implied that, well, you could open yourself up for lawsuits if you do that. And that seems to me to be a very disappointing way to proceed. So I really encourage you to go for the goals. We need goals, and we can reach them. Secondly, I'd like to say, Patrick Kennedy, you noticed when you said, why can't we reach that 2030 goal, that the audience just kind of went crazy. And what you guys need to do to show leadership is get some enthusiasm, have some vision, do something with some energy and some passion. We will respond, and you will get more support than you can possibly imagine if you do that. I have a daughter, and I have a granddaughter who's going to be born in about 17 days. I worry about the kind of world they're going to go into. I will give you my support if you actually work hard to get the goals. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Desmond, supervisors. My name is Russell Henley. I have been a Midtown resident since 1992. And like Mackenzie Weiser, I also worked in the Brown administration on climate policy. I think we all know that the climate emergency is manifest, and I'm a strong supporter of shorter rather than long times for addressing that through achieving carbon neutrality, whether it's at the personal level, the county level, or the state level. It's clear from the discussion here today that it's the CAP that is the primary policy directive for the county for climate. And since the CAP is not yet complete, I don't believe that the time is yet ripe for taking action to adjust this emergency resolution, to perhaps bring them into some kind of congruence, since we don't know what to bring into congruence with on the CAP end of things. Litigation. If the county froze or changed directions every time litigation was threatened, nothing would ever get done. So litigation on any disconnect between the emergency resolution and the CAP is not going to be ripe until the CAP is finalized and approved by this body. There's no legalistic basis, no legalistic reason for the board to need to take action on this item today. I support Supervisor Kennedy's suggestion that the 2030 goal of the emergency resolution should be a guide for those working on the CAP. So to conclude, the time is not ripe for action on this matter until the CAP is completed, hopefully a very ambitious CAP, and I urge you to not approve this action today. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Thomas Yates. Like my esteemed colleague Kate, I'm living in Sacramento because I'm concerned about the climate disaster that we are experiencing, and I want to be in the room where it happens. Of course, this is only Sacramento. This is a worldwide disaster that we're experiencing. I think I would love the staff to put together a report as thorough as you have, which I was very impressed by your report, on what's predicted to happen in our specific area. We're talking levee failures. The floods are already happening. There's a lake that didn't used to be there that we have now in California. What's the next lake that's going to appear? Where is it going to be? What's likely to burn next? How many crops are likely to be destroyed by the heat domes? And there's 2,000 head of cattle killed last year in Nebraska by these heat domes. 60,000 Europeans were killed last year by the heat domes. So you have to include that in your reports too, because the evidence and the science and the research is all there of what's predicted to happen in our area. So please address those in your presentations. And I wanted also to say that I agree, Phil, that's a good idea to break things down into smaller increments and say we got to do this much by here this time, this much by that time. I think that would be very helpful. The Board of Supervisors has an enormous challenge. People do not want to hear that their driving is ruining the stability of our atmosphere, but it is. We all love our cars. This is a car culture in California. This is the capital of the state. So obviously, you know, I-80, Highway 50, Interstate 5, those are huge emitters, and 75% of our emissions here. So tackling that is going to be a challenge. Please reach out, do more public outreach. I think we can't change anything if you don't have the public on your side. And I have to close, but that's my suggestion going forward, is to get more of the public to realize what's going on, and then they'll join in. It's going to be hard to change without public support.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Diana Cassidy. I'm the co-facilitator of Third Act Sacramento. We have about 500 members in the greater Sacramento region. We're all mostly over 60, and we're here to ensure that we leave the world a better place, and that includes securing a safe and healthy climate. I don't think you need to be reminded that we are in an extraordinary crisis, unlike anything you or I have ever experienced. We've heard already about rising temperatures. You may yourself have experienced floods or fires or wildfire smoke. As Greta Thunberg, the famous Swedish climate activist, said just a few years ago, you should feel as though your house is on fire, because it is. So what do we do when our house is on fire? Do we talk about what to do next? Do we talk about how hard it might be to escape our house that's on fire? Do we dawdle? No, we do not. We act. And that's a difficult thing in uncertain circumstances. And no doubt we are facing uncertain circumstances. But we know that the United Nations IPCC latest report on climate change states very clearly that the decisions that political leaders take now will affect us for this next decade and for thousands of years. That's a tremendous responsibility that you have, but also a tremendous opportunity. You have the chance to really make a difference here, to reach that stretch goal, to say, we know it's difficult, we acknowledge that, but we have support in other cities who've made similar deadlines for 2030. We have support from the federal government and all kinds of aid, from the state government. We can't say that it's too expensive. We have to act. And so I urge you, please, to consider voting no on staff recommendation and keep the 2030 deadline. Thank you.
Sally Callaghan, Folsom. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Being in politics today is a pretty thankless job, but thank you for doing it. Often people who present to you, I think, seem reactionary and probably not cognizant of all the different things that you have on your table. I think the crowd here is sophisticated to understand the complexity of your position. Be that as it may, you're in Sacramento, you're in California. What a unique opportunity to lead. My little municipality of Folsom is hugely impacted by your decisions, as is the world. Please pay attention to the information that Mr. Brown presented. Thank you very much for your service.
Hello, Sacramento County Supervisors. My name is Daniel McKeegan. I'm here today to beg you to say no to 72. We must stop the climate crisis we are all facing before it gets worse. We need carbon neutrality by 2030, not 2045. This is a climate emergency we're all facing, so I please urge you all to vote no on number 72. Thank you for your consideration and time. Thank you.
And hello, I'm Amy Terrell. I'm in Supervisor Frost's district. The actions that Sacramento County has taken to date to reduce greenhouse gas emissions are commendable, and Mr. Smith illustrated the difficulty at getting to carbon zero. However, having ambitious goals with timelines drives actions and enthusiasm and direction. Staying the course of a goal of carbon neutrality by 2030 is appropriate given the climate emergency that we're having now. So thank you for considering this.
I'll start by saying from the mouth of babes and like blessings to these young folks who are leading the charge. I look forward to our fight for liberation together throughout the years. Nice to see you again today, board. Again, my name is Mackenzie Wilson. My pronouns are they, them, and I'm a community organizer with Decarcerate Sacramento and the Sacramento Tenants Union. I'm also a community member who understands that the ecological devastation is only getting worse and that our existence is intrinsic to our environment and how we make sure that we survive and adapt. Today, I've sat with community members all day in this chamber talking about the way that this county is causing harm and not taking serious the number of crises that enter this room on any given day. Today, you heard, thanks for naming it earlier, the prescription stuff. I'm glad it resonated. But today, you heard how you are not addressing racism as a public health crisis, how you are not addressing county workers starving and on the brink of homelessness as a public health crisis, and now about how you are not addressing the inevitable ecological devastation as a public health crisis. I want to name that when I was a kid, the deadline was 2010, and then it was 2020. And our world is on fire today, but somehow we're getting to now it's 2045. You know, the truth is that every time I see you, y'all, I come into this room and I see y'all not act with the understanding that racism, carceral systems, not having access to food, housing, mental health or substance use services, not having violence prevention programs, good education, or our environment, or like an understanding of how devastated our environment is like, and how it's profoundly changing in devastating ways. Like, y'all just don't really truly understand it if this is the conversation that we're having all day long today. Therefore, you don't act with the urgency needed to tackle our austerity or eco-degradation in the same urgency y'all go about business as usual and give out permits and move capital around. The only opposition I heard to 2030 today came from capitalism and businesses. Today's boardroom was filled with this community, today's boardroom filled with this community was evident of the escalated forms of resistance that I've told you was going to be flocking, and I'm almost done, is going to be flocking to this place of our democracy, as flawed as it is, built upon systemic patriarchy, racism, etc. I'll end with saying, listen to your experts. Stop making this worse. Don't push back the chances of our survival off any longer, let alone till 2045, because today's social change lesson is about how y'all are running out of time and excuses to get it right. Thank you very much for your time.
Hello, I'm Ron Brazel. I'd just like to say, I'll try to keep this short. I was inspired by all the great things that Sacramento's done, county's done in the last 3 years since the emergency declaration has been passed, and inspired by everything that I've heard here today from the public. I just want to say this is not the time to dial that back and urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Ian. I was born and raised here out near Fair Oaks. And days after another week of record-breaking temperatures does not seem like the right time to be pushing back this deadline. Growing up, I knew that climate change was happening. I didn't really recognize that it would be happening to me until I saw orange skies and breathed air and choked on smoky air the year I graduated high school. I've been reading the news. I mean, we've all been seeing the acceleration of disaster after disaster. And I fear the day that my childhood neighborhood will be next to be flooded or burned by these disasters. I want to say that I appreciate and commend the work that I've seen so far, the emergency declaration, a formation of a task force, and the formulation of an action plan. I respect this commitment to real action. I know that there's a lot of work to do, and I know that there will be serious challenges in the path, but these are unprecedented times. And these times are unprecedented, and they call for unprecedented leadership and ambitious leadership. And so this emergency declaration that sets a target of 2030 It's consistent with what the scientists say is necessary to avert these consequences of climate change and the worst of it. This is not the time to be pushing back the goal. So I urge you to vote no and to keep the deadline to 2030. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Shively. I'm a resident in District 3, and I wanted to share my professional experience. I've been 30 years in the building and construction industry. I've worked with developers and business owners, presented projects to boards just like this. And in my experience, meaningful carbon reduction is not possible on a voluntary basis. It will only happen with regulation, with strong guidance from agencies like the county. Others in the room have already shared all sorts of reasons why climate change is an emergency. The young people in the room, like my daughter and the other young speakers, their lives will be very different than my life. The opportunities that they have, their lives will be different than all of your lives, all the county staff lives. Their future is scary. So I firmly believe that keeping the goal of the 2030 deadline is necessary to guide the Carbon Action Plan as it's being developed and to guide county policy. Having this more ambitious goal is going to guide most aspects, even of the agenda items that you've heard today. So I'm thankful that the county staff is working so hard on this. I realize how difficult it is. I'll be honest, I almost changed my mind hearing Todd's presentation about how challenging it is and the difficulty between achievable versus ambitious. But hearing all the speakers today, I think it is incredibly important to keep this ambitious goal. It is really difficult. There are going to be such awful choices, much more difficult than the choice earlier today to vote against a couple of the business owners for new liquor stores. That was a hard choice when it came up. This choice of these climate change issues are going to be even more difficult, but I think we need to stay the course, and we really need to stick with this 2030 goal. So please keep that goal, and thank you for listening to all of us today. I know it's been an awful lot of speakers.
Supervisor Hume, you want to wait for public comment? Okay.
All right, so my name is Steve Wirtz. I want to start with saying what I think is the solution that you're looking toward, and I want to thank both Supervisor Cerna and Kennedy for those suggestions. First, that we could change the cap to 2030 and keep it as the aspirational goal that it is. You've taken a strong visionary stand in the past on this, and keeping that there, we know it translates into action when you have a goal like that. And second, I think Supervisor Cerna's clear notion that accountability is what we're really about. We know this is hard, and we know that you're trying as hard as you can, but accountability is what's at stake here. So his notion of having concrete goals and concrete measurement as we go is going to be critical. So now, I want to just point out that as part of 350's CAP team, we have done a study of the previous version of the CAP as it stands now, a decade late. As we talk about urgency, we're already a decade late, at least, on our CAP. We looked at the there are 48 greenhouse gas measures, 31 community measures, and 17 government operation measures. The government operation carbon load is very little compared to the community-wide. We reviewed those, and of the 116 individual tasks that were identified, let me just point this out, that 67% of them lacked a specific date, and of those that, the 10 with a specific date, 60% of them, or 6 of them, were out of date. And of the 116 tasks reviewed, the details lacking for being accountable, measurable, specific, were lacking in 84% of them. So of the 116 tasks, 97 of them did not have specific, measurable, attainable goals. So having a climate emergency declaration here that remains at 2030 will keep the pressure on us to translate these vague ideas into actual actions. So thank you for the work you do, and thank you for listening to all of us today.
We have
we'll go to the
about
phones.
5 on the phone. Yeah.
Okay.
If you could transfer the first caller, James. Oops. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm Brenda Main, speaking for the League of Women Voters of Sacramento County. The League strongly supported the December 2020 declaration of climate emergency with the goal of carbon neutrality by 2030. We still support that goal. We therefore urge the board to vote no on the amended resolution. We commend the steps county staff have taken so far, such as establishing the Climate Emergency Mobilization Task Force, technical advisory panels, and stepping up outreach and education efforts. Unfortunately, pushing back the carbon neutrality date to 2045 undermines the good work staff have already done and further pushes the burden of climate change onto the next generation. With its 2020 resolution, the county made a commitment. It should not break that commitment for the sake of consistency. To do so would sacrifice urgency for expediency, and we cannot afford to lose the very appropriate sense of urgency needed to tackle the climate crisis. We understand that the 2030 carbon neutrality date is a stretch goal, but changing the date to 2045 means adding 15 years of hardship for our most vulnerable residents and further threatening the well-being and economic vitality of the Sacramento community. It will also make the climate crisis even harder to fix. The climate crisis was an emergency in 2020. It's even more of an emergency now. Please vote no on the amended resolution. Thank you.
Next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Toby Liston, and I am a Sacramento artist, and I am very concerned for our future, for my current generation and future generations that have only so much time to create a habitable future. I urge the Board of Supervisors to vote no on 72. When declaring a climate emergency and committing to 2030, we agreed to stand up for the very planet that provides us every single resources that we need to live on. The air that you are breathing now, I invite you now to notice your breath and to take a deep breath in and out. Thanks to our planet's very specific conditions and billions of years, we are blessed to use this for our vitality. Earth is interconnected and has cycles of checks and balances, and we must do what we can to preserve it with the little time that we have left and to make the urgent decision to vote no on 72. Thank you for making the right decision and giving us hope for a habitable future. Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Desmond and members of the board. My name is Derek Catron. I'm speaking on behalf of the Sacramento Association of Realtors. The association supports staff recommendation on modification of the climate emergency declaration to be consistent with state law. SER is proud to work with Sacramento County as well as other local governments, including SMUD, to address climate change issues. The Sacramento Association of Realtors is also proud to participate in the Sacramento Cleaner Air Partnership. We've seen SMUD doing great work, and their efforts will be pivotal in helping the region in meeting the state's aggressive climate goals. The county is engaged in many ongoing efforts to address climate change and achieve greenhouse gas reductions, and none of that will change as a result of this resolution. The county has established its climate task force, and in fact, the realtors were just there 2 weeks ago in these chambers, meeting with the board. The county has been doing good work in developing its CAP, the Climate Action Plan, and we look forward to that being implemented. The state will continue to lead efforts to create new energy standards and incentives and our industry will continue to work with the state and all local governments in a collaborative fashion to address this important issue. We respectfully urge a yes vote on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. This is Barbara Leary. I'm the chair of the Sacramento Sierra Club Group, and I'm going to specifically comment on the March on page 3. The goal is that force and climate emergency resolution statement.
Barbara, we have a bad connection.
Can I start again? Hello?
Yeah, yes, you can. It seems like your phone is going in and out.
Okay, let me try to move here, if that's possible. Maybe I have better reception. Now, can you hear me better?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. This is Barbara Leary, chair of the Sacramento Sierra Club, and I'm going to address the concern that the city attorney brought up about the March 22nd, 22 letter, which on page 3 states that the CAP should set the county's carbon neutrality goal as set forth in the Board of Supervisors Climate Emergency Resolution. This statement does not suggest that the climate emergency resolution needs to be revised to be consistent with the revised CAP. The letter commented that the emergency resolution's 2030 neutrality goal is currently non-binding. We advocated strengthening the CAP to establish a 2030 neutrality target and establish actions to achieve that target. The 2030 target date set in the climate emergency resolution is voluntary yet critically important in conveying the need for aggressive efforts that can be taken to move us more quickly towards carbon neutrality. The county should continue to work aggressively to implement it rather than vote to set back its aspirations. The CAP must include a more fully delineated and comprehensive set of actions, the implementation of which would complete and ensure the goal of long-term carbon neutrality. This is the consistency that we are seeking. I think the interpretation of that statement was overzealous on the part of the county attorney. We do not support relaxing the date of the climate emergency declaration and are asking the Board of Supervisors to vote no on this item. We appreciate the time to speak here today and the amount of time that you've spent listening to all of us comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then we have, I believe this is our final caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Philip Kim, and I live in Southland Park, District 2. As we've heard from all the other comments, the climate crisis is here, and most alarmingly, it's accelerating at a rapid rate, likely due to various feedback mechanisms. So we need to take immediate action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions as fast as possible. I urge you to vote no on item 72 and to maintain the 2030 target date. In addition to worsening wildfires and smoke, destabilizing rains and flooding, and more triple-digit temperature days, I want to touch on an aspect of climate change that isn't talked about as much, but I think will dramatically affect our society at large and Sacramento in particular, and that is climate change's effect on our food supply. Last week, there was a study published in Nature Communications titled "Risks of Synchronized Low Yields Are Underestimated in Climate and Crop Model Projections." According to the study, weather extremes driven by a strongly meandering jet stream could trigger simultaneous harvest failures across major crop-producing regions and are a threat to global food security. They add that negative effects on crop responses are mostly underestimated, and I'm sure we'll see more studies that expand on this. As the farm-to-fork capital of the country, we can't wait until things get that bad and food prices quadruple or worse. We need to be as proactive as possible to reduce the damage and save lives. So I'm counting on you to vote no on item 72 and to do everything you can in your power to stop the climate catastrophe that we're facing. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes your public comments.
Okay, so that'll wrap up our public comment. Thank you, everybody, for being here in chambers and staying late in the day to make your comments. There's several supervisors in the queue. I'll start with Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I want to echo that, and I appreciate everyone who's still here and all of those that were here and left that came out to speak on this item. And so I just want to say, I am not a climate change denier, and I am a believer in big, hairy, audacious goals. The problem I have with this particular instance, however, is that if we were talking about simply the operations of this agency being carbon neutral by 2030, that would be difficult to achieve. Probably doable, but difficult to achieve. But we're talking about the carbon footprint for the entire geography of Sacramento County. And so to do that by 2030 would probably take just about every discretionary dollar that flows through the budget of this agency every year between now and then. That's 6.5 years from now. It would probably require forcing or compelling people to do things, many of whom don't want to do the things that it would take to comply to reach that. And so, look, if we're just putting that, as I mentioned before, that brass ring out there, I don't, whether it's 2030, 2045, fine. But if there are real world consequences behind having something that we know is not a reality, then to me that seems disingenuous. And we complain about our politicians lying to us, and what you're asking me to do is sit here and basically lie, because I can guarantee that there's no way we can reach that goal by 2030. So if we want to talk about measurable increments, if we want to talk about ways to get there to make sure that we're keeping our eye on the prize and we're advancing the ball down the field, then I'm all for that. But I can't in good conscience say that I'm going to agree to do something that I know in my heart of hearts is infeasible.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Hume. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to hand out the proposed language that I referenced earlier. If you can pass those down, that'd be great. And our very capable clerk of the board, Flo, is putting that up on the overhead. And while she's doing that, I too want to start with expressing my gratitude to everyone that took time out of their afternoon to join us, and some of whom I think even prefaced their remarks with they intentionally took time off work or away from their families. So I know there's no shortage of passion in the room on this subject, and for very good reason. And so let me start by saying that I don't think there's anyone up here that disagrees about the problem, about the issue, and the challenge in front of us. Many of the speakers were kind enough to share graphs and other data to buttress and emphasize the fact that we see rising temperatures, we see dramatic changes in microclimates here in the bottom of the Central Valley, Sacramento Valley. Flooding is always a concern for us in the winter months, and of course wildfire and smoke in the summer months, both of which have become much more acute. So I don't think there's anything debatable about that. I don't think that's where the crux of perhaps our respectful differences of opinion lie. I also want to make certain that there's no misunderstanding, because there were a couple speakers that seemed to reference the 2045 date and even the 2030 date as the time at which we would start to do something. And that's not the case. We've already started doing things that are going to hopefully get us to the goals that we all want. We're talking about, or what most of you spoke to, were the dates of reaching carbon neutrality. And to get there, obviously, there has to be an immense amount of effort and activity to get to that result, not the beginning of an effort. So let's just be clear about that. What I'd like to try and find today is a way that gets us all kind of comfortable with making the entire effort of that's embodied in our declaration, but also, and also more importantly, the effort of the CAP. Because as I said prior to public comment, that's really where I think the rubber meets the road in terms of policy guidance, resource allocation, how we prioritize things for decades, centuries to come here in Sacramento County. So what I would like to suggest, and you have the language in front of you, is, as I mentioned earlier, some additional language in the resolve of the declaration that makes it very, very clear that it will be the intent that will be embodied in the CAP, not the declaration. Again, the declaration is simply a map. It's telling you what we intend to do. But this would be language here that you see that gives the public the confidence, the board the confidence, the staff the understanding that we intend to, as we embark on implementation of the CAP, not wait until 2030 or 2045 or whatever date, but to have regular check-ins to understand, be very thorough about it as well. How much carbon reduction are we achieving? How are we doing it? Are we doing more than we thought we would? Are we doing less than we thought we would? If we're doing less, what do we need to do to make sure we hit the target by the next 5-year increment? And so I think having this language in the declaration, I think, for me, gives me more confidence, quite frankly, that the CAP will have this very important component part to it. And I heard a couple speakers reference their interest in this. I'm certainly not going to use that as a surrogate for everyone in chambers, but I do think what I've proposed here would strengthen the declaration for that purpose. The other effort that I want to suggest that may get us to a place where maybe not everyone's getting what they wanted, but that we have a better mutual comfort level is we heard from County Counsel, and she's doing her job. She's telling us, she's advising the board where she believes the threat of litigation may lie. It's nothing new. That's her job. That's what county councils do. They inform their governing bodies about where those pitfalls lie, how best to avoid them, how best to prepare to prepare for them if things go sideways. But the group Chapman Brown was mentioned earlier as a potential plaintiff group. I would like to suggest that maybe in addition to the language I proposed here, if there's not such a time sensitivity to resolve the year issue, would it be wise to see if we can exhaust with any plaintiffs group that we think is engaged right now, that is watching carefully to strike at a later date? Maybe, I don't know how best to phrase it, but maybe begin a discussion about a preemptive settlement so that there's confidence from both sides that lawsuits, litigation will not be the inadvertent conclusion to all this work. Because quite frankly, it would be, I think, a sad day if some of those groups who I think mean well, the environmental groups, the groups that represent their focus on climate change and what to do about it, it would be a sad day if we faced litigation later on for any reason that interrupts the continuing work of CAP implementation. That's kind of a backwards result to what I think everyone wants. So, I don't know if there's time to pursue that, but those would be kind of the two avenues, at 5:49 on Tuesday, July 11th, knowing what I know now and hearing from who I've heard from, that I think deserves some consideration, exploration. But for the time being, I think at a very minimum, the language I suggest, I think, does, I think, give us all a little bit more ability to have confidence in what the CAP will have and what it must have to help us achieve the goals that we all want. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Senator. Just so I'm clear, this would be Your proposal would be this would be in addition to the amended language?
Well, I'd like to hear others, including County Council's opinion about this other aspect of maybe looking at a preemptive settlement, discussion with potential litigants.
Okay. Would you like to comment first, or maybe hear from staff and council about that? Start with you, June.
Thank you. So first of all, I'd like to say that I have no heartburn with the language that you have proposed.
Okay, thank you.
I think that it is specific enough to achieve and address the concerns that were raised about the time sensitivity that we're dealing with. But it also gives room for the CAP to do what it was set out to do and to be developed. So I think it's appropriate. And as far as the settlement agreement and having those discussions, the county is absolutely open to that, without a doubt and without hesitation. The county has worked with many of the groups that are represented by Chatton Brown. They are all environmental groups. And so, yes, we certainly are open to having conversations with those groups about the CAP and about this declaration.
Okay, thank you, June. So, to your question, Mr. Chair, I think knowing that, I would think it would be perhaps premature to mess with the year today. Add the language today, but see if we can't have that discussion, whereas maybe there's a prospect of having the aspirational reference to 2030 to, as many speakers referenced, press as hard as we can for everyone to work as swiftly, carefully as we can, but at the same time understand that the 2045 date for carbon neutrality has been or is in the process of being adopted by a great number of other jurisdictions, by the state of California itself. There was one speaker that mentioned what the governor had done. Well, let's not forget the governor also issued an executive order which precipitated CARB acting as we did in 2022 to establish the 2045 carbon neutrality date. So that would be kind of the intent, I think, in terms of what I see as perhaps the value of at least exploring that and exhausting it.
Okay, thank you. Now, before I go to Supervisor Frost, okay, I'll give you a chance to chew on that a little bit and go to Supervisor Frost on.
Okay, thank you. Well, first, I want to thank everyone who came out and for all of your statements and your the information that you provided from all the varied points of view. I want to say also that I believe that climate change is real. And while I didn't support the climate emergency in 2020, and really, I think it was, I didn't support the rush to EV by 2030. I do appreciate that the county staff has made great progress on the CAP, and I appreciate their realistic look at our ability to achieve the goals by 2030. And I also appreciate their continued search for better technologies and better solutions. I still don't support activist-driven alarmism policies. They are actually a net negative for citizens and businesses and the environment. And prioritizing the rush to all electric ignores that the no emission technologies such as hydrogen, which has lower overall impact on our environment. It also ignores the significant economic impact of mandates, particularly to the working class. Mandates on construction raises the cost of housing, and we're at a point where the fewest people in history can afford to buy a home. Some of the proposals will make only a tiny fraction of a difference in the greenhouse gas production, but will push affordability out of reach for thousands of families. Mining for the materials required for battery production is bad for the environment, controlled by warlords and hostile governments, and often uses child and slave labor for extraction. California depends on a fragile grid of high-voltage transmission lines to import electricity over long distances across sensitive forests and wilderness areas, resulting in massive wildfires that produced more CO2 emissions in 1 year than any other source. We need to carve out a plan that protects the environment, that's based on reality and science, that takes into consideration the economic impact and the safety of our local community members, that continues to search for better solutions as time goes by. I think Todd Smith made a really compelling case, a compelling presentation that 2030 is just not achievable. It's just not. And it makes sense to be realistic about the timing of 2045, which is more realistic in my view. I am here prepared to support the 2045 extension to 2045 regarding the 5-year measurable goals. I think the intentions are good, and if County Council doesn't have heartburn, I support that. If it adds liability to the county, it's hard for me to support that. I'm not even sure, there would be, I'm not sure if I would support not extending it to 2045. I think that is the sensible thing to do at this point. So I think that I'll conclude with that and just see where the conversation goes.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, Cease Martin, thank you for stealing my thunder, because I was going to tell the same story, and that's that back in 1991, I worked for SMUD's Electric Transportation Department, and most people didn't even know there was such a thing back in 1991, and I am a believer that government can play a role in pushing technology. I do believe that the work that we did back in the day for electric vehicles, were we a little ahead of ourselves? We were. But had we not done it, had we not gone down that literal road, I don't think that, you would have had the Prius coming out. You wouldn't have now the all-electric cars coming out. So I think government, in this case, the Air Resources Board, and along with utilities, played a very crucial role to driving technology to where we are today. So I do think that that's a valid role. I guess where I'm at right now is that, is it achievable by 2030? I don't know, but I'm not willing to say it's not. I'm not there, and I do think that if we keep the heat on, so to speak, and the pressure, that we can actually do something that, I understand there's costs associated, but we can afford not to make those investments. We're late. We're far behind where we should be if we're going to make a real difference in our future generations and even our current generations. So at this point, Supervisor Serna, I have no problem supporting the language that you put forward. I do think it's a good idea to have measured matrices and be able to follow them and on a regular basis. But I am not today willing to support the notion of moving it from 30 to 45, and would like to see it remain at 2030.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. This is also a topic that keeps me up at night. Our changing planet, climate change, the impact it's having on us, on our children, my children, what we can do about it, what we should do about it. But my challenge is, for me, really is, and it alludes to a little bit of what Supervisor Hume mentioned. I think to myself, I think about what I consider a moral obligation to the people who I represent, a lot of whom live in environmental justice communities, on the one hand, to do everything I can to prevent climate change or change the arc of it, but also make sure we're not doing something where we lose the opportunity to continue helping people in other aspects of their lives. And I know climate change is different from any other crisis we face because it's an existential threat. But I am very concerned and certainly alarmed by some of the costs that Mr. Smith laid out, because if we had to achieve some of these things, my concern would be we would have nothing left to not only meet some of these other needs, but if need be, I guess, insulate or protect folks from the impacts of climate change, which we know is real. So it's a very difficult thing, and I think a lot of you speakers today, you mentioned this. You mentioned the difficult situation we're under. Now, in terms of the item that we have to take action on today, I mean, I think to myself, this is not 2045 is not a date coming out of Florida or Texas. This is coming out of the state of California. Our own California Air Resources Board, our own state legislature, legislation that passed by our legislature, signed by our governor. These are not dates that are taken lightly, is what I'm saying. I mean, these are certainly dates that are very deliberate, took into account a lot of study of our climate, our technology, our ability to reach zero emissions. So I don't take that lightly either. Now, I also think to myself, this board, preceding my tenure, did come up with 2030. I think it's difficult, if not impossible, to reach that goal without sacrificing virtually every other thing that this board is responsible for. But I wonder if we can, and I like Supervisor Cerna's language as well. I'm wondering if there's a way, and I'll look to you, Todd, because you haven't had a chance to weigh in on the comments yet, but is there a way we can somehow preserve the 2030 date in this as more of an aspirational target, but also incorporate your language no later than 2045?
So my response to that is that I think that it could present challenges, and I'm putting on my hat as I've often sought advice from county council. And I think that gets at Supervisor Cerna's question or observation about the county's ability to meet with some of these groups. To be very clear on what we expect as a county as an outcome of the climate emergency declaration relative to the climate action plan and the climate emergency response plan. Ultimately, I tend to be very conservative from a litigation risk perspective. I think that if we can land somewhere in those discussions as to the expectation of or acknowledgement of 2030 as an aspirational goal, something that's in this amended language that hasn't been brought up, but it says as soon as possible, but no later than. If we can meet 2030 through whatever new measures or ideas that come out of the task force or other methods of engagement, great. I don't have any heartburn about that, and we need to meet as aggressively as possible. But to your point about keeping 2030 in there, I think that would take, some of those discussions that Supervisor Cerna was alluding to.
So you're almost saying that we have to jettison any reference to 2030 at all?
I'm not necessarily saying that. I think and County Council may want to weigh in on this as well. I think that we need to be clear about what the goal is, whether it's 2030, 2040, 2045, and work hard at meeting it. But I want to be cautious about how we proceed because of those comments that we received on the CAP indicating the CAP needs to have the same goal as the climate emergency declaration, when I don't feel comfortable as staff recommending that because I don't believe it's feasible. That's where I'm at right now.
Okay, all right. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. So at the risk of being perhaps too blunt, I'll say it anyways. Well, what we've done over the last 10, 12 minutes is show our cards, right? So now I think it's clear to everyone there's at least 3 of us that aren't really enamored with preserving 2030. Yes, that are not. So in terms of how those potential discussions might go, I would assume that those groups or those groups' representatives that have maybe called out the inconsistency as a potential legal problem for the county, I think understand now where the politics is. And so I think it actually positions the county a little bit more advantageously to go into those discussions, because I think they would understand, well, then the backdrop is likely going to be back to 2045. So I think it necessarily gives them a reason to respond affirmatively to a suggestion that we at least exhaust a conversation about how do we perhaps indemnify the county and come to some common understanding about aspirations versus, some of the temporal boundaries that Todd has mentioned about achieving carbon neutrality. I know it's kind of pointing out the obvious, but it just occurs to me that is now new information for the world, right? That's now our cards on the table.
And also, just to clarify, I don't want to remove the pressure on this body to try to do what we can, everything we can to 2030. I don't want to remove that altogether as being a source of kind of pressure, and but I also don't want it to completely tie our hands in terms of a resource perspective and a litigation perspective if we can't meet it, obviously. So, Supervisor Kim.
Thank you, Chair, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. I don't. Nothing about this exercise, I think, is meant to reduce the pressure, reduce the sense of urgency. But for me, it comes back to the question that started very early on before the public comment, and that is, what are the real-world consequences, either of having incongruent dates in the two documents, and/or setting a date that is not achieved? Because if there's no consequence to setting the date and not achieving it, then why is the date there in the first place, right? There's no more sense of urgency for a fake date than there is for a realistic date. So the problem with, I think, setting about this hold harmless agreement or something to that effect is there's no way we can anticipate, as was mentioned earlier, the litigants that might come forward with this. And so one group promises that we won't hold you accountable, but then this other group forms and boom, they're coming after you now. So I don't feel comfortable setting a date that I don't have faith in, not because I don't want to see it achieved. I don't want to hold staff's feet to the fire, but I look at, I'm not sure anything I'm wearing is newer than 6.5 years old. And so that's a very short amount of time. And personally, I went from my last vehicle was a Ford F-150. The vehicle I bought then was a hybrid, and we just now bought a plug-in hybrid for my wife. And so we are moving in that direction, and I think that's kind of where my comfort level is setting the goal that is realistic and doing everything we can to achieve it. And under promise and over deliver rather than the opposite. And so I like the language. I feel comfortable with, our own staff is saying we don't see a pathway. So, we can continue this if we'd like to get that legal sort of answer. I think that Supervisor Cerna mentioned and that I'm struggling with relative to, who is our potential plaintiff and what are the consequences.
I guess I'd turn to counsel. It is an intriguing prospect that Supervisor Cerna mentioned. June, do you have any thoughts about that? In other words, and I guess if I can maybe paraphrase, it's go back to some of these plaintiffs, potential plaintiffs, and let them know kind of where our head is right now before we take action on this.
Well, I will say that most of the potential plaintiffs are people you've heard from in public comment today.
Raise your hand.
So they are in the room. And so they are now aware and were previously likely aware. of the county's position. But to Supervisor Hume's point, and like I said, I think it's fine, and we certainly are open to having conversations. I know county staff, planning, and John Lundgren and his sustainability team have had ongoing conversations, and they are partnering with many of these environmental groups to work on the task force issues. So again, certainly open to having the conversation and even having them enter into an agreement. But to Supervisor Hume's point, even if they do, that doesn't necessarily mean that others won't come and make the same argument if there is inconsistency.
Okay. My thought is the proposed changes, what my problem with them, I mean, I think the language is great and having regular measures of success and benchmarks. I think the language, the proposed language doesn't hold our feet to the fire, I think, in a way it could, in terms of, because a lot of the testimony today, it's either keep 2030 or 2045 and nothing in between. Well, that's kind of a false dichotomy. Those aren't the choices we're looking at. I think, Todd, what you're saying is those benchmarks would have to be incorporated into the cap itself. Couldn't we incorporate, are there some things we can incorporate into the resolution? But I think we're going to kind of go round and round about this. But any response to that?
No, I think you're right. We will be incorporating those benchmarks numerically in very great detail in the climate action plan itself, which obviously isn't ripe for discussion today. We're just beginning that work as part of the inventory update that I mentioned as part of my presentation.
Yeah, if you look at, if I could, if you look at the board letter, some examples are given in a table format. And I think I mentioned earlier, City of Sacramento in their draft cap actually has, is it 3.5 metric tons CO2 equivalent, something like that, per capita, as a 2030 benchmark for 2045 neutrality goal.
That's correct. City of Sacramento, 3.63 for 2030.
I certainly didn't want to get over my skis here and start throwing out numbers, because that's the work that has to feed the cap.
So we certainly could go back to the drawing board if the board is inclined and come up with some language that maybe strikes a compromise between the 2030 and the 2045, or at least, because I noticed that in the public comment, no one referenced the fact that the language says as soon as possible, but not later than 2045. That seemed to be completely missed. So maybe we need to rephrase the language.
And what else is missed is, again, the benchmark thing, which I know is part of the cap, but that's certainly missed in terms of, I think, some of the perception about this.
And I think that the misconception, it seemed, and this was addressed by Supervisor Cerna, is that the date that we're referencing is the red line in the sand.
Right.
It's not when the work commences or when we make substantial progress. That's like, this is when it's supposed to be done.
Well, that would be my inclination, at the risk of prolonging more discussion.
Put that in the form of a motion.
Well, I think staff, I guess I ask you this, both June, and you've received a lot of feedback from here. My inclination would be to see if we could come up with some language, I think, that would incorporate or address some of the concerns we're raising here, from me anyway, with just a statement that I like Supervisor Cerna's language as well. Any other comments from?
So what are we asking for? I'm sorry.
Then I guess if I were to put it in terms of a motion, I'd move to continue this item until
staff can.
So we wouldn't need to set a date until staff could come back
with
to us with some
revised
language that really reflects some of the discussions we've had today. I don't know if any other supervisors would support that, but do you need any more direction than that?
Todd is looking very dissatisfied.
No, I'm just going through in my head a date, and I don't have a good date at this point. I understand the direction as I've heard it today.
Okay.
Would the motion, could it be amended to start from the the resolution with at least this amended language put into it, so that's it's cumulative in terms of the iterations that we're going through.
If I may, not to further muddy the waters, and I certainly am on board with adding the proposed language in there. But for me, the compromise isn't so much where we move the spectrum on the date as it is how do we strengthen the sense of earnest effort to be in compliance by, right? And so I think as soon as possible, but no later than maybe isn't the right language there, but I don't know that changing the date necessarily is where I would focus the effort. Are we in agreement on that?
Yep. Yeah, support that.
Okay.
So you're just proposing to add this language to the
No, my motion would be to add this language to the resolution and provide direction to staff to come back to us at a date after they're able to come up with a language that incorporates some of the concerns that we're talking about today, which is not simply reference a change to no later than 2045, but include some additional language that I think either benchmarks, or I don't know what the terminology might be, but establishes that we are going to continue to be making progress and hopefully get there before 2045, but no later than 2045. Would you say that's an accurate?
So it's add this language to the 2030 resolution.
Yes, but we're not voting on a new resolution today. We'd be continuing the matter. Yes. Yeah.
Right.
So late September or early October.
So that would be my motion if that's sufficient.
Mr. Chair, could I ask Todd, would doing that thwart any of your and John's staff to continue the work on the CAP? This is by no means going to put a halt to anything, I hope.
It absolutely will not.
Okay, good.
We're continuing our work.
Okay, and then lastly, just to beat the horse a little bit more, June, what happens if we do get sued? I mean, in terms of the schedule that we would be on, whether it's 30, 45, or somewhere in between, what happens if we get sued?
Well, if we get sued, we zealously defend the lawsuit. And in the meantime, we move forward to the extent possible with implementing the CAP recommendations. And the task force continues and moves forward with the work it's doing.
Depending on the nature of litigation, though, is there a possibility that some of the most meaningful parts of the CAP could be interrupted?
Absolutely. If they're challenged, yes.
Thank you.
If I may, I agree that nothing here is going to forestall our efforts to implement things we're already working on and have been working on for a long time. At some point, we will need to understand the date that the CAP is trying to address in order to finalize it, right? Because a 2030 CAP and the measures contained within is going to look a lot different than a 2045 CAP.
Understood. I mean, I understood. Okay. So I think we have a motion.
I'll second it.
And a second.
The motion carries with Supervisor Kennedy voting no and Supervisor Frost abstained.
Okay. So we will be back here at some point. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. Okay. Brings us to our nominations.
Okay. So that's item 73. Chairperson, I'm not sure if you wanted to address the off-agenda callers. We had said we would take those after the timed items in the afternoon, and we still have 3 people that signed up from the morning.
In person?
In person. We don't have any callers.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that we still had. Okay.
I'm not
well
sure
then,
if they're still here, but I wanted to
let's find out.
do on what we said.
Okay.
Is Suzette Miller here? Okay, and how about Simone and Irma? Okay, so it doesn't look like they're here, but I
Okay,
wanted to go
great.
on record that we did call for them.
Thank you, Flo.
You're welcome. Okay. All right. You're continuing to July 25th, the Civil Service Commission, Disability Advisory Commission, South Sacramento Area Community Planning Advisory Council, continuing to August 8th, Antelope Community Planning Advisory Council, Carmichael Old Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council, Natomas Community Planning Advisory Council, continuing to August 22nd, Cemetery Advisory Commission, Galt Arno Cemetery District Human Services Coordinating Council, Sacramento County Commissions on the Status of Women and Girls, Sacramento Environmental Commission, and the Sylvan Cemetery District. Your first item today is the Arden Arcade Community Planning Advisory Council,
Please continue to August 8th.
Area for Agency on Aging,
Chiefs recommend nominating Sylvia McBride and continue remainder to August 22nd.
Cordova Community Planning Advisory Council, Supervisor Desmond,
Continue to August 8th.
and Supervisor Hume.
Continue to August 22nd, please.
Thank you. Delta Citizens Municipal Advisory Council, Mr. Hume.
I'd like to nominate Emily Papalardo and continue the remainder to August 22nd.
Fair Oaks Community Planning Advisory Council,
Continue to August 8th.
Rio Linda Alberta Community Planning Advisory Council. Supervisor Frost.
Nominate Sheena McGowan and continue the remainder to August 22.
Got it. Sacramento County Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board,
Chiefs recommend continuing to July 25th.
Sacramento County Behavioral Health Youth Advisory Board. Mr. Mr. Kennedy.
Please continue to August 8th.
Thank you. Sacramento County Youth Commission, Mr. Cerna.
Yes, please continue to August 22nd.
And Mr. Desmond.
Please nominate Mackenzie Olmsted and continue the remainder to August 22nd.
And Vineyard Area Community Planning Advisory Council.
Reappoint Peter Frucci.
Okay, and when would you like to continue the remainder to August 8th?
22nd.
22nd? Okay. And that concludes your nominations.
Okay.
Next is the county executive comments.
No comments, thank you.
Thank you, Ann.
And the floor is yours.
Okay, next, any comments from my colleagues? No one in queue. I will just say very briefly, I'll just piggyback on Supervisor Cerna's comments today about the illegal fireworks. I don't know about, some of you in your districts, but certainly District 3, it was a bigger problem this year than any year in the past. I've had a few conversations with Mr. Jones, and you've already committed to, that we'd be coming back. I would recommend having maybe even a larger stakeholder meeting, and I think everything needs to be on the table in this discussion, including, I know that I'm not going to get too far into this, obviously, but the Sheriff's Department knows about all of our concerns. But I think we need to maybe think of some things we haven't done before. So I look to you, Eric, and look forward to having more discussions with you about this, because people are fed up, and it's destroying the quality of life for a certain period of time throughout the year in our unincorporated communities and throughout the county. So thank you.
We have closed session, huh?
Oh, and we have closed session. I almost forgot closed session. So we will adjourn the public meeting, and we'll reconvene on the second floor, same location as before. And with that, we are adjourned for the public meeting.